In the exclamations of the immortal cultivators of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, the black ripples expanded larger and larger, gradually turning from intangible waves into concrete lumps. When the lumps were connected, they almost filled up the whole hologram of the space zone. A series of numbers ran down like a waterfall, suggesting that thousands of massive objects had appeared out of nowhere. It was impossible to detect the specific number at all. In the boundless sea of stars, irregular gaps that were darker than abysses and muddier than swamps were ripped apart. Narrow, long glittering streams of materials and information spurted out of the gaps, congregating into their forms in the three-dimensional world. The space warsh.I.P.S that had been armed to teeth surfaced like whales. The emblem of the Imperium and the sigil of the four families glowed with each other, emanating devastating brilliance. The space torpedoes that had been sprayed all over the space zone immediately reacted. As their power rune arrays unleashed glamorous brilliance, they darted at the invaders, leaving aggressive exhaust flames behind. For a supermassive warship to complete a space jump and get rid of the space ripples that lingered, it would take several to dozens of minutes. In the meantime, it barely had any ability of defense or mobility. It was even very vulnerable when it was in the half-unfolded state between the three-dimension and the four-dimension. Tremendous space torpedoes flooded forward like suicidal crystal bombs, exploding next to the nearest invader. Countless brilliant light balls were immediately glowing, and the storm of destruction swept across the entire starship. The soldiers on those Starsh.I.P.S were mostly torn into shreds by the destructive storm before they recovered from the dizziness and nausea caused by the space jump. The pieces of the bones and the Starsh.I.P.S were also jetting to all directions, leading to a chain reaction. As long as a piece the size of a fingernail happened to be at the spot where another starship jumped over, making the two parties overlap, it was possible that a fusion on the atomic level would be caused, leading to another explosion. As a result, one area of space torpedoes could often trigger a series of intense explosions, transforming the space zone within 10,000 kilometers into a flickering ocean of fire. When the flames died out, the only things left behind were the scorched debris that was almost orange and the invaders' bodies that had almost been melted. It wasn't the only trouble that the invaders encountered. To resist the aggression of the coalition fleet of the four families, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors had not only established countless space torpedoes in the whole space zone but also dumped garbage or even perfect goods on various sailing routes. Even the most inconspicuous and harmless goods would still raise catastrophic consequences once they were hit by the Starsh.I.P.S that were having a space jump, just like a tiny sparrow might have caused a destructive strike on a shuttle that was flying at a super high speed. On the other hand, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors boasted countless space fortresses near the Seven Seas Grand Market as well as permanent bases modified from asteroids. The orbit of the Seven Seas Grand Market boasted the most brutal firepower too. Some of the invaders, who were less fortunate, jumped into the range of the space fortresses, permanent bases, and orbit defense network of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors in the very beginning. The defenders were patient enough to not open fire until those Starsh.I.P.S were more than half teleported. Thousands of fiery snakes danced crazily in the dark vacuum, blowing those Starsh.S into wasted iron and copper before the enemy opened their spiritual shields. Furthermore, even planets themselves were the most useful weapons. The Seven Seas Space Zone had 12 planets in total. Among them, planet number 7 had a size and mass thousands of times than any of the other planets. If the Starsh.I.P.S of the invaders unfortunately jumped into the gravity sphere of the gigantic planet, it was often the case that they were ripped into smithereens by the huge gravity tide before they had any chance to react or dragged to the surface of the planet and squeezed into a thin plate before the power units were teleported yet. Of course, even the most unbelievable ways of death could not compare to the Starsh.I.P.S that had unfortunately jumped to the nearby if not the inside of the sun. The Starsh.I.P.S whose landing points were too close to the star were vaporized at the very beginning. The scourge of space torpedoes, the barrage of defense network, the ripping of gravity tides, and the direct immolation of stars made the invaders lose 5% of their strength in the first hour. A blind jump, without the navigation of space gates, was like a beach landing in a dark night against a whole beach of bastions. 5% was an acceptable loss. There were too many invaders who were too scattered. It was impossible for the space torpedoes of the defenders to lock onto all the targets. Part of the Starships of the invaders was mired in fierce fights, but most of the Starships took the opportunity to evacuate to the edge of the Seven Seas space zone. Countless spiritual towers were released and turned into nodes of the spiritual nexus with super high performances. Tremendous data and information were flowing on the spiritual nexus, paving the invisible network to the whole space zone. The command chain of the invaders connected one warship after another before it weaved a highly efficient battle network where all the data were shared among tens of thousands of warships. At first, all the Starships of the invaders were dizzy, not knowing where they or their allies were. The arsenal warships did not have the ammunition supply from the comprehensive supply SHIPS. The comprehensive supply SHIPS did not have the defense of the shield warships. The shield warships lacked the ability of cyber warfare, and the cyber war warships did not have lethal spears and hard shields. It was impossible to fight the war when everybody was on their own. However, as the Flying Lightning Super Command Chain system was unfolded, every arsenal warship automatically scanned the nearest shield warships, comprehensive supply SHIPS, and the cyber war warships. Also, according to the information that had been inputted into the database earlier, they were automatically matched into a temporary unit that was best to carry out their specialties. The optimal sailing route was also set so that those warships could approach each other. Furthermore, based on the key parameters such as the military ranks and the levels of their commanders, different permissions were given to them, and a leader of the temporary battle unit was nominated for them in case the immortal cultivators who might not know each other had conflicts. The four families had truly gone through a lot of trouble to unite the warlords and local magnates of the 100 sectors. The defenders, naturally, could not allow the attackers to gather easily. The defenders were not 10% as strong as the attackers in terms of comprehensive capabilities. The only advantage they could take was the attackers' weakness when the attackers were separated after the jump. If all the battle units of the attackers were gathered, and the battle units congregated into fleets in rigorous battle formations, the defenders would be doomed. Therefore, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors put all the stakes on the table as soon as possible and released all the fleets. Even the weakest half-armed garrison fleets, which were basically modified from carrier fleets, had temporarily accommodated abundant space torpedoes and interferential magical equipment, searching for the spiritual towers that the attackers had projected to space. The spiritual towers had to send intense spiritual waves and abundant data to all directions all the time. They were like the glittering stars on a dark night and could be found very easily. Once they detected the spiritual towers, they would destroy the devices without any hesitation or release powerful interferences to cover and block their signals. After a spiritual tower was taken down, a node of the spiritual nexus of the attackers would be erased. The remote information transmission devices installed on the Starships were far from enough to satisfy the demand of data transmission of the Flying Lightning Super Command Chain in a vast space zone with a diameter of almost 10 billion kilometers by themselves. Many Starships of the attackers had just been connected to the battle network and matched with the most suitable allies around. They were about to join their allies when the battle network was suddenly cut off. The information of all their allies vanished. They were like a grain of dust compared to the vastness of the universe, and they had no idea where they were at all. In the next second, the hunting fleets made of the mercenary and assassin groups would show up unexpectedly and force them to surrender. Although the Starships of the mercenary and assassin groups were mostly weaker than the regular army in terms of combat ability, they had the overwhelming advantage in number on the local battlefield. They had different units of Starships and the most rigorous battle formation, which was certainly not something that the lone Starships of the attackers could resist. Even though their allies were around, they did not know their allies' specific locations, and it remained to be seen if those allies would reinforce them. Even if those allies came, their own Starships would have been destroyed by then. For the extremely selfish immortal cultivators, did they need to hesitate about what they should do in such a situation? Besides, although the attackers claimed to have an army of 1 million Starships, 90% of them were wavering and sitting on the fence, ready to swing with the wind and hop between the two sides anytime. The commanders of many Starships had learned the arrival of Black Wind King Liao. They had been planning to defect if things did not go well on the battlefield. Now that they had been unluckily surrounded by the troops of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors in the very beginning, they were left with no choice but to surrender. Therefore, the defenders' disarming work went quite well without meeting major resistance. Only when they encountered the Starships commanded by the central members of the four families would fierce battles really break out. However, such Starships were not large in number, and they were soon drowned by the overwhelming firepower of the defenders. As for the best garrison fleets of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors, they simply turned a blind eye to the battles of the shrimps and pressed forward to the edge of the space zone, analyzing the information from the attackers' spiritual towers while searching for the attackers' 16 adamantine super arsenal warsh.I.P.S. They had to give the enemy a heavy blow while the 16 adamantine super arsenal warsh.PS were not stabilized yet, undermining their combat ability as much as possible and even destroying them. Once the 16 adamantine super arsenal warsh.S completely got rid of the chaos and had enough support from allies, forming 8 magnificent fleets, the defenders' efforts would be for nothing however hard they were trying right now. For a moment, the dark universe was illuminated by the flashes of perishing lives. Countless remnants were swirling and drifting in the shining ocean like macula. Too many creatures were instantly vaporized. Even the experts in the core formation stage or the nascent soul stage were also obliterated physically and mentally despite their struggle in the turbulences raised by the barrage of thousands of cannons. Compared to the vast sea of stars, the lives of human beings were so insignificant, and human beings seemed to have understood their insignificance so well that they did not consider their lives a big deal at all but simply squandered them in the bloodiest and goriest ways. Enjoying the violent delights, the defenders had done everything they could have done. From the strategies to the tactical details, their performance was almost perfect. The space torpedoes they set up mostly hit the targets. It did not take them much trouble to surround or talk the lone starships of the attackers into surrender. Luckily, the main fleets discovered 2 adamantine super arsenal warships at the edge of the space zone in time and launched an attack when the enemy was still not steady. The 2 parties were caught in a fierce battle. The 2 adamantine super arsenal warships were unable to move and heavily damaged. It was a textbook battle of defense. But it could not change the fact that there were too many starships on the attacker's side. Even though the claim of million starships must be discounted, the warships among them still amounted to 300,000 to 500,000. They were also scattered in the entire vast sea of stars. It was impossible for the defenders to lock onto them in time. Therefore, wherever the sight and firepower of the defenders could not reach, more and more starships of the attackers were included in the Flying Lightning super command chain, allowing them to find their allies and their temporary flagships. Battle units were formed one after another and then joined into branch fleets. Many branch fleets had received the call from the adamantine super arsenal warships, and the adamantine fleets that the defenders were most scared of were about to take shape. After half a day of the fierce fight, the battle was still unpredictable. The scales of victory were like an electrocardiogram. There was still no telling to which side it would be inclined to in the end. At this moment, at a certain point at the periphery of the 7 Seas space zone, this place was highly distant from the planets and the meteoroid belts. There were no usable resources around. It was relatively desolate and quiet. A space gate that had been sealed for decades, however, was blossoming like a flower and glittering in a fixed rhythm in glamorous brilliance. Under the navigation of the space gate, an oval wormhole with a clear edge and an intact form was ripped apart on the 3-dimensional space, and a rigorous, organized, and magnificent fleet passed through it slowly. Because of the navigation of the space gate, the teleportation of the fleet was very smooth and secure. Not a single unexpected collision or explosion happened when all the starships got rid of the space ripples that haunted them. Compared to their allies who were essentially attacking a beach that was full of reefs in a thunderstorm at a dark night, the fleet that had just been teleported was as comfortable as if they were traveling on a yacht and enjoying the sunbath with ice juices. It was exactly the coalition fleet of pyromaniacs, or National Protection Army, in the sequence of the coalition fleet of the 4 families. However, the scale and the level of the fleet were much higher than what was reported. Thousands of super warships that had been highly modified and strengthened were gradually paved in space, forming a round and soft battle formation. At first look, it was like a transparent, gargantuan jellyfish floating in the sea of stars, and the exhaust flames from every starship were exactly the glittering nerves of the jellyfish. Any fleet command with the slightest knowledge would be palpitating intuition ally when they saw the naturalness and smoothness as the fleet changed the battle formation all the time. It was too smooth, perfect, and horrifying. When thousands of iron and cold objects were gathered, they were as soft and agile as a living creature. Every power unit on every starship seemed to be an extension of the commander's body and soul, changing quickly according to what was on the commander's mind. Only a fleet commander who had 2 lives of battle experiences like Boss Bai and the super-intelligent lives like Xiaoming and One could have made such miracles. Standing on the bridge of Alloy Virus, the flagship, Boss Bai appreciated the bleeding sea of stars with a cold smile. The projection system had displayed the holograms of Longyang Jun, Xiaoming, One, and the Fist King next to him, as well as all the battle parameters and information on the battlefield. Everything was spreading out like a flood that had just broken the dam. Li Wuji was standing in the shadow not far away and looked at Boss Bai full of expectations. For obvious reasons, the greatest trader of the 4 families did not dare to go back to the Li family's fleet. After much deliberation, he had decided that Boss Bai's place was the safest shelter. At this moment, he was only hoping for one thing to happen, which was that Boss Bai could defeat as many nobles as possible, so that those people would all be hanged above a septic tank and taste what he had tasted before. Destroy the space gate. Do not let anybody notice that we have been teleported through the space gate. Boss Bai gave the first order. Then it was the second order. Fist King, ask Xiaoming and One to help your fleet enter full stealth and silence. Do not let anybody detect you. It was what the Fist King was best at. Back in the blue sky space zone, it was thanks to the long-time stealth and silence that he successfully ambushed Li Wuji's fleet. At this moment, with the assistance of Xiaoming and One, the job was even easier for him. Very soon, more than half of the flames of light dimmed and died out in the coalition fleet of pyromaniacs. Even the spiritual waves that marked their previous existence were dispersing. Those starships were like ice melting into water, not leaving any trace at all. It was not until then that Boss Bai ordered the rest of the starships to release abundant spiritual towers unhurriedly. He also activated the remote communication units on the starships and opened the many interfaces of the Flying Lightning Super Command Chain, searching for the allies nearby. Under Li Yao's instruction, the defenders intentionally loosened the defense of this area. Many of the attacker starships were scattered in a range of 1,000,000 kilometers nearby. Hearing Boss Bai's call, they immediately moved close to the National Protection Army. Boss Bai had been a famous brutal bandit at the peripheral worlds of the Imperium in the first place. Everybody knew that he had gathered a bunch of most ferocious space pirates into the National Protection Army, which had remarkable performances in the previous battles and demonstrated a high combat ability. Naturally, most of the lone starships were willing to follow Boss Bai's command, because it would increase their odds of survival. Warship 11985, reporting to Commander Bai. Our warship has been connected to the tactical system of Alloy Virus. We will follow Commander Bai's commands. Warship 56237, Sun Chaser, reporting to Commander Bai. Warship 35223. The Ignorant Shield warships, Arsenal warships, Cyber Warfare warships, and comprehensive supply ships all approached the National Protection Army that was hiding in the dark. Very good. Boss Bai sneered and gave orders to those starships. Please fully open the ports of the spiritual nexus on your starship so that I can send the latest battlefield data and secret orders to you. I have the highest command from Commander Xianxia that needs to be conveyed and carried out in time. While talking, Boss Bai sent the secret orders that were endorsed by Xianxia's soul signature to those starships. Although the orders were rather obscure and ambiguous, it at least suggested one thing. Boss Bai was Xianxia's trusted subordinate, and he was carrying out a top-secret mission that directly came from Xianxia. Now, hurry up and open your spiritual nexus and your mainframe crystal processors so that the data can be synchronized. Then, I can tell Commander Yun's specific commands to you. Boss Bai sneered. You guys are terribly lucky to have been chosen for such a critical mission. Hehe. Your future is nothing but promising. The starships that approached the National Protection Army were mostly the warlord's troops from the peripheral worlds of the Imperium. They did not have a high combat ability themselves or any influential supporter. How could they dare defy the National Protection Army, which had been Yun Xiefeng's favorite recently and which boasted a tough combat ability? Some people were even secretly delighted, really thinking that they had been involved in a fortuitous incident. Therefore, none of the commanders of those starships suspected anything but opened all the clearances of the battle network to alloy virus, allowing abundant data to be filled into their mainframe crystal processors. However, after only 3 seconds, the commanders of those Starsh.I.P.S realized that something was not right. What Boss Bai sent over was not the harmless battlefield data but the lethal crystal processor viruses mixed in the data. The crystal processor viruses that had never been seen before corrupted their feeble defense systems like ghosts instantly, slightly modifying their Starsh.I.P.S and locking their Starsh.I.P.S in the absolute security mode, where the allies could not be attacked. In the absolute security mode, the identification system of the mainframe crystal processors would automatically detect all the allies within the firepower range and block all the attacks that were aimed at allies. The mode was mainly applied in the scenarios where the enemy and the allies were too close and a barrage might accidentally damage the allies. However, there was not a single hostile warship within hundreds of thousands of kilometers from either themselves or the National Protection Army. Why was Boss Bai blocking their attack ability? Of course, Starsh.I.P.S were too important to be controlled by external forces. Through the sole signatures of the captain, the deputy captain, and the fire control officer, it was still possible for them to change the starship status with manual unlocking. However, it would take at least a minute and a half for the Starsh.S to exit the absolute security mode through manual unlocking. However, when the captains realized that something terrible had happened, alarms that were as gloomy as the knells echoed on their bridges, implying that the scanning waves were hitting their spiritual shields hard. They had been locked onto by the National Protection Army. Caught in the absolute security mode, they had temporarily lost the ability to attack their allies. However, the National Protection Army, as their ally, showed no sign of mercy at all. As long as it barraged, they would be destroyed and reduced to broken iron coffins drifting in the dark vacuum in half a minute. Boss Bai, Commander Bai, Bai Xingjian. The captains were all greatly shocked, their cold sweat dripping from their eyebrows to their nose. Fearful, they asked, "What's the meaning of this?" "Nothing. It's just a safety measure that Commander Yun asked me to take." Boss Bai smiled casually in the communication channel. His eyes were like 2 deep wells where venomous fogs were floating as he stared at the frightened captains scarily. Dragging his tone, he said one word after another. "Commander Yun told me that the future of the Imperium depends on this battle, and the victory of this battle depends on your valiance more than anything else. However, many of you are vacillating, disloyal people who have other plans. Not only are you slacking off, but a lot of people are also thinking about defecting on the battlefield and selling the comrades next to you, trading the immortal cultivators of the 4 families for your own fame and fortune. Aren't you?" He finished his sentence in a thunderous roar, together with the angry look on his face. Even Boss Bai's weaselly appearance became more dominant and intimidating than ever. As if hit by lightning, the many captains subconsciously backed off even though Boss Bai was just on the light beam. They shook their heads and said, "No, we never have such plans." "You don't." His arms akimbo, Boss Bai burst into laughter. "Do you really think that the 4 families are blind and deaf, and that Commander Yun is an idiot that you can deceive and manipulate freely? Let me tell you the truth. Commander Yun knows exactly what you did in the past few days. Many of you have shares in the business alliance of 10,000 sectors or the major stores, warehouses, and carriers' fleets under the business alliance, don't you? Every one of you has a dozen accounts where tremendous free coins are saved. Should the business alliance of 10,000 sectors be destroyed, those free coins will immediately become nothing, won't they? A lot of you have sent your trusted subordinates as your spokespersons to the 7 Seas Grand Market, where they are in the closest contact with the leaders of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors right now, right? A lot of you have done things that are against the interests of the Imperium. You even intentionally let the new Warsh.I.P.S encounter space storms, while you actually smuggled them to the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Those Warsh.I.P.S are exactly on our opposite side right now and are used against us, aren't they? The 4 consecutive questions flabbergasted all of the captains. They were almost hugging each other to shudder together. What should I say about you? With one arm on his hip, Boss Bai pointed at the camera with the other hand, almost reaching the tip of the noses of the captains through the light beam, as if he couldn't have felt more regretful. After a long rampage, he finally took a deep breath and calmed down, saying sullenly, "Of course, you all had your reasons. There are too many people exactly like you in the entire Imperium. It is truly unfair to blame you alone." That's right. The captains who had fallen into the trap, as if seeing a life-saving buoy, hurried to nod their heads and said contritely, "It is indeed unfair. We were forced to do that. Therefore, Commander Yoon is willing to give you an opportunity. As long as you listen to me obediently and accomplish Commander Yun's upcoming mission, not only will your misdeeds in the past be forgiven, there will also be great benefits for you." Boss Bai grinned hideously. "Of course, in case any of you goes feverish and does anything stupid in desperation, it is not outrageous that I have taken a few precautions, is it?" No, it isn't. They were the weaker party in the negotiation, and their secrets had been grasped by him. What else could the captains have done except for shaking their heads hard? "In that case, join the battle formation now." While talking, Boss Bai sent different coordinates, as well as the sailing routes that were set according to the coordinates, to the Dizzy Lone Star Starships, letting them continue to approach his main troop. It was not until those Starsh.I.P.S were included in Boss Bai's fleet that they discovered the Starsh.I.P.S controlled by the Fist King, Xiaoming, and One were hidden right next to them. They couldn't help but be stunned by the unbelievable scale and control of the National Protection Army. How is it possible? How could the National Protection Army have jumped to the 7 Seas space zone in such an organized way? It's an impossible miracle without the navigation of space gates. Why is the National Protection Army so huge? Is this really a temporary fleet jumbled by pirate gangs? The Starsh.I.P.S only less than 50,000 kilometers away from us are like cold meteoroids. We did not detect them at all in the beginning. What kind of stealth modules are they using? What kind of crew is maneuvering those invisible Starship? All the captains who joined the battle formation just now had a headful of questions, but they did not have the courage to ask any of them. It was because they discovered that they had been separated and divided by the National Protection Army neatly. Almost every starship was surrounded by a couple of Boss Bai's Starships, which were showing the blood-stained tusks to them blatantly, as if they could rip the newcomers apart in 10 seconds. The newcomers were like the members of the daring team or cannon fodder, who were forced to lead the charge by the fully armed elite soldiers in their behind in the ancient battles. If they backed off, the sharpest blades would chop their heads without any hesitation. In such a massive and chaotic battlefield, destroying their minor Starsh.I.P.S was even easier than crumbling a few ants. Whether or not they believed in Boss Bai's bullshit, the captains were left with no choice except to walk on with him until the dead end. "Good." Boss Bai's creepy laughter echoed again. "It seems that you are all smart people who understand silence is gold. I believe that our cooperation will be very pleasant. You will not only survive but also be complimented by Commander Yoon. You may even have the privilege to meet Commander Yoon himself in an unexpected place. Now, let's go and gather more lone Warsh.S into our battle formation. Remember, only when new Starsh.I.P.S join and are placed at the front will you be moved to the second echelon. The more Starsh.I.P.S join us, the more behind you will be in the battle formation, and, naturally, the safer you will be. So, I do not need to explain to you what you should do, right?" The whole of the next day, Boss Bai cruised at the edge of the 7 Seas space zone. Under his command, the weird coalition fleet was like a shark, which had a keen nose but was almost transparent, allowing it to avoid the hunting fleets of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away while gathering more and more lone warsh.i.p.s. Most of the lone warsh.i.p.s did not have any objection to his command. After he showed his high-level permission in the Flying Lightning super command chain, they volunteered to open their spiritual nexus and mainframe crystal processors before they joined Boss Bai's battle formation obediently. It was exactly like rolling a snowball. At first, it took great efforts, but as Boss Bai's fleet took shape and expanded into one of the largest temporary fleets that had gathered most smoothly, more and more Starships of the attackers were attracted to him. In the end, he did not even need to search for them, and the Starships were already approaching him in a hurry. Naturally, there were indeed certain disobedient rogues that he countered. Some of the warsh.i.p.s of the warlords who thought they were powerful, or the warsh.i.p.s of the experts who had multiple colossi, or those controlled by the immortal cultivators of the four Kurfürst families, despised Boss Bai, who was just a space pirate that had only risen recently, unwilling to follow his command. However, most of them, after reading the secret orders issued by Yun Xiefeng in person and witnessing Boss Bai's demonstrational barrage, decided to swallow their pride to avoid trouble and suck you out in bed. By the time the fierce battle of the first day was about over, the Starsh.I.P.S under Boss Bai's command had been multiplied. It was not until then that he encountered a real tricky target. The target was not one starship but another temporary fleet that had just been temporarily gathered. The commander of the fleet was an expert from the Song family, one of the four Kurfürst families. Coincidentally, the expert of the Song family was also a Marquis of the Imperium, who was known as Marquis Hushan. What National Protection Army? What Boss Bai? Who the fuck do you think you are? You are asking a Marquis of the Imperium to follow your command. On the bridge of Alloy Virus, the hologram of a tall and C.O.C.Ky noble was displayed in front of Boss Bai. Song Chonglai Marquis Hushan was exactly like Li Wuji Marquis Yongchun 2 months ago. Raising his head high and looking at Boss Bai with his nostrils, he said in despise, "Are you too blind to see the emblem on my flagship? Or are you mentally deranged because you have taken wrong medications?" Song Chonglai Marquis Hushan had every reason to be arrogant. His confidence came not just from his identity as a center noble of the four families, or his title as a Marquis of the Imperium, or the 3 colossi on his flagship Tiger Roar, but also from his remarkable command ability and reasonably good luck, which allowed him to avoid the hunting and sweeping of the defenders in one day and gather 1,000 loose Starsh.I.P.S to form his own temporary fleet. While it was slightly less impressive than Boss Bai's side, Song Chonglai did not believe that Boss Bai would be bold enough to challenge him with those untrained soldiers. If the guy dared to challenge him, so be it. He still had 3 colossi, all used by his most trusted family members. He was not afraid at all. "Please calm down, Marquis Hushan." Faced with the guy's haughty reply, Boss Bai retained remarkable humbleness. He said rather hesitantly, "It is the order from Commander Yun that I must gather the loose Starsh at the edge of the space zone and condense them into a battle formation as soon as possible to attack the 7 Seas Grand Market at the center of the space zone. Look, it has been a whole day since we jumped over, and Marquis Hushan's team is still wandering at the edge so far away from the central battlefield. It doesn't seem very appropriate, does it? Are you insinuating that I am a coward?" Song Chonglia's eyes immediately grew sharp. Pointing at the tip of Boss Bai's nose, he cursed aloud, "You damn prisoner, bold slave, and disobedient dog. Do you have any idea who you are talking to and whose tactics you are questioning? Don't presume that I do not know your background. Commander of the bullshit National Protection Army? Ha 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 ha. It's truly the greatest joke. You were just a bunch of humble space pirates and stray dogs who lived in panic all day. Yet, taking advantage of the competition between the four families and the reformists, you have assumed the skins of humans and pretend that you are humans too. Remember who you are. A dog is always a dog. It cannot change into a human because it wears the skin of the commander of the National Protection Army. I have my own plans about how to fight the battle. It is not the place of a dog like you to comment on my decision. Besides, you accused me of cruising at the edge of the space zone for a whole day. gathering the fleet instead of launching an attack at the Seven Seas Grand Market? Haven't you been doing the same? If I may let Marquis Hushan know, Boss Bai was truly a man of manners. Looking at Li Wuji, who was secretly chuckling in a corner, he said unhurriedly, I was doing it under the direct instruction from Commander Yun. Then, let Yun Xiefeng speak to me in person. Song Chonglai interrupted him rudely before Boss Bai finished. He sneered and said, Don't presume that I do not know what's on Yun Xiefeng's mind. He's hoping that the fleets of the other families will lead the charge and die with the desperate rebels of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors before he jumps out and claims all the benefits. Isn't he? Hee. Does Yun Xiefeng really think that other people are idiots who will risk their lives for him? Help me forward my reply to your Commander Yun. Since he is eager for accomplishments, why doesn't he lead the charge with his landslide? Isn't he one of the 2 pearls of the expedition army, on par with Lei Qinghu? I'm sure that the rebels of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors would immediately kneel and surrender the moment they hear his name, right? Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Marquis Hushan, if you insist on that, it will be rather tricky for me. Boss Bai sighed rather helplessly. You've seen Commander Yun's secret orders just now and testified my permission in the Flying Lightning Super Command Chain, right? Under such circumstances, if you are still unwilling to listen to my command, according to the martial law of the Imperium. The martial law? Song Chonglai couldn't help but burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that his face was red and his tears were almost flowing out. Patting his belly, he said, Forgive me, but the Flying Lightning Super Command Chain system installed on my warship, as well as all the communication units on all the Starships, have been compromised in the space jump. So, it is impossible for us to be merged into the unified battle network of Commander Bai. Why don't we keep cruising in this space zone until all the communication units are recovered? After a long silence, Boss Bai looked at Li Wuji. Li Wuji was almost laughing aloud. Delightedly, he walked to Boss Bai's side as well as Song Chonglia's sight. Marquis Yongchun? Song Chonglai was slightly dazed. Why are you not on your own flagship but on your subordinates? Where's your fleet? Marquis Hushan immediately grew alert, but it was already too late. You will know it very soon, Marquis Hushan. At the same time, thousands of streaks of gold brilliance burst out from the rear of Song Chonglia's fleet, piercing into the rather rigorous battle formation like scorching, glittering spears. Countless turbulences of destruction were raised. As it turned out, Boss Bai paved the lone warship that he subdued in the past day in the front, distracting and deceiving Song Chonglai, the main force of the real coalition fleet of pyromaniacs. On the other hand, detoured to the rear of Song Chonglia's fleet, launching an attack when the guy was most arrogant and unprepared. Song Chonglai could never have dreamed that Boss Bai, a humble space pirate, was bold enough to fight him under such circumstances. When the destructive mystic rays glowed around his flagship, what they illuminated was his dumbfounded face that was beaded with sweat. Song Chonglai was perhaps a qualified, experienced commander, but what he commanded right now was not entirely his own subordinates. Most of the Starships were the random Starships that had been temporarily jumbled. Those people did not have a high fighting will in the first place or any cooperation with him. Since even he did not foresee Boss Bai's sudden attack, it was even less possible for those people to be braced for it. The combatability of the coalition fleet of pyromaniacs was multiple times higher than the temporarily jumbled fleet, and it was attacking all of a sudden. How could the enemy put up any resistance? Immediately, Song Chonglia's fleet collapsed like a fortress made of glass. The coalition fleet of pyromaniacs split into dozens of transparent scalpels that were as thin as paper, conducting the most accurate dissection. Very soon, Song Chonglia's fleet was separated. The dreamy scene was not only beyond the expectation of the soldiers in Song Chonglia's fleet, but also took the fleet commanders who joined Boss Bai's fleet in the past day unprepared. They did not expect that the mission Yun Xiefeng gave to Boss Bai was to fight the people on their own side. Dumbfounded and in a trance, they completely lost the ability of thinking. What are you waiting for? Those people are not connected to our command chain. They are not allies at all. Lock onto Song Changlia's Tiger Roar and blow it up. Boss Bai commanded all the Starships that were forced to join him. This is the secret mission that Commander Yoon has entrusted to us. We are the supervisors of the battle. All the cowards who waver in the battle shall be executed immediately. You don't need to have any concerns. Just fight with me. All the consequences will be taken care of by Commander Yoon or even bigger shots than him. Otherwise, just use your idiotic head to think, how could I have been bold enough to attack Marquis Hushan as a space pirate? Besides, I've sent the information of all your Starships to Song Changlai just now. He has remembered your names. If you don't kill him now, are you waiting for him to return to the Song family and take down each one of you later? One wrong decision will turn you into bones, and one right decision will make you a lord. You don't have a choice at all. Let's go and kill. In Boss Bai's almost twisted roars, all the fleet commanders seemed to have been woken up from a dream. Thinking quickly for a moment, they made the same decision. Of course, the decision was in the spirit of the immortal cultivator's usual selfishness. Let's go and kill. The random Warships on Boss Bai's side seemed to have been injected with excitants. Even the Warships were on fire as they charged at the broken battle formation of Song Changlia's fleet fearlessly. The random Warships in Song Changlia's fleet, on the other hand, also received the message that Boss Bai sent over via the public channel half a minute later. Song Changlai Marquis Hushan has violated the martial law by wavering in the battle. His crime is unpardonable. In the name of Commander Yoon, I am inspecting the battlefield and supervising the situation, and I have been authorized to enforce punishment before reporting it to the superior. Song Changlia's head will hit the ground soon. Are you going to resist idiotically and die together with him? Get away from Song Changlia's command. Exit the battlefield. Lower your spiritual shield, and wait to be regrouped into my fleet. This is your last chance. Those who stay in the hotspot 3 minutes later will die together with Song Changlai. Those random Warships were dizzy at first because of the ferocious barrage of the coalition fleet of pyromaniacs. They were then scared out of their wits by Boss Bai's most cold and cruel declaration. Many smart immortal cultivators had immediately realized that it was a power struggle between the Yoon family and the Song family, or even an extension of the competition about the choice of the new emperor. There was simply too much involved in it. A fight between the Yoon family and the Song family was not something that the small fries like them were qualified to participate in. They were not connected to Song Changlia's command chain, and they were not commanded by him until several hours ago. Seeing that Boss Bai was obviously 10 times stronger than Song Changlai, how could they die for Song Changlai for no good reason? Those who suited their actions to the times were wise. They might as well listen to the warning and save their own lives first. Faced with the scourge of the ferocious barrage, those starships boosted their power units to the maximum without any exception, fleeing to all directions in panic. Boss Bai's fleet did leave the escaping starships alone and focused the firepower on the starships at the center of the enemy's battle formation. The starships that were lingering in Song Changlia's battle formation mostly belonged to the Song family, the Li family, and the Dongfang family. Some of them were even the warships of the Yoon family. The warships of the Yoon family were the most befuddled ones of all, having no idea if Boss Bai was really supervising the battle under Yoon Xiefeng's instruction. However, the situation was too emergent for them to think or decide. Before they could react, they had been locked onto by the warships of the Song family that were right next to them. Even though the fire of destruction had not been spurted out of the warships of the Song family yet, their coldness and hostility couldn't have been more apparent. When two warships had locked onto each other, their mutual destruction would only be a matter of time. There was no telling who opened fire first, but all in all, before Boss Bai's fleet reached near, the warships of the Song family and those of the Yoon family had already started to fight. The warships of the Li family and the Dongfang family, on the other hand, decided to not get involved in the mess after a brief hesitation. Together with other random warships, they fled as quickly as possible, implying that they had given up their resistance and were waiting to be recruited by Boss Bai. How dare you! In only half an hour, an enormous fleet had fallen apart, and the starships were dancing and sparkling like burning fireflies. Song Chonglai was fuming in fury as he watched it. He tried to stop the starships that were escaping from him, but almost all the starships shut down the communication with him and ran further and further without looking back. Even some of the warships of the Song family had secretly left the hotspot, abandoning him. To this moment, Song Chonglai still felt that he was in a most absurd nightmare, finding it impossible to believe what was happening before his eyes at all. Boss Bai was merely a lowly space pirate who was only good at adulating his master Li Wuji, and Li Wuji was only good at adulating Xianxia. That was how the guy became the commander of National Protection Army. The starships around him should have been temporarily gathered and couldn't have been the original team of the National Protect Army. How could he command them so neatly, and how could they have such a high combat ability? Besides, how was he intrepid enough to launch lethal attacks on a Marquis of the Imperium from the Song family? Was he not scared of the thunderous fury of the Song family? Was he not afraid that the alliance of 1,000,000 starships would fall apart, and the trust and cooperation among the four families would suddenly be gone? It was a battlefield of paramount importance. The business alliance of 10,000 sectors army, which had been cornered, was ready to launch a desperate counterattack anytime. How was he cold enough to do this? Song Chonglai couldn't have been more baffled. "You're out of your mind. You're truly out of your mind," Song Chonglai roared. "After I catch you, skin you, and toss you to Xianxia's front, let's see how you are going to explain it to the four families." Together with his roar, the three colossi, Song Chonglia's last trump cards, finally showed up. In 3 streaks of rushing brilliance, they darted at Alloy Virus, Boss Bai's flagship. He. Even though you control more starships than I do, and you've launched a shameless ambush, what can you do after I capture your flagship and dig you and Li Wuji out of your nest? Song Chonglai was aware that Li Wuji had a colossus. However, Li Wuji was not purely a battle-type immortal cultivator. He was more of an admin-type one who was better at the conspiracies within the family as well as the construction and command of fleets. The users of the 3 colossi under Song Chonglia's command, on the other hand, were out-and-out battle-type immortal cultivators. They were among the tough warriors even in the entire Imperium. In the past half an hour, Song Chonglai did not idle by but had been trying to locate and lock onto Alloy Virus. At this moment, after the enemy was clearly located, he released the fatal weapons. The light from the 3 colossi immediately eclipsed the battlefield that was brimming with fireworks. Every colossus was unleashing the tides of spiritual energy tens of thousands of meters tall, which brushed the detection magical equipment of all the starships in huge noises. Even the fleeing starships, after sensing the arrival of the colossi, couldn't help but slow down their escape, doubting if the scales of victory would be tipped to Song Chonglia's side. The starships that Boss Bai had browbeat into his side did not have a strong fighting will either. Seeing that the colossi were coming, they hurried to back off, exposing Alloy Virus to the enemy. Or rather, Alloy Virus had pressed forward on its way and exposed itself to the 3 aggressive colossi. From Alloy Virus and the few starships of the coalition fleet of pyromaniacs, tremendous battle puppets that were specifically designed for the zero gravity in space were deployed. Those battle puppets did not have hands, feet, or any limb. They were purely round iron balls that were dashing briefly with the dozens of spouts all over their bodies. However, they could also be assembled with each other through the magnetic field. The form came from one of the hyper-spirits that extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian designed. Li Yao and Long Yongjun had once fought similar battle puppets in space. Xiaoming and Wenwen originated from the hyper-spirits in the first place. Naturally, they inherited the relevant design and construction data. After being comprehensively upgraded and strengthened by the Fist King, they became the new generation of Colossus Killer, thousands of unattractive iron balls, congregating into a blood-curdling torrent, swept at the 3 colossi. The great headache that once haunted Li Yao and Long Yongjun now harassed the immortal cultivators of the Song family. The iron balls were massive in number and extremely fast. Also, they had spouts all over their bodies, and there were no patterns in their movements at all, making it terribly difficult for them to be locked onto or destroyed. Also, the powerful magnetic fields that they brought attacked the colossi like a storm from all directions. Sometimes, they were even attached to the surface of the colossi, unleashing intense electric arcs, releasing strident interferential waves, or even exploding directly. All the three colossi were in a flurry as they dealt with the enemy. In the meantime, Boss Bai's starships were not idling by. Including Alloy Virus and Steel Mouse, the main warships with strong firepower locked onto the three colossi and almost emptied their entire arsenal. Thousands of surging fiery snakes piled an overwhelming fire wall that even the magnificent colossi could not pass. It was the ideology that supported the adamantine super arsenal warships, that the extreme firepower, together with battle puppets and drones commanded by the state-of-the-art artificial intelligence, was able to compete with the colossi. At this moment, it was preliminarily tested on the coalition fleet of pyromaniacs. Of course, colossi were still the invincible ultimate weapons in space. Xiaoming, Wanwen, and the Fist King's attempts in unmanned war were still in the phase of exploration and experimentation too. The firepower suppression from Alloy Virus and Steel Mouse was also far from the adamantine super arsenal warships. Therefore, after paying a price of almost half of their spiritual energy reserve, the three colossi still tore apart the seeming indestructible firewall and appeared before Alloy Virus magnificently. "You're screwed." On Tiger Roar, Song Chonglai gnashed his teeth and bashed the control panel so hard that it was sparking and smoking, while his own hands were bleeding too. "Bai and Li, both of you are screwed. The Iron Ball I fully automatic war system is indeed still deeply flawed." On the bridge of Alloy Virus, Xiaoming and Wanwen, who existed in all the broken battle puppets as well as in the command chain at the same time, sighed gloomily. "Although our idea to use the computational ability of the idle crystal processors on all the starships and control all the iron balls remotely is good, we have underestimated the interferences on the battlefield and the instability of the network. At least 40% of the iron balls cannot be controlled precisely. Even those which are controlled precisely are too rigid. They are not half as agile and swift as real human beings. Let's take it slowly. Even the information lives have to abide by the law of evolution too. Iron Ball 2, that is still being experimented with, will certainly be better than Iron Ball I. Perhaps it will be dozens of iterations later when the battle puppets or drones of such a model can be finalized." The Fist King's calm voice came over. "It took hundreds of years for me to evolve into who I am today. I don't mind waiting for another several hundred years. Time is the most worthless thing of all for us. So, are you done chattering?" Long Yangjuan's impatient voice chimed in. "If you're done, it will be my turn, right?" "Thank you for your trouble, Aunt Long." Xiaoming and Wanwen said, "We will control the remaining iron balls to provide fire support and battlefield assistance. It will be the best if the intactness of the three colossi is ensured as much as possible. Those colossi will be very suitable for the experts from the Federation, like sword maniac Yen Liren, after preliminary modifications. I believe that they will hone his unstoppable blade and make it even sharper than before. Right?" "Yen Liren," Long Yangjun smiled. "I had almost forgotten about the sword maniac, if you didn't mention him. I truly wonder, how strong will the guy be after he is equipped with a more advanced colossus? Will it be possible for him to slash the gods in the universe in one attack?" Smiling, Long Yangjun stepped onto the battlefield casually in her super colossus, Heavenly Crystal. When she appeared behind the colossi of the three immortal cultivators without a sound under the cover of the overwhelming iron balls, the battle did not have any more suspense. Everybody on the battlefield saw the most unbelievable scene. Heavenly Crystal, the transparent colossus that seemed to be carved out of a whole piece of diamond, danced the splendid death of dance while it dragged the other three colossi into its rhythm. The three colossi were like marionettes that were under its control, cramping and colliding with each other. Countless iron balls were darting close from all directions and attached to the three colossi. Other than locking the colossi with the magnetic fields, they also spurted out highly sticky glue that stuck themselves to the colossi, as if countless burdens that weighed thousands of kilograms had been added to them. The burdens were also spurting out flames of light to all directions, making the colossi completely out of control at the mercy of the iron balls. In the end, Heavenly Crystal dug open their spiritual residence and blew the users inside into smithereens without any mercy. The heated battlefield a moment ago turned into disheartening silence. Of course, it was Song Chonglai who was disheartened. You? Song Chonglai stepped back and fell to his own command chair. His lips trembled non-stop, and he could not even say a whole sentence. Boss Bai, what are you trying to do? His voice was full of confusion and desperation as he wailed. I am Marquis Hushan of the Imperium. How dare you do this? You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will be killed too. There's no way that you can explain it to the 4 families. Idiot. Do you still not understand what's going on? Boss Bai's hologram put on a smile of disdain and mockery. Everything I do is exactly the instruction of Commander Yoon. Do you think that the fleets of 100 sectors have jumped to this tiny 7 seas space zone at the cost of tremendous labor and resources just in order to annihilate a bunch of insignificant rebels? Hee. The rebelling reformists are just rats and Siosi croaches that are not worth mentioning. If the purpose is to annihilate them, they would have been obliterated by nothing more than a gentle sneeze. Commander Yun's real purpose, however, is to grasp the army of 1,000,000 Starships in his own hands with the great opportunity and transform it into a loyal, invincible, obedient force that only listens to the command of himself and the Yun family. Ah! Song Chonglia's eyes bulged as he blurted out, How dare Yun Xiafeng? How dare the Yun family? If you don't accept fate's gift, you will only be punished by fate. Now that such a great opportunity has been present, why daren't Commander Yun? Boss Bai grinned hideously. After the battle, while the business alliance of 10,000 sectors will be gone, hundreds of thousands of Starships, including the 16 adamant and super arsenal Warships, will also belong to Commander Yun and the Yun family. By then, who in the entire universe can compete with Commander Yun and the Yun family? After I make such great contributions for Commander Yun and the Yun family, I will be qualified to be knighted myself. Why can't I explain it? You're out of your mind. Song Chonglai pointed at the light beam, his hair rising. There was no telling whether he was angry or shocked. You, Yun Xiafeng, and everybody else in the Yun family are all out of your mind. You do not care about the big picture at all. The big picture? If the Song family truly cares about the big picture, why are you competing with the Yun family about the choice of the new emperor? If the Song family truly cares about the big picture, why has your fleet been wandering at the edge of the space zone without any intention of marching at the 7 Seas Grand Market? Are you not waiting for Commander Yun's fleet to crash and bleed first before the Song family cleans up the mess? Furthermore, if Commander Yun doesn't crash and bleed, you may even stab him in the back. Boss Bai spat and smiled. All right, you've wasted enough time. I know that you are secretly preparing escape capsules. It's useless. You know too much now. Go to hell. The 100 Starships that belong to the coalition fleet of pyromaniacs opened fire at the same time. The 10,000 rays of destruction ignited the dark space again. Powerful spiritual waves ripped ripples in the vacuum, making it look like an ocean that was in the middle of a storm. Under the collective attack of 10,000 pillars of light, the spiritual shield of Tiger Roar endured only half a minute before it turned from green to orange, and from orange to deep red, until it fell apart like glass that was full of cracks. Without the protection of the spiritual shield, it was impossible for the armor that was made of superalloys inlaid with reflective porcelains to resist the burning when the temperature of almost 10,000 degrees was focused on one point. Furthermore, the real entity weapons, including the high-energy particles, the explosion bullets shot from the railguns, and the space torpedoes, hit the target too. Fireballs burst out like a supernova outbreak. At first, it was just a tiny, insignificant spot of light, but it expanded into a gargantuan object hundreds of meters in diameter in the blink of an eye, enshrouding Tiger Roar without leaving a single gap. The plate armor that was several meters thick was ripped apart easily, and tremendous materials, fuel, and even crew members inside were sucked out. Congregating into an overwhelming torrent of debris, they were spurted into the infinite vacuum, making Tiger Roar look like a heavily wounded and bleeding tiger. The paralysis of Tiger Roar marked the end of the brief battle. 9 out of 10 Starsh.I.P.S chose to surrender to Boss Bai. They did not care who their commander was in the first place, as long as he was enough to bring them better chances of survival and more trophies. Therefore, the commanders of those Starsh.I.P.S almost cheered when they joined Boss Bai's side. Of course, they were more or less nervous since Boss Bai had proved brutal enough to kill a Marquis of the Imperium. However, despite their concerns, Boss Bai would certainly not hesitate to kill the unimportant small fries like them if he was bold enough to kill Marquis Hushan. Who of them was willing to die with Song Chonglai? Only part of the Starship that belonged to the Song family, after witnessing the destruction of Tiger Roar, fled further away to the edge of the Seven Seas space zone desperately. What they were using were the most rapid attack Starsh.I.P.S that were fast and inconspicuous. When the two parties were 1,000,000 kilometers away from each other, it was very difficult to catch up with them again. Boss Bai did not intend to catch them but simply allowed the Starsh.I.P.S to flee. He seized every moment to regroup the subordinates that he had just subdued. What he did not know was that, while Song Chonglai was unable to get away from the vortex of destruction on Tiger Roar, he had sent the record of his conversation with Boss Bai to the other Starsh.I.P.S of the Song family, which had brought it out of the battlefield. Or perhaps he knew it, but he did not care about it at all. All right, the size of our fleet has reached the limit. If we continue to expand, it will be beyond what we can control and command. Boss Bai said to Xiao Lishui, his chief of staff, with a smile. Give the order that all the Starships that just surrendered to us should clean the battlefield. Ask them to blow up the debris of Tiger Roar into pieces. Make sure that everyone's hands are stained with blood. Whoever dawdles and dare not do it, let the others blow up his starship too. I want the most complete regrouping finished in 3 hours. Then, we will set off and search for our most beloved, Commander Yun. On Landslide, the flagship in general of the coalition fleet of the four families, Xianxia was pacing back and forth anxiously on the diagonals of the bridge, making the 100,037th step in the past 24 hours. At the center of the bridge, the hologram of the Seven Seas space zone was still covered in the dense fog, and the result of the battle was still nowhere to be seen. A war in reality was entirely different from a game. In a game, the commanders could learn everything on the battlefield like omniscient gods. Even though they could not see the numbers and movements of the enemies, they could at least see their own forces clearly. Their every order could be delivered to the battle units in the front line instantly, and the battle units would be absolutely loyal to them and carry out their orders without any hesitation. A war in reality was far from that. The universe was so vast that the battlefield was billions of kilometers in diameter, and too many battle units had been scattered in it. Due to the incessant interferences from the enemy, the communication between two battle units was already very difficult, not to mention the cross-connection between Yun Xiefeng's flagship and the other battle units. As a matter of fact, it had taken Yun Xiefeng 30 hours, but he still hadn't reached out to all of the Starships under his command. The status icon that implied the connection of every starship to the command chain showed 70% of the Starsh.I.P.S were still dark. It meant that they were still not connected to the battle network yet. There was no telling at which point in the dark universe they were struggling in, if they hadn't been knocked down by the defenders. Yun Xiefeng felt that he was a lone traveler sitting in the middle of a dark fog, waiting for the starry lights to be ignited around him. Every light was a warship under his command, and he did not know how much longer he had to wait before he gathered enough strength to attack the Seven Seas Grand Market. The good news was that Landslide, his flagship in general, had finally found a peaceful and quiet rendezvous that had not been discovered by the defenders yet. It could stay here and summon more Starsh.I.P.S to join it. Besides, only 2 adamantine super arsenal warships were caught in fierce battles after being detected by the defenders. Of the other 14 adamantine super arsenal warships.I.P.S, 10 had been reached. They were all in perfect condition and were summoning the shield warships, the arsenal warships, and the comprehensive supplies around, condensing into powerful adamantine fleets. Yun Xiefeng estimated that as soon as 3 to 4 adamantine fleets took shape, he would be able to march toward the Seven Seas Grand Market and suppress the defenders. The bad news was that, although the 10 adamantine super arsenal warships had been reached, The commanders of those ultimate warships were much more undetermined than he expected. Almost everybody was complaining that abundant garrisons of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors had appeared around him. They reported that they were about to be engaged in fierce battles and were doing their best to escape. Therefore, it was temporarily impossible for them to cooperate with the commander's operation in the next step. At first, Xianxia thought that those adamantine super arsenal warships did meet unexpected enemies. However, 9 out of 10 commanders of the adamantine super arsenal warships that he had reached said the same, which almost made him burst into fury. How on earth could the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors have so many Starships to attack 10 adamantine super arsenal warships at the same time? Marquis Weiyuan, where is your fleet, and why is it still not coming close to me? What? It is still stalled by the main fleets of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors, which probably has more than 2,000 warships. You cannot get rid of them but have to ask the allies nearby to reinforce you as soon as possible? Then pack the real-time battle data on the battlefield and send them to me. As soon as I confirm the number and level of the hostile warships, I'll immediately dispatch reinforcements to you. What? Due to the strong interference that the enemy imposes on you, your network is on the brink of collapse, and you cannot send out any data? You are even unable to sustain the Flying Lightning Super Command Chain anymore, and you are about to exit the system and fight on your own? Marquis Weiyuan. Leader Peng. Where is your fleet? What? You were at coordinates 233.343.4456 hours ago, where you gathered more than 500 Starships, and you are still lingering there now? What are you doing exactly, and why haven't you approached me yet? What? You just suffered an assault from the main force of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors, and you are in dire need of immediate maintenance due to the heavy losses, which will probably take 72 hours. Asshole, tell me, where did the main force of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors show up when you had allies all around you? Have they mastered such advanced short-distance space jump technologies that they are able to be teleported right above your head? Elder Zhao, please lead your fleet to join Landslide immediately. I repeat, for the sake of the Imperium, hurry and approach Landslide with your fleet so that we can fight together. After every 5 minutes, Xianxia would refresh the fleets that were connected most recently on the command chain and yell at the temporary commanders of those fleets, demanding them to approach him as soon as possible or to directly march at the Seven Seas Grand Market when enough Starships had been gathered. It was a pity that most of the temporary commanders hesitated, replying that it was beyond their abilities. Their loyalty to the Imperium, the Four Families, and to Commander Yun was certainly unquestionable, and they were fearless of death. The problem was that their Starships were either seriously twisted and damaged during the jump or hit by the defenders brutally immediately after the jump. At this moment, they were still dealing with the hunting fleets of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors, unable to get away at all. Together with their convincing bullshit, the bridges of many Starships were filled with smoke and even minor explosions, as if they were truly in such a fierce battle that even the flagship had to charge in person. However, when Xianxia requested those people to send over the real-time data on the battlefield so that he could learn the battle better, they simply gave excuses like their spiritual nexus had been torn apart due to the severe interferences and it was barely possible to keep the basic communication, let alone delivering astronomical information. When Xianxia pursued further, those people simply cut off the communication quickly, not obeying Xianxia's command at all. Xianxia was so mad that he was almost smashing the dashboard into pieces. He really did not see it coming that those wretched immortal cultivators would be preserving their own strength with no regard to the big picture in such a shameless way. Thankfully, even though other troops were indifferent, the Yun family's own troops were still loyal and tough. Of the 4 adamantine super arsenal warships that belonged to the Yun family, the other 2 apart from his landslide had been reached. The 2 adamantine super arsenal warships had also attracted Starships of 1,000 different models, which formed 2 temporary fleets around them and were marching at Xianxia's coordinates fast. Besides the adamantine super arsenal warship, the other Starships of the Yun family had also been given a very high permission in the Flying Lightning Super Command Chain. They were, without an exception, the centers of the temporary fleets. Managing dozens of temporary fleets large and small, they joined him from all directions. As long as those fleets were in position, he would never fail. By then, he would be able to fight a neat battle of annihilation with only the strength of the Yun family and claim all the credit. The guys of the Song family, the Li family, and the Dongfang family would all be dumbfounded and regretful by then. While Yun Xiefeng was fantasizing, a series of hasty messages suddenly came from the communication channel. It was the commander of another adamantine super arsenal warship who wanted to speak to him. Song Yushi. Yun Xiefeng found it hard to believe. Song Yushi was an elder of the Song family, an earl of the Imperium, an expert in the divinity transformation stage, an experienced fleet commander, and an extraordinary person who was one generation senior to Yun Xiefeng. He was also a strong competitor for the commander-in-general of the Four Families Coalition fleet. From many perspectives, Song Yushi, as a battle-tested general, was even more suitable as the commander of the battle than Yun Xiefeng. However, during the competition for the commander-in-general, Yun Xiefeng was determined to get it, while Song Yushi acted rather indifferent to the outcome. Eventually, he simply gave the job away to Yun Xiefeng. At first, Yun Xiefeng felt good and thought that Song Yushi's age had worn out his ambitions, making him scared to compete with a rising star like himself. After he did become the challenging but unrewarding commander-in-general, and especially after he was faced with the mess and the rogue subordinates after he jumped to the 7C space zone, he finally realized how hot the potato that he snatched voluntarily was, and how many thorns had been buried in it. Song Yushi, on the other hand, did reach out to him immediately after the jump. He did not make up any lie that he had encountered massive hostile forces. However, the fleet commander of the older generation of the Four Families told Yun Xiefeng coldly that he would search for the hunting fleets on the business alliance of 10,000 sectors side after gathering a temporary fleet and fight them immediately in order to ease the pressure of the allies. In the meantime, he would very likely keep radio silence and the spiritual nexus offline. He asked Yun Xiefeng not to contact him unless there was an emergence, and it was possible that he could not be reached even if Yun Xiefeng tried to. When Commander Yun was still being breastfed, I was already a general shedding my blood on the battlefield. I have my own plans to annihilate the insignificant rebels. Commander Yun might as well focus your attention on the Starships of the Li family and the Dongfang family. Song Yushi simply slapped the blunt words on Yun Xiefeng's face. Yun Xiefeng, however, could barely do anything about the old man who was more experienced than him, had more connections than him, and was as strong as him, if not better. He could only watch the guy's adamantine super arsenal warship disappearing among the glittering icons of the command chain. Yun Xiefeng had thought that the guy would be hiding at the edge of the Imperium until the garrisons of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and him were exhausted in the battle. Out of his expectation, the old man had popped up on his own after only 30 hours. What was the meaning of that? Had his conscience got the better of him, and he was finally ready to show his loyalty to the Imperium? While thinking, Yun Xiefeng activated the communication channel, allowing Song Yushi's hologram to emerge before him. Song Yushi at this moment, however, did not have the slightest calmness as expected of an experienced general. Instead, he looked like a firecracker that would explode at first touch. His hair and his beard were rising, as if hundreds of black blades had been stabbed to his head and his chin. Before the hologram took the full shape, he already pointed at Yun Xiefeng's nose and cursed aloud. "Yun Xiefeng, you are truly bold. I did not know that you were as insane as such. Are you out of your mind? Or is the whole Yun family? Are you going against the other three families, planning to turn the universe upside down?" Yun Xiefeng was utterly baffled under Song Yushi's saliva that almost shot through the light beam. "After a long days," he replied. "Elder Song, what do you mean? What do I mean? Are you still pretending?" Song Yushi was more than infuriated. "You incited your National Protection Army and Li Wuji's fleet to swallow the temporary fleet that Song Chonglai, Marquis Hushan, had just regrouped. Tiger Roar, Song Chonglia's flagship, was even blown into pieces, and none of the immortal cultivators, including Song Chonglai himself, escaped. Yun Xiefeng, a great foe is ahead of us. As the commander of the coalition army, you have done such insane, unpardonable things. How are you going to explain yourself? What? 10,000 bolts of lightning seemed to be bursting out inside Yun Xiefeng's head, which completely went blank. He said subconsciously, How is it possible? It must be a misunderstanding. Don't be instigated by the bad guys, Elder Song. Misunderstanding? Instigated by the bad guys? Damn you! His eyes bloodshot, Song Yusher spat hard. Song Chonglai, Marquis Hushan, was not only a central member of the Song family, but also a nephew to Song Yusher. The three colossi on Song Chonglia's flagship were also jumbled under his support. Never had he expected that they would be wasted for no good reason in a civil war. No wonder Song Yusher was so mad that he was almost on a rampage. Many immortal cultivators of the Song family who escaped told me in person that Song Chonglia's warship was blown up because the National Protection Army and Li Wuji's fleet attacked it from the front and the back together. Everybody knows that Li Wuji has been very close to you recently. He is your trusted subordinate. You also offered abundant resources to arm his National Protection Army. Are you still denying that it was your instruction? Song Yusher gnashed his teeth and said, I know Song Chonglia's strength very well. If it were not for your strong support, how could Li Wuji and the by-surnamed space pirate have done anything to him? WL, please hold your anger, Elder Song. I really did not know anything about it. Yun Xiefeng's forehead was covered in a cold sweat. He understood the consequences of pissing off the older generation experts like Song Yusher too well. Besides, such an insane thing as swallowing allies when a great enemy was ahead could not be justified at all. Even more fuel had been added to the fire on the chaotic battlefield. Yun Xiefeng started to regret that he had been too close to Li Wuji and Boss Bai. Who could have thought that the two ambitious guys would be so senseless? Elder Song, the battlefield is in such a mess right now that countless starships from the 100 worlds have been messed up together. It is possible that the spies of the rebels infiltrated some of them. Therefore, misunderstandings can happen. All in all, I will definitely investigate the whole thing and give Marquis Hushan justice and Elder Song an explanation. Yun Xiefeng said sincerely, I would also like to ask Elder Song to bear the big picture in mind and remember your loyalty to the Imperium. Don't do anything that will satisfy your foes and hurt your friends. You'd better find out the truth soon and give me an explanation, or I'll ask the leader of your family for an explanation. Song Yusher sniffed and said, If you understand the importance of solidarity, do not let such a thing happen. I'll give you half a day. If it turns out in the end that you were truly behind the incident, the Song family will withdraw from the battle and ask the Li family and the Dongfang family to do the same. The Yun family can fight on your own. Well, Yun Xiefeng cursed aloud in his heart for a long time, but he did not know whether he should curse Song Yusher, or Li Wuji, or Boss Bai, or himself. His face more tightened than ever, he said in a hurry, Rest assured, Elder Song, I'll certainly get to the bottom of it. Before he finished his sentence, Song Yusher had already cut off the communication, leaving the cold, dark light beam to him. In the next second, his subordinates reported that most of the warships of the Song family in the command chain had left together with the loose warships that they had gathered. They cut off the communication with the flagship, and their whereabouts were unknown. Yun Xiefeng was stunned for a long time. He finally couldn't help but punch the control panel before him hard and howled, Song Yusher, just wait for it. Just wait for it. He rose abruptly and paced back and forth, his every step thudding on the ground like a hammer of 10,000 kilograms. In only half a minute, hundreds of white hair had appeared on his head. Wrinkles deep to the bones appeared on his face, making him look more terrifying than ever. He was about to ask his subordinates to search for Li Wuji's fleet and the National Protection Army when his subordinates reported that Alloy Virus, the flagship of the National Protection Army, had been connected to the command chain and reached out to Landslide. Connect him! Yun Xiefeng shrieked and dashed to the communication dashboard. He had a mouthful of imprecations that he intended to throw on Boss Bai and Li Wuji, but after he saw their looks on the light beam, he was so shocked that all his curses and roars were stuffed in his throat. He saw that the bridge of Alloy Virus was full of smoke and burn marks. Including Boss Bai, most crew members had bandages and medical gelatins on their bodies. Some people were bleeding hard, but they were still working hard to extinguish the fire at the corner with foam tanks, having no time to treat themselves. Boss Bai seemed to have just been dug out of a coal mine, except for his teeth that were still white. His whole body was as dark as a gorilla, mixed with redness that was the dried blood. Li Wuji, on the other hand, was 100 times more miserable than Boss Bai. His whole body had been blackened, full of scabs that had been saturated with blood and body tissues. He was soaked in a medical cabin and floating in the middle of the deep green nutrition liquids. The curve nearby that represented his biophysical parameters was roller coasting, implying that his life was as impossible to predict as a candle in the storm. Commander Yoon, we've finally reached out to you. A terrible thing has happened. You must avenge me and Marquis Yongchun. Boss Bai said in tears. My alloy virus followed your instruction and gathered the loose warships to form a temporary fleet immediately after we jumped to the Seven Seas space zone. We searched for your coordinates and hoped to approach you. As it turned out, thanks to Commander Yun's bliss, although we did not find you, we found Marquis Yongchuan's fleet. We joined our warships and continued the search for the flagship in general. Out of our expectation, we encountered the fleet of Song Chonglai, Marquis Hushan. His permission in the Flying Lightning Super Command Chain was lower than ours, and he was supposed to obey our command. We tried to persuade him too. Marquis Yongchun and he were both marquises of the Imperium after all. If he was unwilling to listen to our command, we would not force him to. Our fleets could simply cooperate with and protect each other while we searched for landslide before we reported to you. However, to our surprise, Song Chonglai was so arrogant that he despised Commander Yoon, claiming that Commander Yoon was just a crying baby and that you were not even qualified to wipe the shoes for Lei Chenghu. Yes, that's exactly what he said back then. He also said that the fleet of the Song family would never follow the command of Commander Yoon. He was going to search for Song Yusher's fleet at the edge of the space zone, claiming that Song Yusher was the real commander of the Song family's fleet. There was no way that they were going to die with Commander Yoon. Enough! While he listened, Yoon Xiefeng's face was as red as the color of pig liver. He roared, "What happened later?" Later. Boss Bai coughed hard and vomited yet another mouthful of thick black blood. He said, "If Song Chonglai was only talking, there was nothing we could have done about it. After all, he was Marquis Hushan of the Imperium, and the Song family is best known for their haughtiness. However, not only was the guy running himself, but he was also encouraging the starships that Marquis Yongchun and I just gathered to join him and escape with him." What? Yoon Xiefeng's eyes popped out as he shouted, "That's completely unacceptable. If I may inform Commander Yoon, if it were the fleet of my own or Marquis Yongchuan's, they would never have flinched because we had been teaching them to return Commander Yun's favors and to serve the country loyally." With a bitter face, Boss Bai said, "But at that time what we commanded was only part of our own warships, and most of them were the troops of the warlords from the peripheral worlds. The private troops of the warlords did not have a strong fighting will in the first place. Many of them had been secretly in contact with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. In the first place, they were thinking to preserve their strength and claim the benefits later. Marquis Yongchun and I went through a lot of trouble to regroup them, but they were still sloppy, loose troops that could not stand instigation. Song Chonglai spoke to those starships openly through the public channels that if they continued to follow me and Marquis Yongchun, they would certainly be asked to attack the Seven Seas Grand Market after we found Commander Yoon. It would be a life-and-death battle when they fought the desperate, ferocious dogs. In the meantime, in order to eliminate the losses of your own people, Commander Yoon would certainly place the starships of the local forces at the vanguard. So, the odds that they were killed were 99%. Therefore, they might as well go with Marquis Hushan and lay low at the edge of the space zone for now, leaving the other dummies to fight and bleed hard. After the troops were all exhausted and the situation was clear, they could then make a decision unhurriedly." After he said that, most of the commanders of the starships under Marquis Yongchun and me somewhat wavered and were thinking to leave with him. How could Marquis Yongchun and I support Commander Yoon to accomplish your success if we had no subordinates? I did not know that Marquis Hushan could have been so shameless. Even a prodigal space pirate like me knew that defending the Imperium was defending my own interests. Why were the immortal cultivators of the Song family so selfish and short-sighted? Too shameless. I was infuriated, too infuriated. And you swallowed Song Xianxia's fleet and even killed him? Narrowing his eyes, Yun Xiefeng asked coldly. Huh? How did you know, Commander Yun? Dumbfounded, Boss Bai lost his calmness and exclaimed. Huh? Frowning, Yun Xiefeng asked. By Xingjian, just tell me the truth honestly. Who attacked first? Your alloy virus or Song Xianxia's tiger roar? About that, Boss Bai lowered his head, somewhat in embarrassment, and said, if we examine who attacked first, it might have been me, but I was only meaning to intimidate Marquis Hushan and force him to retreat. Then we could just go our separate ways. How could I have been bold enough to challenge the experts of the Song family? Wouldn't that have been suicide? Therefore, most of my attacks were aimed at the vacuum instead of Tiger Roar. However, Marquis Hushan was so brutal that Tiger Roar's first barrage hit my alloy virus precisely. Yun Xiefeng was not convinced. Do you have any proof? Boss Bai looked at the messy bridge and said with a bitter smile. Our mainframe crystal processors were all hit. The data are in a mess. For now, nothing can be retrieved. However, as long as Commander Yun supports Marquis Yongchun and I, we will certainly be able to find some proof in half a day. Yun Xiefeng naturally understood what Boss Bai meant perfectly. Thinking for a moment, he asked again, then, explain to me honestly how you knocked down Tiger Roar. How could it have been possible with your combat ability? Marquis Yongchun and I probably benefited from Commander Yun's unbelievable luck. Boss Bai said solemnly. Supposedly, my alloy virus was just a ragged, rapid attack ship that was absolutely no match for Tiger Roar. However, during the barrages of the two parties, one round of my attacks hit the arsenal or the fuel cabin of Tiger Roar precisely, raising a serial explosion that shed a light of hope for Marquis Yongchun and I. Please don't blame us for being too brutal, Commander Yun. At that time, most of the loose warships were vacillating and even vaguely more inclined to Marquis Hushan. If we hadn't crossed the line and knocked down Tiger Roar completely, it would have been Marquis Yongchun and I who were killed after those starships openly joined Marquis Hushan. In order to bring more troops to Commander Yun, we could only set an example for everybody else by knocking Tiger Roar down when it had a serial explosion. Naturally, Tiger Roar's counterattack before its death was rather remarkable too. Marquis Yongchun's flagship is now on the verge of total loss, and my alloy virus has been reduced to such conditions too. I truly dare not think what miserable outcome it would have been if Marquis Yongchun and I had hesitated a while longer. Perhaps we would never be able to reach out to Landslide or continue to serve Commander Yun. Seeing Boss Bai's look that was mixed with regret, adulation, and anger, Yu Xiefeng somehow became unconfident. He paced back and forth for a long time, only to come up with a meaningless question. Are you speaking the truth? Absolutely, Commander Yun. Boss Bai was almost bashing his chest and swearing as he said, how can I possibly have the courage to say anything untrue to Commander Yun? If it weren't because Marquis Hushan was too outrageous and attacked my flagship vehemently first, how could I have been bold enough to attack a Marquis of the Imperium without reserve? Could I have benefited from it at all? Was I not worried about the thunderous revenge from the Song family later? If I should be bold enough to lie to Commander Yun about the matter, I would be pissing off the Song family and the Yun family at the same time. Then, however vast the sea of stars is, would there be a single piece of land that I could stand on? Please consider it carefully, Commander Yun. Huh? Yun Xiefeng was untouched. Sullenly, he said, but that is not what Song Yushir said. Part of Song Xianxia's subordinates escaped. Their theory is the opposite of yours. They all claimed that you attacked first, and you meant to swallow Song Xianxia's fleet. Of course they would talk like that. Could they have spoken the truth that they were encouraging a lot of starships to escape with them only to be crushed later? Boss Bai almost cut his chest open to show Yun Xiefeng his heart. Commander Yun, right now none of us has solid proof, but please consider it with common sense. Whose words are more reasonable, mine or the words of Song Xianxia's men? Did I really lose my mind and attack a Marquis of the Imperium for no good reason other than to get myself killed later? It is utterly illogical. Yu Xiefeng pondered for a long time but still couldn't sort it through. Rather upset, he said, I too know that the immortal cultivators of the Song family have always been arrogant. The disobedience of this Song Chonglai is universally known. I do not believe that you would have pissed him off without a good reason. But still, it is a very important matter. After all, a Marquis of the Imperium has been killed, by none other than his allies. Song Yushur demanded that I give him an explanation. Otherwise, the morale of the army would be affected, and the alliance of the million starships might fall apart immediately. Therefore, Commander Yun, I am an uneducated man who doesn't understand rules. I'll just speak whatever is on my mind. If what I say is too far-fetched, please forgive me, Commander Yun. Boss Bai swallowed hard. As if he had made up his mind, he said straightforwardly, as a matter of fact, while the Four Families Coalition army seems to be in one piece on the surface during the attack of the Seven Seas Grand Market, everybody in fact has their own plans, especially the people of the Song family, who never planned to let Commander Yun win the battle comfortably. If Commander Yun wins the battle unstoppably and invincibly, Commander Yun and the Yun family's prestige will soar 10 times. How can the Song family compete with the Yun family in the choice of the next emperor then? Therefore, the Song family will certainly try to challenge Commander Yun with all kinds of excuses and create trouble for Commander Yun. The conflict between me and Song Chonglai is a great excuse, but even without it, they can find other excuses as well. Now that 1,000,000 starships have been mixed up in a mess, isn't it more than easy to make some minor frictions? I even suspect that Song Chonglai intentionally came to make frictions by the order of Song Yushur, except that things went out of control in the end, and Song Chonglai got burnt by the very fire he started. All in all, the Song family is causing trouble and slacking off, reluctant to approach Command Yun or follow your command. Isn't it? If my guess is correct, there are few warships from the Song family around Commander Yun right now, right? All the starships of the Song family have fled far away and joined each other, haven't they? The more Boss Bai talked, the more excited Boss Bai was. He completely ignored Yun Xiefeng's face that was getting more and more gloomy. How dare you? The dark clouds on Yun Xiefeng's face finally exploded as he roared aloud. Boss Bai shivered hard on the other side of the light beam. As if realizing that he had crossed the line just now, he hurried to apologize. I was too presumptuous. Please forgive me, Commander Yun. My loyalty to Commander Yun can be proved by the sun and the moon. What I'm trying to say is that those people of the Song family cannot be depended on in any case. Only the Yun family's own troops, Marquis fleet, and my National Protection Army are the forces that Commander Yun can absolutely trust. Please take a look, Commander Yun. These are the forces that Marquis Yongchun and I gathered in the past day. Boss Bai sent over the data of most starships that had been gathered under him. The numbers and names of the warships occupied the entire light beam, and they were still growing. Of course, most warships of the coalition fleet of pyromaniacs were hidden. That's a lot. Rather surprised, Yun Xiefeng was more delighted than he was angry. There weren't as many in the beginning, but after we knocked down Tiger Roar, the starships under Marquis Hushan naturally switched to our side. Boss Bai said, Please consider this, Commander Yun. If we hadn't done anything at that time, at least 90% of the starships here would have been brought away by Marquis Hushan to build up the strength of the Song family. How could we have been confident to meet Commander Yun with only 10% of the starships? As their strength grew and ours diminished, the Song family would be much stronger than the Yun family on the battlefield. By then, who would still acknowledge Commander Yun as the commander, except for the loyal men like us? About that, the moment he thought of Song Yushur's cockiness a moment ago, Yun Xiefeng felt that fury was burning up all the way from his heels to his skull. When a great enemy was looming ahead, the Song family was still starting a civil war. That was too outrageous. Commander Yun, there's still one more thing that I don't know if I should say. It is the truth that works both in the circle of the space pirates and the world of the immortal cultivators. Victory is justice. Observing his face, Boss Bai said what was on Yun Xiefeng's mind. Right now, your friction with Song Yushi is already on the table. If the battle is lost, or if it is won slowly with heavy losses, the Song family will not be satisfied however you explain to Song Yushi. Even if you chop off my head and give it to Song Yushi to kick as a ball, they will still blame Commander Yun. After all, how much is my dirty and stinky head worth? Is it really something that Song Yushi and the leadership of the Song family cares about? Their real target is not me, but Commander Yun and the Yun family. Then, how many steps will you have to back off in order to satisfy Song Yushi and the whole Song family? Can the aftermath of the incident be resolved only by letting the candidate that the Song family supports be the emperor? Will Commander Yun or the Yun family be able to afford such a price? On the other hand, if Commander Yun wins the battle cleanly and quickly, who can possibly attack Commander Yun with such trivial matter? Song Chonglai wavered in the battle, only to be executed by Commander Yun decisively, which significantly boosted morale. That's why such a glorious triumph was secured. If that is the case, it will be the Song family that will be caught in an awkward situation. Song Yushi will have to explain why the immortal cultivators of the Song family were all uncommitted cowards in the battle. Enough! Yun Xiefeng's eyes were more profound than ever, like swamps where venom was surging. He immediately made up his mind, but he waved his hands and interrupted Boss Bai. I have my own plans about what to do. It's not your place to comment. Of course, I was being too talkative. Boss Bai lowered his head deeply. Commander Yun is already confident of the victory after seeing through the chaotic battle with your unparalleled wisdom. All I need to do is to stay loyal and carry out Commander Yun's orders obediently. How will Commander Yun ever need my stupid brain to resolve any trouble? I did not realize that you were such a talent, Bai Xingjian. It seems that you truly have some capabilities for you to rise among the bloody space pirates in only a couple of years. Being the commander of the National Protection Army is a waste of your gifts. Yun Xiefeng looked at Boss Bai thoughtfully and said, Where are you right now? And how long will it take for you to meet with Landslide? While talking, Yun Xiefeng sent over his own coordinates. His eyes glowing profoundly, Boss Bai said, If everything goes well, we will reach Commander Yun in 12 hours at most. However, I was wondering about one thing. If we encounter other starships of the four families, particularly those which are escaping to the edge of the space zone because of the coercion of the Song family, what should I do? Bring them over, of course. Have they jumped to the Seven Seas space zone from so far away just to enjoy a show? Yun Xiefeng said coldly, If they resist, just do what you have to do. Like what you said just now, victory is justice. Yun Xiefeng's coordinates have been found. Soon after Yun Xiefeng and Boss Bai's dialogue, the command center of the garrisons of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors in the internal district of the Seven Seas Grand Market was echoing with cheers. In the hologram of the space zone that covered the whole command center, dense red and blue spots of light were all over it. They were the symbols that represented the hostile starships that had been detected as well as the starships on their own side. Many red and blue spots were entangled and glowing quickly, which suggested that those starships were fighting heatedly. As long as anybody touched the light spots with telepathic thoughts, they would also receive astronomical information that was the real-time dynamic data on the battlefield. Before, Liao had always been charging at the front line of battles as a special warrior. But now, he could only observe the battle from a very narrow perspective and could hardly watch the whole battlefield from the command center comfortably. For a moment, he did not even know what he should do in his idleness. However, he also knew that the victory of the battle hundreds of thousands of kilometers away had already been decided. Boss Bai had torn an enormous gap in the four families' coalition fleet and teleported the accurate coordinates of the enemy's flagship. It meant that the battle did not have any suspense anymore. Through the 3D hologram of the space zone, even an amateur like Liao who was not good at commanding was able to see the basic situation of the battle. It could be clearly seen that after a day and a half of hunting and sweeping, the invaders who had unfortunately jumped to the places near the defense circle of the Seven Seas Grand Market had been annihilated, captured, or had battlefield uprisings. After the fierce battle, the defenders did not have heavy losses at all but were even greater than before. In the meantime, The invaders also took the opportunity to gather dozens of fleets in different scales at the edge of the space zone. The problem was that the fleets showed no sign of getting close to each other but simply minded their own business. They were even jumping further and further away to the border of the space zone. It appeared that they had all made up their minds to watch other people crash at the business alliance of 10,000 sectors first so that they could claim the benefits later. It gave the business alliance of 10,000 sectors an opportunity to divide and conquer them. Right now, Liao had gotten the accurate coordinates of the enemy's flagship in general. A few most elite hunting warships under the business alliance of 10,000 sectors were rushing at landslide. Boss Bai was reinforcing Xianxia with the coalition fleet of pyromaniacs too. As long as the enemy was surrounded, even if Xianxia could gather 3 to 4 adamantine super arsenal warships, it would still be inevitable that his warships were knocked down and his blood was shed among the stars. The situation is in our favor. According to the spies on the enemy's side, it seems that the 4 families have deep contradictions. The Song family is blatantly encouraging the Starships of the Li family and the Dongfang family to withdraw from the battlefield and watch the Yun family humiliate itself. The Starships of the Yun family, on the other hand, are getting more and more brutal after receiving Yun Xiefeng's command, not reluctant to force the Starships of other families to move forward with violence. A few minor battles have even broken out between the two parties. As a result, even if we do attack Yun Xiefeng's flagship in general, it is possible that the main warships of the other families will simply turn a blind eye to it. Jin Yuyen said with great delight. As for the Starships of the warlords and local magnates, they have been half convinced by us in the first place and do not have any determination at all. Now, it is even less likely that they will fight for the 4 families. I dare say that as long as we capture or knock down Yun Xiefeng's landslide, the so-called alliance of 1,000,000 Starships will fall out completely, and their failure will be inevitable. Nothing can possibly stop us from the glorious victory. Rationally, Liao thought so too. He had absolute confidence in his wisdom and Boss Bai's shamelessness. But intuition ally, he was more or less disturbed, as if he were walking on the transparent tempered glass between 2 cliffs. Although he knew that the glass was extremely hard, he still did not feel confident as he looked at the bottomless abyss underneath. The main reason was that he had never won a battle as easily and enjoyably before. Every one of his victories before had been earned through tremendous efforts by risking his life. It was rather rare that he could enjoy the privileges of a commander and celebrate the victory by doing nothing other than drinking tea and taking the snacks in the command room. There certainly couldn't have been a more gratifying thing. There can't be any accident now, right? Liao went through every procedure from the beginning to the end, unable to find any flaw. Look, our hunting fleet has locked onto the coordinates of landslide, and it is already engaged with the alarm fleet next to the enemy's flagship in general. Jin Yuyen said in excitement. The Song family, the Li family, and the Dongfang family still aren't showing any responses. There's no sign that they're coming to rescue Yun Xiefeng. 3 hours. As long as they keep idling by for another 3 hours, landslide will truly have a landslide. Accident? What accident can there possibly be? I can't think of any accident unless all the immortal cultivators of the 4 families suddenly understand the importance of solidarity and devotion and congregate into a united whole, and the local warlords and magnates suddenly abandon their interests in the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and their free coins in their accounts, attacking us vehemently without caring about themselves. Now, even if the capital learns the situation here, nothing can be done to change it. What can Blackstar the Great do? Even if his belief is incompatible with ours, he still needs the business alliance of 10,000 sectors to win the battle. Otherwise, if the 7 Seas space zone falls and the business alliance of 10,000 sectors collapses, his ambitions of eternal reign will be doomed too. Liao said, "It does make sense. So to speak, we are the sure winners now, but..." Jin Yuyen asked. "But what?" Liao replied. "But why are my eyelids twitching non-stop?" One hardly had he completed his sentence when a deafening explosion echoed somewhere near them. It was followed by such an intense earthquake that the whole command center was shaking violently. All the lights were flashing crazily, and crystal wires and tubes were broken, with colorful sparks cracking everywhere. Alarms and shrieks burst out at the same time. Jin Yuyen's smile earlier was frozen on his face, and it was not entirely gone yet, like a dry mask. Li Yao, on the other hand, looked as calm, if not desperate as before, as if he had already been used to the treacherous fate. The two of them ran to the spot of the explosion together. Very soon, they figured out that it was not the headquarters of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors that exploded a moment ago, but a building more than 70 floors high abutting it. The explosion took place somewhere between the 30th and 40th floors, cutting the magnificent Xianxia into halves from the middle. At this moment, the 40 floors on the upper half of the building had already slanted and was leaning toward the headquarters of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors in ear-splitting noises of fracture. The estimated point of impact was so accurate that it couldn't have been an accident but definitely a man-made explosion. Li Yao cursed aloud in his heart and turned to Jin Yuyen, whose face had changed greatly. "What's inside the plaza? Why do you look so awful?" Qi Yuanbao and Wuing Qinxin, his facial muscles cramping. Jin Yuyen gnashed his teeth and snapped. The sister and the brother were locked inside. Then, the second and the third explosions took place consecutively. Those two explosions broke out in the areas that were relatively far away from the headquarters of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors, but they were also the most prosperous areas in the internal district. The crowded SKYSCR.AP.airs, the complicated tube systems, and a population of almost 10 million were all gathered there. After the three explosions, a furious fire was rising, and overwhelming smoke was surging out and spreading to all directions in outrage, soon covering dozens of blocks in the internal district as if it were alive. "I'm going to find Qi Yuanbao and Wuing Qinxin. You stay here and supervise the situation, Director Jin." Li Yao gnashed his teeth hard and leaped off from the headquarters of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors directly. Remember, stability is what matters most right now. Should the warlords and local magnates in the battlefield in space know the chaos here, everything will be screwed. Shua. After modifications and upgrades, the mystic skeleton battlesuit of the latest generation covered Li Yao's body like wings made of the darkness of night. He dashed into the fire and smoke like a flash of black lightning. Under his remote perception, none of the details of the twisted plaza ahead of him that was about to collapse escaped his attention. He could see clearly that countless immortal cultivators were roaring and rushing out of the plaza, trying to escape in their crystal suits. But it was inevitable that some people were shocked by the blast and fell into a coma or forever kept in the collapsed debris after being smashed by the burning rocks. Thankfully, the plaza was reserved by Jin Yuyen to cage Qi Yuanbao, Wuing Qinxin, and some of their subordinates who were involved in the assassination. It was naturally Jin Yuyen's trusted subordinates, who were all strong immortal cultivators, that were guarding the building. Not a single ordinary person was inside. So, Li Yao's dilemma was saved. The artificial body that confined Qi Yuanbao's soul was made by Li Yao. Naturally, Li Yao had implanted a tiny mark on it before. With a telepathic thought, a glittering artificial body immediately appeared in his sight. It was moving quickly between the 40th and 50th floors that were collapsing nonstop. Hiu! Li Yao slashed into the burning plaza like a black saber and appeared right before Qi Yuanbao. As it turned out, behind Qi Yuanbao were two unconscious guards, and the man was trying to cross the window in his clumsy artificial body. Qi Yuanbao, more than infuriated, Li Yao kicked Qi Yuanbao in the chest, and his BRS plate was deeply dented. "I was lenient enough to let you go, but you are still determined to get yourself killed. Be Black Wind King." Qi Yuanbao rolled on the ground because of the kick and did not stop until he hit the corner. Faced with Li Yao's overwhelming killing intent, he quickly begged for mercy without the demeanor of a godly assassin at all. "I didn't. It wasn't me. I do not know what happened at all. The building simply exploded uncannily and is even slanting. It's about to fall. Those two guards were not knocked out by me either. I just wanted to survive." Li Yao was naturally unconvinced by his bullshit. Making a gesture, he remotely activated the punishment mode in Qi Yuanbao's artificial body. Hundreds of electric arcs immediately surged out from the artificial body, electrocuting Qi Yuanbao's soul, making him cry non-stop. The pain that was directly imposed on the soul was dozens of times more intense than the extreme pain that the biological nerves could feel. No wonder even the legendary hanged man was screaming as miserably as a pig being butchered. Liao sniffed and went forward to check the status of the two guards, only to be slightly stunned by what he saw. He discovered that the guards were knocked out by the blast but not by Qi Yuanbao. As for why Qi Yuanbao did not pass out because of the blast, it was probably because he was a ghost hiding inside an artificial body, and the frequency of his soul was different from a person of flesh and blood. "It really was not done by you?" Liao said in surprise. "Excuse me for my misunderstanding. I'll help you exit the punishment mode right now. But let me check with you first. You are not blaming me, are you?" Qi Yuanbao was cramping so hard that he was almost vomiting fuel. He cried, "No, I do not blame the Black Wind King. It was all my own fault. It's good that you have such an understanding personality. You're improving very fast." Liao quickly restored Qi Yuanbao's artificial body into the normal mode. Jabbing his head so hard that his iron skull was almost cracking, Liao demanded, "Confess now, are you behind the accident? Or is there anything else that you have been hiding? Did Black Star the Great give you any other secret orders?" "No, it wasn't me. It really wasn't me." Qi Yuanbao felt so wronged that he was almost shedding lubricant. He whined, "I really don't know anything. I confessed all the arrangements I made in the Seven Seas Grand Market a long time ago. Black Star the Great did not give us any other secret orders either. He merely asked us to undermine Jin Yuyan's power, but he told us not to kill Jin Yuyan unless it was absolutely necessary. Even if we had to take care of Jin Yuyan, we should at least wait until the Battle of Seven Seas was won. It was I who acted recklessly because of my greed. If Wu Yingqi had given us other secret orders, I wouldn't have been bold to kill him at such a moment at all. It does make sense." Liao considered for a moment and felt that Qi Yuanbao really did not look like a mastermind with his wisdom. The main reason was that the guy jumped out too soon and had been on the stage all the time, which was not expected of a schemer in the dark. Shouldn't a real schemer be keeping a low profile all the time, always ignored by everyone even if they were observed all the time? His heart palpitating, Liao suddenly thought of someone. "Where is your sister, Wu Yingqin? I don't know." Qi Yuanbao looked confused. "She and I were caged separately. It was impossible for us to communicate with each other. I have no idea where he is, too. Let me ask you something else. It is a very critical question. You must answer it honestly," Liao demanded. "Was it you or your sister who came up with the whole plan of assassinating Jin Yuyan with the help of the soul transfer technique?" "About that?" Stunned for a long time, Qi Yuanbao replied in uncertainty. "I can't tell." Liao said in a hurry, "What do you mean by you can't tell? You don't know who came up with the idea first." "I was the one who proposed the complete plan, but the technological feasibility was come up by my sister, which triggered my ambition." Qi Yuanbao said, "In the first place, Wu Yingqin is a very excellent meditation healer. She even grasped many bizarre tricks that even I had never heard of in terms of soul training. One day, she told me excitedly that she had made breakthroughs in the training of soul transfer technique, allowing her to exchange the souls of two people without any damage or trace. Even the experts above the nascent soul stage could be swapped too. I was piqued and came up with the idea." "Wait." Narrowing his eyes, Liao grasped the key point quickly. "Known as Hanged Man, you were the most mysterious ace assassin at the peripheral worlds of the Imperium because of your remarkable expertise in soul techniques, whereas Wu Yingqin had been spending the last 100 years in the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and next to Jin Yuyan. She was a talent in the business world. How on earth could she have known more soul training tricks than you did? Weren't you of the same origin?" "I don't know about that," Qi Yuanbao said helplessly. "Although my sister and I both had the heritages of the family, we were separated for decades after our family was massacred, and only the two of us escaped. We did not meet again until we both had made minor achievements. Naturally, she did not tell me her experiences. like whom she met, what techniques she practiced, or which relics she visited. We were both immortal cultivators. It was perfectly normal for two biological siblings to keep certain secrets from each other. I did not tell her some of my ultimate techniques either. Liao couldn't have looked more awful. In that case, why did she tell you that she had grasped the new soul transfer technique? Slightly stunned, Qi Yuanbao said, "That's right. Come to think of it, it was indeed rather strange. Usually, my sister and I simply trained on our own. Even if we grasped any unparalleled technique, we hardly told each other. Only when we encountered obstacles or needed external protection in training would we talk to each other. I did not think too much at that time. I only thought that she told it accidentally when she was too excited." Gnashing his teeth, Liao asked, one word after another. "Therefore, without Wu Qinxin's breakthrough in the soul transfer technique, your ambitions wouldn't have burst out, and the assassination against Jin Yuyan wouldn't have been activated. In other words, while you were the main perpetrator on the surface, she was actually the mastermind behind the curtain. Everybody, including you, was led by her with extremely subtle psychological hints." Stunned for a long time, Qi Yuanbao said, "Now that I think of it, it is possible." Liao shouted angrily, "Why didn't you say it sooner?" With a bitter expression, Qi Yuanbao said, "I didn't realize it until now. Besides, would the Black Wind King have believed me even if I had said it sooner? Wouldn't you have believed that I was assigning all the blame to Wu Qinxin and understating my responsibility, and therefore despised, loathed, and tortured me even harder?" Lost for words, Liao took a deep breath and searched for Wu Qinxin's prison with telepathic thoughts. To localize the few important persons, other than leaving a mark on Qi Yuanbao's artificial body, he had also put a neck ring on Wu Qinxin that released waves of a special frequency every second. Liao should be able to detect it as long as it was within several thousand meters. However, Liao's scan had no result at all. It was impossible. Liao's tracing neck ring was extremely solid, and it was fully charged with spiritual energy yesterday. Even if Wu Qinxin had been blown into smithereens or crumpled by the collapsed building, there was no reason why the tracing neck ring would lose effect. The only possibility was that Wu Qinxin had escaped with the tracing neck ring, after killing all the guards next to her the moment of the explosion. Liao cursed himself hard in his heart again, wondering why he hadn't learned any lesson from all the setbacks. A guy who jumped out and caused trouble openly since the beginning like Qi Yuanbao must be a lackey or a scapegoat. Wu Qinxin, being so low-key, should have been treated with more attention. "I'm going to believe you one more time. If I ever find that you're lying, I'll rip your soul apart and drink wine with it." Liao grabbed Qi Yuanbao by his neck and threw him to the midair before he kicked him right out of the window at an altitude of almost 100 meters. He also sealed the guy's artificial body by the way, simply letting him drop while screaming. The man was a ghost after all, and the artificial body was sturdy enough. Even though it wouldn't be the most pleasant experience, the fall would not kill him. It was the fastest way to get him away from the burning plaza. Next, Liao stomped on the floor, breaking it and descending to 3 floors below, before he dashed to the room where Wu Qinxin had been held in custody. As he expected, the corridor and the room were empty. There was nothing except for the dead bodies of almost 10 guards. Wu Qinxin had vanished. On one of his knees, Liao examined the corpses of the guards. The more he examined, the more scared he became. The guards were not knocked out by the blast of the explosion or smashed by the falling ceiling, but blown up by somebody who crumbled their skulls, squeezed their brains, and shattered their souls into pieces. Everybody's head was nothing more than an empty balloon. Not the slightest remaining soul could be found inside. No gods in the entire universe could save them now. 2 guards summoned their crystal suits in time. Their heads were protected by the hardest helmet, but they were still killed. Judging from the clear marks of fists on the helmets, the attacker was not even wearing a crystal suit but still managed to kill the muscular men in crystal suits barehandedly. Liao compared his own fist to it, only to discover that the fist mark on the helmet was much smaller than his own. It was obviously a woman's fist. It was Wu Qinxin. Li Yao's heart sank into a bottomless abyss. All the files stated that Wu Qinxin was a pure meditation healer who was between an admin-type immortal cultivator and a research-type one. Her combat ability was not very tough. Jin Yuyan also told Li Yao that he had barely seen his wife attack anyone in the past 100 years. Wu Qinxin preferred to use her brain than her fists. Li Yao had performed a full examination on Wu Qinxin himself before she was locked and did not notice any anomaly. If she had hypnotized the guards through the unique mental attacks of the meditation healers, forcing them to brutalize and die with each other, Li Yao would have found it more acceptable. However, punching so many guards to death with her own fists, with a strength that pierced through 2 crystal suits as if they were just paper. How was it possible? Pondering for a moment, Li Yao suddenly thought of something. His whole face was almost blackened, and he hurried to go to the other side of the corridor to check. Before he broke into the room, he already discovered another body on the corridor, the body of another woman. It was a woman who had a rising cheekbone, huge eyes, and long arms that reached her knees. Her eyes were still open after her death. Inside the frozen eyes were questions and fear. Her mouth was wide open, as if she were about to exclaim in disbelief. However, her chest had been deeply dented, and her spine could almost be seen. There was also a tiny hole on her forehead, which pierced to the back of her head. All the brain tissues in between had been burnt up by the flames of spiritual energy. She was Red Lady, one of the 4 gods of death, on par with Qi Yuanbao, leader of Bloody Skull, and one of the strongest snipers in Imperium. While Red Lady was also one of the assassins who tried to kill Jin Yuyan, she was hired by the 4 families, which were on the opposite side of Qi Yuanbao and Wu Qinxin. Also, Qi Yuanbao and Wu Qinxin intentionally indulged her to carry on the assassination, although they had seen through her plan, essentially regarding her as a bait. Naturally, she had every reason to hate Qi Yuanbao and Wu Qinxin. Later, Red Lady's shooting from the high altitude contributed a lot to Qi Yuanbao's easy capture too. Therefore, Li Yao had suggested to Jin Yuyan that Red Lady be caged somewhere not far away from Qi Yuanbao and Wu Qinxin. It would be easier for the prisoners to be controlled if they stalled and fought each other because they belonged to different forces. He did not expect that Red Lady, a legendary expert in the divinity transformation stage, had died so abruptly. Li Yao looked around, only to notice several deep footprints on the wall and even the ceiling of the corridor. Somebody seemed to have stomped on them heavily. The footprints were very small, leaving no doubt that they belonged to a woman. Shwa, 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 shwa. Thinking quickly, Li Yao calculated and recreated the scene back then. At that time, the explosion inside the building destroyed the security measures and barriers on all floors, allowing Wu Qinxin and Red Lady to escape. Red Lady had long reached an agreement with Li Yao and Jin Yuyan, and she was more or less joining them. She was not really imprisoned here but was meant to watch over Wu Qinxin and Qi Yuanbao. After the failed assassination, it was impossible for Red Lady to return to the 4 families. Naturally, she could only be loyal to Li Yao and Jin Yuyan. Therefore, the moment she discovered that Wu Qinxin had escaped, she went forward to stop her. Perhaps, in her eyes, Wu Qinxin was merely a meditation healer with barely any combat ability, and she could capture her without much trouble. But unexpectedly, Wu Qinxin made small-scale dodging movements on the wall and the ceiling without a pattern at an extremely high speed, so fast that even the eyes of an ace sniper like Red Lady could not catch her trace. Measuring Wu Qinxin's acceleration from the depth of the footprints, she must have crossed 100 meters in 0.1 seconds and appeared before Red Lady. Then, she destroyed Red Lady's internal organs in a heavy attack, before she stabbed a finger into Red Lady's forehead. Flames of spiritual energy surged out of her finger, burning Red Lady's spiritual root, and even the whole brain into nothingness. The whole process couldn't have lasted longer than 1 second. The top sniper of the Imperium was killed before taking any action. How exactly did she manage it? Walking in the shoes of Wu Qinxin, Li Yao inferred again and again but still couldn't think it through. Although Red Lady was a sniper who was not best at melee combat, she was a battle-type immortal cultivator after all, and her melee combat ability must have been higher than that of a battle-type nascent soul stage expert in any case. Of course, since she attempted to murder Jin Yuyan, neither Liao nor Jin Yuyan could have allowed her to keep all her strength. Therefore, Jin Yuyan had forced Red Lady to take medicines that would confine her soul, and Liao had also put manacles and shackles on Red Lady that could block the cycle of spiritual energy. At most, she could unleash the combat ability at the starting level of the nascent soul stage. But even if she were merely a sniper at the beginning level of the nascent soul stage, she was still not someone that a meditation healer like Wu Qinxin could have killed. Wu Qinxin's body was relatively soft and vulnerable, just as all the other non-battle type immortal cultivators. It had been examined by Liao and Jin Yuyan carefully and couldn't possibly be wrong. Even though she had certain secret techniques of instant outbreaks, say, imposing strong psychological hints on herself to make her soul overload and unleash a 10 times higher combat ability, her weak body would not be able to handle it at all. The outbreak of spiritual energy of such a high intensity would burn her into ashes after only a few hours. Was she out of her mind? What was she trying to do? While thinking, Liao suddenly felt something wrong in his hand. Rubbing Red Lady's forehead carefully, he picked up a broken bone that was somewhat weird. It was a bone that was smaller than a tooth. It was unlike a piece of the skull and more like one's finger bone. Red Lady's hands, on the other hand, were absolutely intact. Even the skin was not damaged, much less the bones. Seeing the broken bone, Liao immediately had a picture in his head. In the mayhem of the explosion, Wu Qinxin rushed out of her prison cell like a crazy devil. With unusual flames of spiritual energy surging around her body, she lunged at the few tall, strong guards in crystal suits. There was no telling where she got the strength that was far beyond her capacity, but she killed all the guards in the end. However, her weak body could not withstand the recoil of the flooding spiritual energy as well as the heavy punches. Her fingers cracked like fireworks, and even the finger bones were broken and fell out. But she was like an animal that had lost the sense of pain. Not caring about the damage that was inflicted on her hands at all, she went on and killed Red Lady with the broken hands, before she crashed the glass window at the end of the corridor that was embedded with dozens of defense rune arrays, fleeing successfully. Liao turned around and checked the wounds of the few guards. As he expected, he did find more broken bones from the dented helmets of 2 guards. After assembling the broken bones, several intact fingers would be formed. Liao shuddered in coldness. Wu Qinxin gave him the feeling that she was not a meditation healer at all. She was not even a battle-type immortal cultivator, but an animal that had completely lost sanity and got controlled by fiends. Picking up all the broken bones, Liao dashed out from the broken window through which Wu Qinxin escaped. Neltharian attack. The bloodstripe virus, the antecedent to the mental devil, was an alien virus that lived on and moved with blood. It had the keenest senses on the smell and type of blood. From the tiny blood left on the broken pieces, it was possible to track the source of the blood. Besides, since Wu Qinxin was burning her soul so crazily and blatantly, the waves of her spiritual energy couldn't have been normal, couldn't be covered at all. Liao spread out his telepathic thoughts and soon discovered Wu Qinxin's trace in a populated downtown area. Boom! 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 At this moment, intense explosions burst out in all directions at the same time. The earthquakes were so devastating that the whole planet seemed to be falling apart. Countless P65 were shaking, and the whole world was occupied by a black fog. Damn it! How many accomplices does Wu Qinxin have? How many crystal bombs have they planted in the Seven Seas Grand Market? Why are they doing all this? Liao hopped and swung among the crowded buildings, tracing Wu Qinxin's blood. New explosions echoed from all directions incessantly, gradually approaching the downtown area. The super metropolis where tens of millions of people lived was reduced into chaos, the order completely gone. Suddenly, dazzling sparks burst out between the blue sky and the white clouds above everybody's head. In the next second, the blue sky and the white clouds were all twisted into a messy swirl, before they were completely gone, revealing the cold, iron dome behind them. The artificial sky had collapsed, and the whole planet fell into darkness. Even all the enemy supply had been cut off. Cries, screams, and collisions of shuttles were echoing in the dark. The shuttles were crashing into each other or even the buildings around like headless flies after losing automatic navigation, resulting in countless tragedies. Only the emergent illumination arrays, which had independent powers, were emanating dim red brightness. But what they lighted was the panicked faces, which made people even more anxious. This is truly tricky. Liao was even more certain that it was definitely not Xianxia's improvisation, and she did not create the chaos in order to find a way to escape. Judging from the operations that she had done by consuming her spiritual energy and damaging her body without control, she did not intend to escape alive at all. In order to completely cut off the energy supply of the internal district of the Seven Seas Grand Market, the mainframe crystal processors of the whole planet must be controlled first, or at least implanted with abundant viruses. Liao hated the smart yet shameless enemies who disregarded their own lives for their dreams more than anything else. When he was about to catch the enemy's tail, Xianxia's coordinates suddenly disappeared off the surface and reached the tubular world below the planet that was as complicated as a maze. While the surface was a mess with smoke everywhere, the underworld was even darker. Boom! 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 Explosions were breaking out non-stop among the interconnected cables and spiritual energy tubes, bringing a flickering light to the dark world, but making the places beyond the reach of the light even darker. After they reached so deep below the planet that the exit to the surface of the planet was nowhere to be seen, Xianxia suddenly stopped, as if she were waiting for Liao's arrival intentionally. Her shadow under the shimmer looked like a fiend with a head full of crazily dancing snakes. Cautiously, Liao stepped into Xianxia's nest and finally saw the woman's real appearance in the middle of the fierce flames. He couldn't help but gasp hard. As he estimated, the series of attacks and escapes that were beyond her limits had significantly damaged Xianxia's own body. Not only was her hands shattered and her palms scrubbed to nothing left but two bleeding arms, but even her legs were twisted weirdly. Countless bones protruded out of her skin. One would feel the excruciating pain just by looking at her. Also, she had lost so much weight after only half a day that she was almost beyond recognition. Her flesh and blood seemed to have been sacrificed to mysterious forces, making her look like a wrinkled, living skeleton. Hundreds of wires around had also pierced into her body deeply, connected with her nerve cells and brain cells. She looked like a puppet controlled by countless strings, waving her bleeding hands and feet and floating in the midair in the shape of a cross while she stared at Liao without blinking and with a weird smile. Her eyes were like two gargantuan swirls, but the flames of light resulted from the explosions could not raise the slightest waves inside. The black air surrounding her stabbed at Liao non-stop like tentacles, making her look 100 times more hideous and evil than when Liao played the Black Wind King. Gulu! 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 Weird noises echoed inside Xianxia's abdomen, as if her internal organs had been reduced into cellulars of magma, supporting the drained body to unleash the last bit of its vitality. Looking at the woman's hollow and evil face, Liao suddenly had a weird intuition. She was not Xianxia. It was almost like Jin Yuyin who changed his body through the soul transfer technique. The person who lurked inside Xianxia's brain and controlled her incomplete body right now was not herself but a more mysterious, strong, and even familiar soul. While Liao was thinking hard, Xianxia slowly extended her bare wrists and began to clap them hard. If she still had her two hands, there would have been loud applause. However, both of her hands had been eroded to the point that the bones were sticking out. Naturally, she could not make any sound. However, she couldn't have cared less about it. Wearing a rigid smile, she controlled her bleeding arms and continued the movement of applauding hard. The silent applause spread out in the burning darkness, making the scene even more creepy. You are not Xianxia. Even Liao found it hard to contain himself when faced with such a creepy picture. In full wariness, he gnashed his teeth and asked, "Who are you exactly?" "Fabulous." The stranger did not give a straight answer to his question after the long applause. Instead, She observed with a high-pitched voice that sounded like a crow. Vulture Liao, your speech at the headquarters of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors was truly marvelous. You were so adept at pretending and bluffing that the powerful and wealthy men from the many peripheral worlds of the Imperium were tricked by you without any exception. I almost couldn't refrain myself from applauding and cheering for you on the spot. How many years has it been since I last saw such a shameless cultivator like you? If there were more cultivators like you in the Star Ocean Republic years ago, I wouldn't have accomplished my enterprise as easily. Your enterprise? Liao immediately thought everything through. He grimaced with a bitter face. When he observed the black flames of spiritual energy surging out of Wu Qinxin's body, he found that they were condensing into a magnificent throne above her head after floating for a while. A dominating and brutal shadow, like a raging black dragon, was vaguely looming on the throne. Black Star the Great. Liao almost found it impossible to believe his eyes. It's you again. How is it possible? Are you not regrouping the Imperial Guards in the capital? How on earth did you come here? This is exactly the mysteriousness and majesty of the divinity branching stage, which is something that you perhaps will never perceive. Wu Qinxin, or Wu Qi, sniffed and said, My soul is naturally supervising the situation in the capital inside Li Linghai's body, but I have split part of my soul to hide inside Wu Qinxin's body right next to Jin Yuyan in order to control the progress in the 7 Seas space zone. The Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors and the free coin are too important. Do you really think that I would let go of them and allow Jin Yuyan to manage everything on his own? It was then that Liao realized that Wu Qi must have hijacked Wu Qinxin's body through some kind of remote manipulation. That explained why Wu Qinxin's combat ability was improved so much all of a sudden, or why she did not care about the physical damage on her body, not even her broken hands and feet. She was Wu Qi's puppet in the first place who had lost her own will. Even if this body was completely destroyed, Wu Qi wouldn't be hurt very much. No. Liao estimated that even hijack was unnecessary. The moment Wu Qi declared his identity to Wu Qinxin, he would definitely have her complete loyalty. Wu Qinxin would not hesitate to die for him, much less serving as a mere carrier. As for the many crystal wires that were connected to Wu Qinxin's body, they must be the medium to transmit Wu Qi's soul power via the spiritual nexus covering hundreds of sectors. Only such a way of wired communication could have possibly unleashed such intense flames of spiritual energy. Liao had once been so terribly beaten up by Wu Qi that he was almost half killed. Therefore, he would never forget the feature of Wu Qi's soul waves even in his dreams. He was absolutely certain that the dominant vibe of the Purple True Dragon was not something that other people could fabricate. However, if Wu Qi had been controlling Wu Qinxin and was aware of Jin Yuyan and Qi Yuanbao's whole plan, the whole thing still didn't make sense. Why would Wu Qi indulge, if not encourage, Qi Yuanbao to assassinate Jin Yuyan? Wu Qi couldn't have foreseen the arrival of Liao and Li Jialing. Had it not been for Liao, Jin Yuyan would have been assassinated, and the 7 Seas Grand Market would be in chaos right now, unable to support the confidence of the many warlords and local magnates from the peripheral worlds of the Imperium, who would definitely fail the Battle of 7 Seas. So to speak, Wu Qi wanted the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors to fail or even to be completely destroyed by the 4 families. There was no reason for that. No matter how Wu Qi disliked the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors and the free coin, he and the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors were on the same boat. The operations of the reformists in many fields needed the free coin as the lubricant. The capital and the 7 Seas space zone depended on each other. If one of them was destroyed, the other would be doomed too. Therefore, what moves were Wu Qi playing exactly? Liao couldn't possibly think it through however hard he considered. Do you feel that your head is in a mess? That's only reasonable, Wu Qi said with a smile. After the chaotic battle, do you still not understand that the real universe and the real Imperium are exactly such a mess? Everybody is selfish, everybody considers for themselves, and everybody wants to preserve their strength and lure other people to fight for them. The 4 families are exactly like that. It has been 2 days since the so-called Grand Alliance of 1,000,000 Starships jumped to the 7 Seas space zone. but they are still not regrouped yet and are struggling in the swamp. On the business alliance of 10,000 sectors side, there are just as many plots and conspiracies. Everybody is considering for their petty interests. None of them are willing to sacrifice themselves for what they believe in. Either the leaders of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors or the leaders of the Four Families Coalition fleet must be feeling a great headache and lament their helplessness when they are faced with the subordinates who are as idiotic as pigs, as greedy as wolves, and as cowardly as rabbits, right? I, on the other hand, had to govern countless forces exactly like the Four Families and the business alliance of 10,000 sectors to fight against the entire chaotic sea of stars. Vulture Liao, tell me, how can you resolve the mess without some iron and blood? How can peace and prosperity be restored without somebody losing their head? To this moment, Liao was still unaware of Wu Yingqi's real purpose. Rolling his eyes quickly, he secretly sent a message to Li Jialing while he asked, "Our enemy is not each other, but the entire vast sea of stars." It was said by Dongfang Wang, the former prime minister of the Imperium. But I still don't understand. What's your plan, your majesty? You look confident of your victory, and you are certain that you can finish off the Four Families easily even without the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Did you know that you have a very bad habit, Vulture Liao? When you are making evil plans, your eyes roll too fast. Wu Yingqi said casually. Also, when you start to address me as Your Majesty, you are thinking harder and harder on your evil plans. Cut your useless petty tricks. It won't help. I have disrupted all the spiritual waves within 1,000 meters. You are not going to send a single message out. It's not easy for me to finally meet the Black Wind King, whose loyalty to the Imperium is unquestionable. Why are you in such a hurry to go? As for the Four Families, they have never been in my eyes in the first place. What I'm doing right now is not as simple as destroying the Four Families, but to completely eradicate the soil from which the Four Families grow. I will shatter all the corrupt officials, privileged classes, and interest groups and create a new imperium of fairness and justice where all the immortal cultivators boast lofty ideals and are willing to be sacrificed for the civilization of mankind. Only such a new imperium will be capable of setting sail to explore the vaster universe. Wu Yingqin, or whatever left of her, waved her broken limbs crazily under Wu Yingqi's control. Blood was spurting out like crimson fireworks. Cut the crap. Are you not the greatest corrupt official privileged class and interest group yourself? Fish begins to rot from the head. When you kicked off a great start, it was only natural that your offspring copied what you did. Rubbing the goosebumps on his body hard, Liao spat hard. He was then deeply attracted by a phrase that Wu Yingqi said and asked subconsciously, "Setting sail to explore the vaster universe? What do you mean by that?" "Huh." Wu Yingqi keenly captured Liao's shock. Slightly surprised, he said, "I didn't expect that you would know the things about the extraterrestrial lands too. I'm getting more and more curious about the Black Wind King. What are you saying?" Liao felt that a black fog was pressing his head and making it barely possible for him to breathe. "What are the extraterrestrial lands that you talked about? Do you want to know everything? Then step onto my side genuinely. When you realize how vast the grand universe is and how insignificant and emergent the civilization of mankind is, you will discover how hilarious the conflicts between the cultivators and the immortal cultivators are." Wu Yingqi extended his bleeding hands at Liao and said in a seemingly sincere way, "The promise I made in the capital still stands. Vulture Liao, stand by my side with the country of cultivators behind you. And I promise you that everything you've done in the past will be pardoned." Liao was about to spat on Wu Yingqi's face and curse that his words were nothing more than bullshit. How could he have been so shameless as to say that everything in the past will be pardoned? Did he really think that Vulture Liao, the Black Wind King, was a 3-year-old? His heart tightened. He suddenly realized what was wrong, and his back was covered in a cold sweat. Pretending to be shocked, he blurted out, "A country of cultivators? What is that? I have said that Firefly was already destroyed in civil wars, and the Star Ocean Republic is no more. What country of cultivators are you talking about?" Hee. Your reaction was quick enough and did not give yourself away. Wu Yingqi said with a smile. However, it is useless. You and I are both clear that what I am talking about is not the Star Ocean Republic but a country at the edge of the cosmos whose name is unknown but whose strength is remarkable. There's no need for you to cover it or waste your time explaining. It's just a simple reasoning. The metals, the scepter, and the soul signatures of the Black Wind Fleet that you presented were all authentic. So, it is doubtless that you are the authentic Black Wind King. However, I am also certain that you are a cultivator with firm beliefs, although you can be quite shameless. How can a firm cultivator become the Black Wind King? There can only be one answer. Qi Yuanbao's guess was correct. The Black Wind Fleet was indeed crushed by the cultivators. The immortal cultivators of the Black Wind Fleet, too cowardly to die, suck you bed to you. Here comes the question. It was absolutely impossible for the defeated soldiers in the government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic to crush the Black Wind Fleet. In that case, wouldn't the answer be obvious? Besides Firefly, there's another country of cultivators whose comprehensive combat ability is higher than that of the Black Wind Fleet. Vulture Liao. What is the name of your motherland? How many sectors do you have? 5? 8? 10? Also, the native of the Covenant Alliance who explored the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum with Li Linghai years ago actually did not escape to Firefly but to the country of cultivators. Didn't he? Firefly had been drifting in the sea of stars all the time and paid great attention to the Starships of the Imperium to avoid their hunting. How could the native of the Covenant Alliance have found Firefly? It was too much a coincidence. I've been suspicious about that all the time. However, if he had in fact ended up in a country at the border of the universe, everything would make sense. Stunned for a long time, Liao laughed in amused fashion. I have no idea what you are talking about, Liao shouted. As such an imaginative man, you should be a writer instead of an emperor. Tisk, tsk. Do you know how people behave when they are panicked? It is exactly what you look like right now. Although your breath, heartbeat, temperature, blood flow, and even secretion of adrenaline are absolutely normal, I have sensed that your consumption rate of your spiritual energy has increased by more than 10% all of a sudden. Why are you wasting so much of your spiritual energy for no good reason? Are you not suppressing your biophysical parameters so that you would not reveal your panic? Wu Yingqi's smile on Wu Yingqin's face was more and more intense and creepy. Pointing the bleeding broken hand at Liao, he said one word after another. Now, both you and the country of cultivators behind you have been busted. The general coordinates of the Black Wind Fleet are not a secret to me. In the meantime, unlike Firefly, it is impossible for your motherland to get away easily. So, if I launch an expedition toward the border of the cosmos with a great army in person after settling the chaos at the center of the cosmos, how is your motherland going to resist? Liao's heart was finally beating crazily beyond his control, like a flood that had just surpassed the dam. Ha 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 ha. It seems that you have finally admitted, Vulture Liao. Wu Yingqi burst into laughter. How should I call you? The last survivor of Firefly, the Black Wind King, or the special representative of this country of cultivators, which must be very interesting although nobody knows it. Let me see. Right, after subduing the Black Wind Fleet and learning the magnificence of the Imperium of true human beings at the center of the cosmos, all of your cultivators must have been overwhelmed and felt that it was the end of the world, right? At that time, the war between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance was almost your only hope. Therefore, you came to the center of the cosmos, seeing if there was any way to strike a balance between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance so that your tiny motherland could take advantage and rise, right? Don't deny it just yet. It will be useless even if you do. Your credit has gone zero. I do not trust a single word that you say. I only believe in my own reasoning and deduction. Abandon your illusions. It is impossible for a tiny mouse to take advantage of the collision between the behemothic beasts. However, if you are merely hoping to survive, I may show mercy and spare you as an exception. There's no need to doubt my sincerity. Before I learned how vast the grand universe was, I would never have let go of a single cultivator. However, there is a greater world in front of me that is waiting for my conquest, and there are more brutal and mysterious enemies that must be slain. Then, it is necessary to concentrate all the precious strength of the civilization of mankind and to find as many helpers as possible, including the cultivators that I absolutely dislike. If you know a thing or two about the secrets beyond our tiny universe, and I think you do, you definitely know what I mean. I don't need to lie to you. Although I do not like cultivators, I do appreciate you very much, Vulture Liao, because there is something in common between the two of us. Liao scorned. There's something in common between us? Exactly. Despite our disagreement in our approaches, we are both the purest idealists. We have been striving for the prosperity of the civilization of mankind, and we are even willing to sacrifice our whole lives for our great civilization. It is exactly because I'm hoping to work and sacrifice for mankind for another 10,000 years that I've been seeking greater strength. Opening the broken arms, Wu Yingqi said sincerely, "But what about the other people, all of them, apart from us? Just look at the ridiculous war in the Seven Seas space zone right now. While the troops of the four families and the warlords are selfish, unorganized, and utterly devoid of dignity and courage, aren't the fleets of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors shameless scoundrels who will defect for a few coins? My expedition is too distant and difficult. Am I going to command such a bunch of selfish, fake immortal cultivators to explore the universe beyond the universe? Hehe. Vulture Liao, I prefer to cooperate with a real cultivator like you, which will probably be easier and more pleasant, than to work with those fake immortal cultivators who disgust me by their sheer presence. After all, we are the same kind of people who share the same dream, which is to march out of this universe. Damn you! New goosebumps were growing on the goosebumps on Liao's body. Who's the same kind of people as you? I'm a man of principles and boundaries. Not to mention that I'm also kind-hearted and handsome. Hee for the dream, any principles or boundaries can be abandoned. If you cling to the hilarious principles and boundaries without letting them go, the dream will be nothing but a joke. Wu Yingqi suddenly changed his face and demanded, "If you do not dare to resort to whatever it takes and step on all the rules of mankind for your dream, it will only mean that you are not persistent about your dream or qualified to talk about your dream, especially one concerning the future of mankind. Vulture Liao, let me ask you one last time. Are you and the country of cultivators behind you willing to stand on my side? We will fight together and unite this tiny universe first before we raise the blood-stained banner of the civilization of mankind on every sector in every universe. Or are you really dogged enough to be crushed into pieces by my unstoppable wheels?" Boom! The black flames of spiritual energy around Wu Yingqi surged out. Even Wu Yingqi's skin and flesh were torn apart, melted like the coal in fire into the purest energy. His vibe was so unprecedentedly dominating that his real self seemed to have been teleported to Liao's front. Liao could barely keep his eyes open under Wu Yingqi's blowing air. Wu Yingqi, The moment Liao opened his mouth, it was filled with wind. His cheeks were puffing like two balloons, and countless blades seemed to be scraping his oral cavity. It took him a long time before he finally vomited the wind out. Gritting his teeth, he shouted solemnly, Can I consider it for a few days? Such an important matter. You have to let me consider for 10 to 15 days before I make a prudent decision, right? Even if I make a promise to you right now, you wouldn't believe me at all, would you? Hehe. Fair enough. Then, take your time to consider it. I'm looking forward to your answer. Wu Yingqi said with a smile, I believe that you will not disappoint me. I'll be waiting for you at the capital. Who? Wu Yingqi's body finally couldn't withstand Blackstar the Great's remote control anymore, and was burnt into black charcoal by the furious flames of spiritual energy. Ha! He did not expect that Wu Yingqi would be so gullible. Could he have fooled the man with such an obvious pretense? While he was surprised, he discovered that the fire did not burn up Wu Yingqi's entire body but kept her head that was like a living skeleton. The skull absorbed all the crazy waves and spiritual energy wandering in the air. In cracking noises, it grew larger and larger still, expanding to 3 times its original size, like a clear crystal ball. The eyes that had been magnified exponentially and looked like abysses stared at Liao in a feigned smile. Not good. Li Yao's pupils constricted violently. The bones all over his body were cracking, and every cell of his nerves was shrieking. There was no time. In the next second, Wu Qinxin's abnormally expanded head, mixed with the invincible might left by Black Star the Great, exploded brutally. Wu Qinxin's brain seemed to have expanded billions of times in the blink of an eye, dragging Li Yao into a different world. The complicated cables, tubes, wires, and burning buildings were gone, replaced by darkness and vague stars that swirled around Li Yao slowly. However, as Li Yao observed more closely, the glittering stars all turned into Black Star the Great's deep and intimidating eyes, which stared at him without blinking. Thousands of Wu Yingqi's eyes stared at Li Yao at the same time, raising the most disturbing waves deep inside Li Yao's soul. The eyes were like mystic rays of a temperature of 10,000 degrees, trying to brand certain unquestionable, inviolable, and non-erasable information to the deepest part of Li Yao's soul. Long live your majesty. Long live the imperium of true human beings. Long live the civilization of mankind. Li Yao seemed to have heard the crazy roars of countless people inside his head. Consumed in the torrent, Li Yao drifted forward beyond his control for he did not know how long. Gradually, the messy noises and roars became clear and organized. They all turned into his own voice. Li Yao heard himself shouting desperately and unwaveringly, "Long live Black Star the Great! Long live Black Star the Great! Long live Black Star the Great!" He shuddered hard in the coldness. The hole leading to earth from the deepest part of his soul opened again, unleashing 10,000 electric arcs that struck the terrible and weird illusions into pieces. The ovations came to an abrupt halt. Among the stars, Wu Yingqi's eyes were closed. However, purple tides surged over from the infinite darkness, which turned out to be made of thousands of raging true dragons of purple fire. The tides of true dragons swept close and collided into Li Yao's soul brutally, resulting in a deafening noise. Boom! Li Yao felt that every pillar in his mind palace was shivering. Vomiting a mouthful of blood crazily, he fell to the deepest part of the maze and passed out instantly, not knowing anything anymore. He did not know how long he groped in the darkness. The powerful soul in the divinity transformation stage retained the last bit of consciousness, allowing him to perceive the information that Wu Yingqi had inculcated into his head. He saw an overwhelming, destructive fleet sailing toward the Star Glory Federation under the command of Wu Yingqi, razing the country to the ground in only a year and a half. He saw countless cultivators of the Federation, including himself, kneeling before Wu Yingqi's feet, paying tributes to the ancestor of immortal cultivators and cheering "Long live Black Star the Great" from the bottom of their hearts. He saw that under Wu Yingqi's governance, a new country of immortal cultivators that was fairer and brighter was truly born, and it defeated the Covenant Alliance, united the whole Pangu universe, and marched toward the infinite stars beyond the Black Wall. Billions of years later, when the civilization of mankind truly thrived and occupied every corner of the multiverse, the people by then would probably not be bothered by the minor tricks that Black Star the Great adopted a long, long time ago. Only Black Star the Great can save the civilization of mankind. Only Black Star the Great can lead us to get rid of the destiny that has tripped countless civilizations for billions of years, to surpass the Pangu, Nuwa, and all the other primordial civilizations, and to make the civilization of mankind the only eternal civilization in history. Li Yao couldn't tell if it was Wu Yingqi's murmur in his head or that he was really thinking that in his own mind. Li Yao was woken up by the horrible thought and jumped so high that he hit the broken ceiling. He then fell to a gutter among the dilapidated walls. What happened? Li Yao groped on his body, only to discover no wound on his body, except that his head hurt very much and had a numb feeling, as if his head was thrice its previous size. Fine. After he extended his hand and felt it, he realized that it was not as if but real. His head was truly swollen and bleeding, and dry blood was all over his lips and ears. When he slightly shook his head, the whole world was swirling before his eyes, and he could barely sit steadily. It was a symptom of serious brain damage, at least severe brain concussion plus intracranial hemorrhage. He was not paralyzed or turned vegetative, all thanks to his magnificent body in the divinity transformation stage. The soul blast from Black Star the Great, which was enhanced by sacrificing the brain of Wuxia, a super meditation healer, turned into the shocking suicide mental bomb. It was unbelievably powerful. Thankfully, Liao's soul was unbelievably sturdy, which allowed him to manage to resist Wuxia's suicide blast. If it were any other cultivator in the divinity transformation stage, they probably would have been shocked into morons or faced even more terrible consequences. Black Star the Great was truly immeasurable and invincible. Only such an unparalleled expert like Wuxia was qualified to lead all the cultivators, the immortal cultivators, and human beings to unite the Federation, the Imperium, and the Covenant Alliance so that all the experts of the Panga universe could be gathered to march out and find a way out for the civilization of mankind. Nothing good would happen if he continued to resist His Majesty, which would only give the scoundrels an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. However terrible Wuxia was, he was definitely much better than the selfish, fake immortal cultivators of the four families or the emotionless mechanical humans of the Covenant Alliance. Wasn't he? Honestly speaking, it was hard to tell which of them was more terrible, Wuxia or Boss Bai. If he could cooperate with Boss Bai, why couldn't he work with His Majesty? Wait. Liao's eyes suddenly bulged, and he slapped himself in the face hard. Pa! A crisp slap echoed from the darkness. What am I thinking of exactly? How can I possibly have the idea of submitting to Black Star the Great? Liao found it very unbelievable. He was very certain that before he passed out, or to be more exact, before he suffered the blast of Wuxia's suicide mental bomb, he absolutely never thought to compromise or cooperate with Wuxia, much less submitting to the guy. He even considered temporarily cooperating with real immortal cultivators, like Lei Qinghu. But Wuxia was definitely not on the list of his potential partners. That was because Liao vaguely felt that Wuxia was simply too dangerous. Indescribably dangerous and far exceeding the real immortal cultivators. However, his soul was truly wavering right now, and he could not help but have the idea of giving in to Wuxia or even bending his knees to surrender. It was absolutely not his own intention, but it was impossible for him to get rid of the idea all of a sudden either. The idea had been branded on his brain by an iron with a temperature of thousands of degrees, even piercing through his brain and reaching his soul. What the heck? Why would I suddenly have the idea of suck.u.bing to Wuxia? Is he so charismatic that I have been swayed by him before I know it? Creeped out, Liao pulled his hair hard. You've got to be kidding me. It's absolutely impossible. There must be something wrong with his mental bomb just now. He implanted such a dreadful idea inside my head. Liao took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down and observe the idea that had been deeply branded into his soul. With his powerful soul in the divinity transformation stage and his firm beliefs, he could analyze the whole thing rationally and calmly, reaching the objective conclusion that he would never lower his head before Wuxia. However, it was still not enough to stop certain intuitional thoughts and the deep reverence for Black Star the Great. It was like tiny spiders and innocuous snakes could not hurt human beings, but some people were still scared of them for no reason. Liao meditated for more than 10 minutes before he finally calmed himself down and erased the reverence for Wuxia deep inside his soul bit by bit. However, he still sensed that the hideous mark was still lingering inside his soul, and it was not to be completely wiped out anytime soon. As a result, there would be a flaw in his heart, which would hinder him if he had a head-on clash against Wuxia before the mark was completely wiped out. Is this the simple dominating vibe of the true dragons that belong to the supreme sovereigns, or a technique that is more daunting and creepy? It inevitably occurred to Liao that if an unparalleled expert beyond the divinity transformation stage like him almost failed to survive it, the people in the refinement stage, the building foundation stage, or the core formation stage who were significantly weaker must have been completely controlled by the mark, unable to free themselves, right? Wuxia wasted so much time talking to me, only because he was preparing for such an ultimate skill. Thankfully, I had similar experiences before. If it were another common expert, would they have been controlled by the thought, crying to kneel before Wuxia and fight for him? Such a creepy implantation of thoughts is almost the scariest brainwashing method. Does it have anything to do with Wu Qi's illogical operations recently? Liao wiped the blood on his lips and in his ears. Thinking hard for a long time in the darkness, he still couldn't figure out what exactly Wu Qi wanted. He meant to contact Li Jialing and Jin Yuyan, only to discover that his wrist crystal processor and his crystal suit were both under interference. Around him was an extremely chaotic ocean of spiritual energy where no message could be sent out. It must be another consequence of Wu Qi controlling Wu Qinxin to blow up her brain. Thankfully, his body was not greatly affected. On all fours, he held back his headache and climbed upward one floor after another. When he was about to reach the surface of the planet, he finally heard Li Jialing's panicked shouting, "Brother Yao! Where are you, Brother Yao?" Liao leaped up in his crystal suit, before he fell on the ground and gasped hard. "I'm here, Brother Yao." Li Jialing hurried to jump at him. Anxiety and concerns were all over his face. "Where have you been? You were out of reach for more than half a day. Also, why are your soul waves so disordered? As if you just suffered severe wounds. What happened exactly? It's been more than half a day?" Liao was slightly stunned. He did not expect that the brief unconsciousness in his self-perception would be as long as a couple of hours. He listened carefully, only to notice that the sounds around were not right. Explosions, gunshots, and riots were echoing everywhere. Frowning, he asked, "What's going on outside? Why does the internal district of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors sound like it is in a war?" "Something terrible has happened, Brother Yao," Li Jialing said anxiously. "Another internal conflict has broken out in the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors. Jin Yuyan has been—" "You've got to be kidding me." Liao stood up straight immediately. His eyes popping out, he asked, "Please don't tell me that Jin Yuyan has been assassinated again." "I didn't say that." Pausing for a moment to catch his breath, Li Jialing went on. "However, it may be even worse than him being assassinated. In my opinion, it would have been better if the accident was that he was shot. But in fact, IT is the trade data in the central database of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors that have been cleared, disrupted, and covered." "What?" As if falling into an ice cave, Liao felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. The core trade data of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors was concerned with the interests of countless immortal cultivators. It was the biggest reason why thousands of experts were willing to fight for the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors, and the only reason why the free coin was valuable. It was exactly because the free coin could be exchanged for almost all the resources and magical equipment through the trade network of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors that it was acknowledged by all the immortal cultivators, making it even more reliable than the legal tender of the Imperium. If the trade network of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors collapsed, and all the core trade data were gone or messed up, it would mean the total collapse of the free coin as well as the collapse of all the immortal cultivators' confidence in the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors. Who would ever fight for the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors? Of course, even if all the data collapsed, they could always be gradually recovered given a couple of days. However, at this critical moment, when the coalition fleet of the four families almost marched to the nose of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors, it was certainly a catastrophe. As long as 20 to 30% immortal cultivators, if not all of them, lost confidence, a calamitous chain reaction would be triggered. How did it happen? His face pale, Liao demanded, "Shouldn't the core trade data of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors be the top secrets? The dozens of defense measures were a great headache even for me. How could they have been sabotaged easily? Nobody knew what exactly happened." Li Jialing said quickly, "The grand explosions at the beginning were just a disguise to distract everybody's attention. When everybody, including Jin Yuyan, went to search the culprits of the explosions, the central database of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors was uncannily compromised. Also, the enemy had Jin Yuyan's highest clearances, allowing them to import 100 crystal processor viruses of the latest model. All the data were ruined unstoppably. By the time the specialists of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors discovered it, the damage was already irreversible. It was estimated that it would take at least 48 hours before the data could be recovered. TOTO make things worse, after clearing the core trade data of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, the enemy also implanted abundant other information, mostly the clandestine scandals and deals of the leaders of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, including a lot of scandals of Jin Yuyan himself. Everybody is panicked and wary of each other now. Survival of the fittest was the basic law that all the immortal cultivators abided by. Both the immortal cultivators from the four families and those of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors were the same. None of them was close to being kind or generous. Having rise all the way up to be the director of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors from an unknown guy 100 years ago, Jin Yuyan certainly had done plenty of betraying, conspiring, and backstabbing. As for hoarding, gang fighting, or even hiring assassins to annihilate his business competitors, such things were not rare either. Many of them were in violation of the rules of the business world and the rules of the immortal cultivators. All the senior managers, shareholders, and business partners of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors were more or less the same. Hanging around in the upper class in fancy clothes, which of them had clean hands? The unspoken tradition was that as long as the things were cleaned up, leaving no evidence behind, nobody would care about them. After all, the victors enjoyed impunity. However, it would be a whole different matter when somebody presented such things in public with solid evidence. Now, not just the crime evidence of Jin Yuyan, but also the crime evidence of the four senior managers and many other common managers had been exposed to the public and sent to the highly influential shareholders and business partners through the network of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. It was not until then that many people realized that their certain batches of goods were actually swallowed by a certain SCU bag who was smiling at them on the other side of the table, and that a certain astonishing assassination that shocked all the immortal cultivators was actually directed by Jin Yuyan. Besides, Jin Yuyan had resorted to too many shameless, despicable approaches and misappropriated the interests of too many shareholders and business partners before he made it to the blood-stained throne. The stone raised a huge splash. Although a great enemy was up ahead, nobody could hold it back anymore. They demanded an explanation from Jin Yuyan. Somebody even started fighting each other. It was Xianxia. No, it was Wuxia, who remotely controlled her brain. Liao looked so awful that he was like a poisoned frog. He gnashed his teeth and said, Xianxia and Jin Yuyan were a couple for 100 years. A lot of Jin Yuyan's clandestine deals were conducted by Xianxia. Naturally, she had plenty of evidence in her hands. As for Jin Yuyan's highest clearances to modify the central database, when Xianxia helped Jin Yuyan with the soul transfer technique, she could naturally scan Jin Yuyan's brain and soul to analyze and copy his soul signature. I wonder how long he had been planning for this. However, the problem remains. What is it that he wants? Just like what we discussed before, smudging Jin Yuyan, or even collapsing the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, will bring him absolutely no returns. It's not like he is going to take the business alliance of 10,000 sectors down with him and let the four families claim the fruit. Brother Yao, what do you mean? Li Jialing replied in surprise. I don't understand. How is this related to Wuxia? Shouldn't Wuxia be utterly ignorant of everything that happened in the Seven Seas Grand Market? If he had known it, how could he have allowed the Seven Seas Grand Market to fall into chaos? The more chaotic this place is, the more unfavorable the situation will be for him. Exactly. I thought so too. Liao said with a bitter smile. This is the greatest problem and the key to solve the dilemma. However, let's not rush into anything yet. Tell me, has Jin Yuyan got everything under control? On the ground, yes. Li Jialing said worriedly. However, the situation in the space battlefield couldn't have been worse. Li Jialing told Liao that Jin Yuyan had been the director for decades after all. He had a lot of trusted subordinates and supporters in the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Despite the disadvantageous circumstances, he did not lose his calmness but resorted to all the methods possible, winning the forgiveness and support of many big shots by giving away tremendous interests without batting an eye. He then punished the people who fought each other and who intended to flee heavily and ensured the order of the Seven Seas Grand Market on the surface. The gunshots and explosions they heard were exactly from the troops loyal to Jin Yuyan when they were suppressing the people who were trying to flee through the spaceports. However, while Jin Yuyan could control the order of the Seven Seas Grand Market on the surface, he could not control people's trust and confidence, particularly not the trust of the warlords and local magnates who were vacillating and observing the situation at the edge of the Seven Seas space zone with their armies. In the Battle of Seven Seas, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors was outnumbered. They were fighting with their morale and confidence, and they had to crush the enemy unstoppably. Should anything go wrong in the process, preventing the wavering warlords and local magnates from taking their side, they would be absolutely no match for the coalition fleet of the four families with only the forces in their headquarters. Right now, it was not just that something had gone wrong. Half of the sky had essentially collapsed. The nature of the limp, compromising, and vacillation of the business class couldn't have been better revealed. The moment they heard the news that a civil war broke out within the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and abundant core trade data had been changed or cleared, many warlords and local magnates changed their attitudes and threw away all the agreements they had reached with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, starting to fight the fleets of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors for real. The fleets cruising at the edge of the Seven Seas space zone lazily seemed to have been injected with excitants too. Refreshed, they all approached Yun Xiefeng's flagship in general, eager to pledge their loyalty to the commander. As long as somebody started it, there would certainly be a lot of followers. Even the immortal cultivators who did not intend to abandon their agreements with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Seeing that other people were returning to the four families' side and the scales of victory were more and more inclined, certainly had no reason to die together with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Li Jialing said helplessly, "The whole Seven Seas Grand Market was a mess just now. Since we couldn't find you, many people said that even Black Wind King had slipped away when the situation did not look promising. Some even say that Brother Yao was a fake Black Wind King that Jin Yuyan fabricated as a bluff because not even one ship of the Black Wind Fleet could be seen. The rumors are spreading on every street. It is even less possible to stop the collapse of confidence." Understood. What about Boss Bai? Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao said calmly, "Has Boss Bai sent any message? Is he exposed?" Not yet. Seeing that it was not good, Boss Bai chose to be Yun Xiefeng's loyal subordinate at the earliest time. So he is not exposed yet. Li Jialing said, "But more and more fleets are gathered next to Yun Xiefeng now. Boss Bai is caught in an awkward situation now that he is surrounded, and it's hard for him to do anything. It must be noted that we intended to watch the tigers fight, but one of the tigers has collapsed before fighting. Are we going to charge forward and fight the tiger on our own?" Li Yao did not expect Blackstar the Great's fatal moves to be so consecutive and brutal. It was like an incessant flood that did not give them any chance to catch their breath. During the first half of the day when he was unconscious, the situation in the outside world had been drastically changed. The admiration for Wu Yingqi rose up deep inside his heart again, which scourged his brain like lethal venom. He saw Wu Yingqi, who was ensconced on the high throne while pointing at the picture of the universe magnificently, and he almost couldn't stop himself from worshipping Wu Yingqi. Damn it! Li Yao spat hard, his saliva piercing through Wu Yingqi's illusion. The illusions collapsed like a palace of glass, turning into thousands of dancing butterflies. Behind every butterfly was a series of patterns that looked like swirls. When two swirls were combined, they became Wu Yingqi's eyes precisely. Even if Li Yao closed his eyes, he could not move the thousands of aggressive eyes of Wu Yingqi away from his head. He could only slap himself heavily as quickly as lightning, managing to suppress his reverence and admiration for Wu Yingqi. "This is..." Li Jialing was taken aback by Li Yao's sudden movement. Looking at Li Yao's highly rising cheeks where two bloody handprints were particularly obvious, which implied that Li Yao certainly did not hold any strength back, the young lion was dumbfounded. "Brother Yao, what was that about? We may have been outplayed, but there is no need to blame yourself so hard. We will work something out together." "Who says that I'm blaming myself?" With his nose bleeding, Li Yao grimaced. "I was merely refreshing myself through that special technique in order to resist Wu Yingqi's dominance. The specific mechanism is too mysterious for me to explain right now. Don't be surprised if I continue to slap myself later. Also, bring me to Jin Yuyan immediately." This whole thing was planned by Wu Yingqi, but there must be more to it. He certainly has more moves. Li Jialing found it hard to believe. How do you know, Brother Yao? Very simple. Considering the situation, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors will collapse if no changes happen. Li Yao said, I believe it is definitely not Wu Yingqi's purpose, or at least not his only purpose. The sudden collapse of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors will bring him no good whatsoever. If I were Wu Yingqi, I would achieve the most benefits if the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the four families are mutually destroyed by each other. Therefore, I don't believe that Wu Yingqi's scheme will be so simple. There will certainly be more changes in the next moment. He narrowly won the game just now, but next time, it will be the time for our counterattack. Li Yao and Li Jialing boosted their crystal suits and flew toward Jin Yuyan's command center in 2 streaks of brilliance. On their way, they saw countless soldiers stationed at the streets and alleys in the Seven Seas Grand Market. Barricades had been set up in many critical locations. Tremendous armed shuttles, spiritual puppets, and exos were patrolling in full wariness, braced for the arrival of the great enemy. Fierce street battles seemed to have just happened among many streets. Pits of cannonballs and remains of tanks and crystal suits were everywhere. The soldiers were also pulling out the dead bodies and piling them up, which added to the solemnity in the atmosphere. The citizens who lived in the Seven Seas Grand Market in the first place, and the merchants who had come to the place for trades, only dared to hide behind the glass windows and stare at the warring world outside in panic. The pictures filled with rust, blood, and smoke made Li Yao sigh to himself. Although Jin Yuyan got the situation under control for now through iron measures, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors was already half lost judging from the tension in the internal district. Compared to the 4 Kurfürst families and Black Star the Great, the greatest advantage of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors was freedom. At least on the surface, people could travel and trade freely without supervision from anybody. As long as they abided by the basic rules, this place would be absolutely free. They could come and leave whenever they wanted and do whatever they wanted here. Welcome to the freest place in the entire universe. The slogan floating at the edge of the Seven Seas space zone pointed out the greatest value of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. The immortal cultivators here were also fighting for freedom. However, after the unexpected incidents, Jin Yuyan, in his desperation, stomped on the freedom that the business alliance of 10,000 sectors had always been proud of and suppressed the merchants that did not belong to the business alliance of 10,000 sectors with violence. Those people were only here for trades, and they wanted to escape to avoid the war. Was Jin Yuyan qualified to keep them in this place? It was a typical case of quenching thirst with poison. If the game in question was violence, 10 business alliances of 10,000 sectors would have been no match for the 4 Kurfürst families, let alone Black Star the Great. If those people were suck.u.mbing to violence, why would they suck.u.mb to Jin Yuyan instead of the 4 Kurfürst or Black Star the Great? The Seven Seas Grand Market was like a suppressed volcano right now. Even though Jin Yuyan could hold the situation for now, the chaos would burst out 100 times more intensely soon enough. If the battle in space remained unchanged, Li Yao estimated that the Seven Seas Grand Market would fall into complete mayhem in 2 to 3 days at most. However, when they were about to return to the headquarters of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors, they were suddenly surrounded by a tide of cheers. The panicked, frustrated soldiers a moment ago were shouting and dancing in wild joy as if they had just injected excitants. What is this about? Li Yao was slightly dazed, knowing that something unexpected must have happened. However, there was no need to ask the cheering soldiers, and he simply dived into Jin Yuyan's headquarters. The command center was a total mess. A minor riot seemed to have taken place a moment ago because broken crystal processors and crystal wires were still on the ground. In some places, there were also tiny pits and explosion marks. There were even soldiers who were scrubbing the blood busily. However, the leaders and military commanders, including Jin Yuyan, looked as if they were in a rather high spirit, so high that they were almost delirious. Their eyes were all popping out and bloodshot, and they were biting their lips hard. Their hands were shivering beyond their control. Feverish anxiety was emanating from all of them. Li Yao had seen their looks on countless gamblers. the gamblers who had lost everything in desperation, only to run into a windfall, which they brought into the casino, hoping to win back their losses. Jin Yuan obviously saw Liao walking in, but he did not have time to ask where Liao had been to, whether or not he had caught the masterminds of the explosions or his wife wooing Qin, or any other critical questions. He still stared at the holographic map of the space zone, totally focused. It seemed that the information on the map was even more important than Vulture Liao, Black Wind King. What's going on? Have those people lost their minds? Liao looked at where they were looking. On the holographic map of the space zone, the blue spots, which represented the garrison fleet of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors, were not in the best condition. Most of the blue spots were surrounded and stalled by red spots that were multiple times more, implying that the fleets of the two parties were having fierce fights. What was even more dreadful was that, in places far away from the blue spots, a large cluster of dense red spots were congregating into a dazzling light ball, and even more red spots were joining it from various directions, making the red light ball larger and larger, to the extent that it was almost swallowing the entire space zone. The red light ball must be the main force that Xianxia commanded. Judging from the blinking and changing data nearby, Xianxia had gathered quite a few adamantine super arsenal warship. The torrents of destruction were about to take shape. Almost all the blue spots were routed by the red spots, making it impossible for them to stop Xianxia before his fleet completely took shape. They could only watch Xianxia's fleet proliferate like an abnormal tumor. However, Liao noticed something uncanny. Not far away from Xianxia's fleet, on the orbit of a planet whose back was against the battlefield, a few triangular light spots were shining rapidly, and the 3 triangular light spots constituted a new triangle. It was a sign that a space gate was being gradually opened. In such a crisis, the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors had opened another space zone. Who were they navigating to reach this place? Could there be more reinforcements? If it were the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors fleets in other places of the cosmos that needed to jump back, wouldn't they be blown up immediately after the jump, considering that they were so close to Xianxia's main force? It was certainly suicide. What were they doing exactly? Liao leaped to Jin Yuan in 2 steps and pulled him aside, before he asked in a low voice, "Director Jin, what happened? Why have you opened a new space gate? Who are you directing to jump to this place? Even if there are reinforcements, aren't they too close to the enemy's main force? In such a distance, they will be discovered and destroyed by Xianxia the moment they are teleported." Jin Yuan's eyeballs moved rigidly. Stunned for a long time, he finally put on a helpless expression and said in a low voice, "They won't. Perhaps other reinforcements will be blown up by Xianxia's adamantine super arsenal warship.p.s, but not this fleet. They are the last chance for us to win the Battle of 7 Seas." Liao's eyes bulged as he shouted, "Are you serious? Does the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors have such a remarkable garrison fleet? Who's the reinforcement?" "It's not a garrison fleet of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors but Lei Chenghu," Jin Yuan said solemnly. "Lei Chenghu's astounding thunder fleet has come to our aid in person." "What?" A flash of lightning burst out inside Liao's head, illuminating his every brain cell. Wu Yingqi, Li Linghai, Lei Chenghu, the real immortal cultivators, the loyal immortal cultivators, and the immortal cultivators who were devoted to Blackstar the Great. Many clues and pieces were entangled. He seemed to understand everything, only to be confused in the next second. Before he figured out the general picture, he cried subconsciously, "No! You cannot allow Lei Chenghu's fleet to jump over. Close the space gate now. It's a scheme." Jin Yuan stared at Liao for a long time sullenly and asked, "What kind of scheme?" Taking a deep breath, Liao tried to calm himself down first before he said quickly without any stop, "I don't know if you have captured the culprits of the serial explosions, but no matter how many criminals you have captured, they all point to the same person. The mastermind behind the whole thing is none other than Blackstar the Great himself. Wu Yingqi remotely controlled your wife by some sort of super remote telepathy. Perhaps he had been lurking next to you since a couple of years ago, if not decades ago. He knows about your details and the internal operation of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors as well as he knows his own fingers. That's why he could hack the internal network of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors easily, erase the core data, and slander you. Fine, technically it's not slander. But the bottom line is, the whole thing is Wu Yingqi's trap. Think about it, why has Wu Yingqi been doing what he has been doing? He tried to assassinate you first. When it failed, he hacked the internal network of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, modifying the data and ruining your reputation. Does he not know that it will result in the complete chaos of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the failure of the Battle of Seven Seas? No, he must have seen it coming. It is exactly his purpose. He has been trying to press the business alliance of 10,000 sectors to the hopeless corner and force you to accept the assistance from the outside world, the assistance of Lei Qinghu. As he continued, Li Yao was yelling more than talking. Jin Yuyan's eyes were hollow, and his face showed no reaction. There was no telling if he heard what Li Yao said. You must believe me. I swear to God that everything I said is true. I just fought Wu Yingqi hard and heavily wounded his soul, forcing him to flee in a panic with his remaining soul, although I was more or less injured and unconscious for half a day. What I saw and heard was first-hand information, Li Yao continued anxiously. Although Lei Qinghu joined the reformists after you and I did, and the Queen and he have been merely using each other, don't forget that he is a real immortal cultivator. As the guy who rescued Lei Qinghu from the Godly Might prison in person, I was in a not bad relationship with him and communicated with him many times. He expressed his disgust toward the four Kurfürst families, his disdain for the selfish false immortal cultivators, and his hope that the Imperium could be restored to the age of Blackstar the Great many times. Can't you see? Lei Qinghu is an avid admirer of Wu Yingqi. As long as Wu Yingqi identifies himself and introduces his bullshit theories of a new world of immortal cultivators that is full of justice, openness, and fairness, it is very possible that Lei Qinghu will follow his command without any hesitation. In conclusion, Wu Yingqi must have malicious plans now that he has asked Lei Qinghu to jump to the Seven Seas space zone at such a moment. The astounding Thunder Fleet's strength is certainly unparalleled, and it will possibly change the whole battle. However, if it is the astounding Thunder Fleet that saves the day in the end, the Warlord's fleet scattered in the Seven Seas space zone will surrender to Lei Qinghu and accept his command. Even the garrison fleet of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors may be stolen by Lei Qinghu. Blackstar the Great will essentially be swallowing them all. In other words, although the battle is won, the fruit of victory will be picked by Wu Yingqi, and the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors will still be dead for sure. Yes, this is exactly their scheme, this is Wu Yingqi's purpose. Director Jin, please consider carefully. Jin Yuyan listened quietly without saying or doing anything. He was silent for such a long time that Li Yao almost couldn't hold himself from slapping him and refreshing him too. It was not until then that he said gloomily, Vulture Li Yao, if you think that I opened the gate allowing the astounding Thunder Fleet to jump over an organization without noticing the anomaly of the incident at all, you would be thinking too little of me as the director of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors. It's too coincidental. A few days ago, I suffered a dual assassination, and a series of explosions took place a few days later. Hardly had the flames of the explosions died out when our internal network was compromised and the data were changed, which immediately reversed the situation on the battlefield. Then, when the situation had just been reversed, and we were in the greatest crisis ever, the astounding Thunder Fleet was already prepared to reinforce us and could jump over any time. Do you think that I'm a 3-year-old who could not see the shoddiness? However, you must have seen the tension and depression outside when you were on your way here, didn't you? The Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors had lost its unity. How can I keep it together with violence? Such a method could only buy us a few days, or even only 24 hours. If I cannot find any chance to change the situation in 24 hours, I might as well draw my sword and kill myself. Therefore, tell me, when Lei Qinghu sent us a message that he could reinforce us, what choices do we have except to accept it in ecstasy and open the gate for them? Vulture Li Yao, Black Wind King, maybe your Black Wind Fleet can come here in 24 hours? If the Black Wind Fleet can miraculously show up, I will shoulder all the pressure and shut the space gate, blocking the astounding Thunder Fleet from the battlefield. About that, Liao was lost for words. Yes, the Black Wind Fleet cannot arrive in time, and your good friends lurking in the coalition fleet of the four families cannot just declare war on hundreds of thousands of Starships around them fearlessly. Then, what can we do except for counting on the astounding Thunder Fleet? Our last chance. Keeping our eyes open while we are being slaughtered. Jin Yuyen smiled bitterly. Even if Lei Qinghu is truly Wu Yingqi's guy, we do not have a second choice. Right now, I can only place my hope on Lei Qinghu's integrity and his subtle stance. After all, Lei Qinghu was from the peripheral worlds of the Imperium too. He was a rather special warlord. The construction and maintenance of the astounding Thunder Fleet, as well as his marvelous performance in the Imperium's counterattack, couldn't have been accomplished without the secret resource support and the trophy businesses of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors. Let's hope that Lei Qinghu still remembers the old times and does not go too far. Liao opened his mouth, only to come up with nothing. A silver tongue couldn't compare to tens of thousands of state-of-the-art warships, which were loaded with countless experts and colossi. Also, I think that the scheme you inferred had a huge loophole. Jin Yuyen stared at Liao thoughtfully. If the whole thing is Wu Yingqi's scheme and that he wants to watch the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors and the four families destroy each other before letting the astounding Thunder Fleet claim the fruit, don't you think that it is too soon? Shouldn't he have postponed the havoc in the Seven Seas Grand Market for a day or two and waited to activate his plan when we were vehemently fighting against Xianxia? More critically, now that Lei Qinghu's fleet has jumped to the Seven Seas space zone, what about the capital? Liao was stunned again. He almost couldn't hold himself from slapping his forehead. How could he have neglected such a crucial question? Among the reformists, Lei Qinghu's astounding Thunder Fleet was, without a doubt, the best troop. Neither the Imperial Guards who were being regrouped and trained in the capital nor the garrison fleet of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors was a match for the astounding Thunder Fleet. However, when the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors and the four families planned for the Battle of Seven Seas, neither of them took the astounding Thunder Fleet into consideration. It was not because of the commander's mistake, but because the astounding Thunder Fleet would never have left their base by logic. In the game between the reformists and the four Kurfürst families, the most important battlefield was not the Seven Seas space zone. It was the capital. The fleet made of 16 adamantine super arsenal warships was definitely not the ace troops of the four families either. The most elite forces of the four families were still waiting to launch a critical strike at the capital at the right moment. At this moment, there was nothing but the rookies who had just joined the reformists in the capital besides the Imperial Guards. However talented Blackstar the Great was at commanding and training, it was impossible for him to train the Imperial Guards and the rookies into battle-tested warriors in only a couple of months. The Imperial Guards alone couldn't stop the ace fleets of the four families at all. The reason why the four families hadn't attacked the capital was something else. It was partly because of the conflicts of the four families regarding the new emperor and partly because of the astounding Thunder Fleet. The astounding Thunder Fleet was like a cutthroat dagger that had been placed on the neck of the Li family, hamstringing the ace troops of the Li family. The subtle conflicts among the four families, on the other hand, led to a chain reaction that hamstrung the ace troops of the other three families. Lei Qinghu was known as the God of War, who had the courage to summon the best forces of their family to attack the capital when the God of War was coveting them. Even though the Imperial Guards were no match for the ace troops of the four families, it would still be possible for them to delay the enemy for a couple of months with the iron defense of the capital. A couple of months were more than enough for Lei Qinghu to cut the guts of the four families in their heartlands with the astounding Thunder Fleet. The reason was very obvious. The astounding Thunder Fleet and the ace fleets of the four families were stalled and locked by each other. That was why a war started at the Seven Seas space zone at the edge of the Imperium earlier than the one started in the capital. However, the astounding Thunder Fleet had left the location that was most in their favor. Moving the poison dagger away from the Li family's throat, they had jumped into the Seven Seas space zone, diving into the gigantic mess. It was easy to leave the heartland of the Li family, but it was impossible for the astounding Thunder Fleet to jump back in an organized way. There was no way that the Li family was going to open the space gate to the astounding Thunder Fleet again. It meant that the shackles that confined the ace fleets of the four families had been shattered. They no longer needed to worry about the astounding Thunder Fleet's threat and could launch an attack at the capital without concerns. And the whole situation was exactly Blackstar the Great's plan. However strong the astounding Thunder Fleet is, it is terribly outnumbered after all. It's easy to crush the four families' coalition fleet, but they cannot be destroyed or swallowed overnight. Jin Yuan analyzed calmly. It must be noted that Yun Xiefeng is commanding a fleet of 1,000,000 Starships. Even if Yun Xiefeng is a pig whose subordinates are 1,000,000 pigs that can breathe and fly in the vacuum, how long will it take Lei Qinghu to completely capture and butcher them? Also, according to your theory, Lei Qinghu is not just crushing and swallowing Yun Xiefeng's fleet, but also taking the opportunity to control the fleets of the many warlords from the peripheral worlds of the Imperium and even the garrison fleets of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors. None of the goals can be achieved anytime soon. Can Lei Qinghu completely control the Seven Seas space zone given 1 month? Liao was lost for words. Having been through the battle between the Black Wind Fleet and the Star Glory Federation in person, he knew that it was much easier to defeat an army in the boundless space than to annihilate or capture the enemies. With the astounding Thunder Fleet's sudden arrival and unexpected assault, it would naturally be invincible and unstoppable. However, as time went by, the shining saber would be sinking into the mud, and it would not be easy to draw it out. Jin Yuyan claimed that it would be a month, but Liao felt that it was an overestimation of the astounding Thunder Fleet's abilities. Like Jin Yuyan said, even if everybody in the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors and the coalition fleet of the four families were pigs, as long as they were capable of breathing and wandering in space, it would take Lei Qinghu at least a couple of months before he finally got the Seven Seas space zone under control. In other words, the moment Lei Qinghu's fleet jumped over, it would be stalled by the four families and the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors who each had their own plans, thereby losing mobility. Without the threat provided by the astounding Thunder Fleet, the capital would be wide open. As long as the highest commanders of the ace fleets of the four families were not dumb and blind, they would never let go of such a rare opportunity. I believe I do not need to explain which between the capital and the Seven Seas space zone is more important. Jin Yuyan continued coldly. If I were the highest commanders of the ace fleets of the four families, and I discovered that the astounding Thunder Fleet had disappeared to reinforce the Seven Seas space zone, I would certainly not be chasing after the astounding Thunder Fleet like a dummy, joining the war of attrition in the gigantic messy swamp that was the Seven Seas space zone. I would certainly seize the momentary opportunity and drop the conflicts with the other few families for now. We would launch our ace fleets at the same time toward the capital, destroy the nest of the reformists, and capture Li Linghai, Yu Wushuang, and the other rebels in the Reform Committee of the Council of Elders. If the Reform Committee of the Council of Elders is annihilated and the capital falls back to the four families' control, it would be the doom of the reformists. By then, even if the reformists secure a minor victory in the Battle of Seven Seas, it would be useless. Everybody would be inclined toward the four families. Even the expedition army would not stand behind Lei Qinghu. Everything would be over. Vulture Liao, if you were the highest commander of the ace fleets of the four families, would you find my previous analysis reasonable? Thinking for a long time, Liao struggled to reply. Fair enough. The astounding Thunder Fleet is truly the key to stop the four families from attacking the capital. Now that the astounding Thunder Fleet has volunteered to leave the heartland of the four families for an insignificant battle at the edge of the cosmos, if I were the highest commander of the ace fleets of the four families, I would certainly attack the capital without any hesitation. Then, even if Wu Yingqi has combined all the strengths in the capital, could he resist the ace fleets of the four families with the Imperial Guards who are exceptionally young and untrained? Jin Yuyan asked again. Or maybe Wu Yingqi could get reinforcements as strong as the astounding Thunder Fleet from elsewhere? It's impossible. Liao closed his eyes and heaved a sigh. Even Wu Yingqi cannot turn a stone into gold. He cannot transform the Imperial Guards who haven't fought any hard battles for hundreds of years into an invincible army in only a couple of months. As for the other strong reinforcements, I fear that the expedition army is the only choice. However, the expedition army has been reluctant to publicly state their support for the reformists. It is obvious that they are still observing the situation. Now that Wuxia has made such a horrible mistake, it is even less likely for them to help him at such a critical moment. They would be showing Lei Qinghu enough respect if they do not stab the reformists in the back. Besides, even if the expedition army does reinforce the capital from far away, the ace fleets of the four families would not necessarily be scared of them. Those few ace fleets are the greatest reliance of the four families. From the commanders to the middle-level officers and even to the bottom-level soldiers, they are made of the most loyal, central descendants of the families. The resources consumed in their daily training and the configuration of Warsh.I.P.S are multiple times more than those of common fleets. Even the adamantine fleet that Xianxia commands is far from them. Many people say that the soldiers of the few ace fleets are more expensive than marrow crystals of the same weight. They are the real tough warriors and the greatest support for the four families to dominate the Imperium. Even if they run into the astounding Thunder Fleet or other fleets of the expedition army, those hardcore nobles would never betray their families or back off. If the two parties have the most intense collision in a head-on clash, it remains to be seen who will win in the end. Therefore, Jin Yuyan smiled. You said that the whole thing was Wuxia's arrangement. Then what is his ultimate purpose? Abandon all the defense so that the best fleets of the four families will be attracted to stab his heart? Tactically, it is true that the arrival of the astounding Thunder Fleet may very likely change the outcome of the Battle of Seven Seas. However, strategically, such a decision is most idiotic. Unless caught in desperation, and it is absolutely necessary, not a single highest commander would have made such a decision. That's right. The swirls of mists grew larger and larger still in Liao's head. He seemed to have been lost in a hazy fog by himself, and he could not find a way out however hard he struggled. He could only mumble, I need to think. I need to think about it carefully. You can take your time to think about it, Black Wind King. After all, we have plenty of time. Jin Yuyan said with a bitter smile, the astounding Thunder Fleet has successfully jumped over and joined the space battlefield in an organized formation. However strategically idiotic the decision is, and no matter how many schemes and traps it entails, our army has earned more advantages at least tactically, and we will not be killed for the time being. Hardly had Jin Yuyan concluded his sentence when explosive cheers burst out in the command center. Liao's head was dizzy because of the overwhelming cheers. He did not know whether he should burst into fury or frustration. Director Jin, how could you? Like I said, I don't have a choice. With helplessness popping on his face, Jin Yuyan said in a low voice, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors does not belong to me alone. The scandals about me that were exposed to the internal network significantly diminished my control. Many senior managers and great shareholders are already very dissatisfied with me. Besides, I'm merely the leader of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors in business and politics, and I'm not the highest commander of the garrison fleet or the military leader. How could I exceed my authority and take over military affairs? To accept the reinforcement of the astounding Thunder Fleet is a military decision. I received the message with a few senior managers and commanders of the garrison fleet together. How could I have stopped it when everybody was cheering for it? What reasons did I have? Also, the news that the astounding Thunder Fleet would soon arrive spread throughout the Seven Seas Grand Market. Even the soldiers fighting and bleeding in space had learned that reinforcements were coming. They considered the astounding Thunder Fleet as their last chance. They managed to deal with the enemies 10 times more than themselves and to keep the battle formation stable only because of the prospect of reinforcements. If I tell the soldiers now that the reinforcements are no more and the astounding Thunder Fleet can't make it, guess what consequences there will be? We might as well surrender to the four families directly. Liao was lost for words again. His body was cold as he fell into the ice cave of helplessness exactly like Jin Yuyan. Black Wind King Liao, perhaps you're right that the whole thing is a scheme or a trap. However, with the most bitter smile, Jin Yuyan struggled to say, however, Black Star the Great's capabilities and calculations are far beyond our imagination. He seems to have grasped every detail and forced us into a choiceless situation in every step. You've come so late that the space gate has been opened and all the soldiers and merchants have learned the arrival of the astounding Thunder Fleet. Nothing can be changed. However, even if you had returned half a day earlier and told me everything, and even if I believed 100% of what you said, we still would have had no choice except to let the astounding thunder fleet in, wouldn't we? In short, the situation right now is beyond our estimation and control. There's nothing we can do about it except to observe. Who says that? Clenching his fists, Liao gnashed his teeth. Wuxia must have a most insane scheme that involves both the Seven Seas Space Zone and the capital. We have to unravel his scheme and kill him no matter what. How are we going to stop it? Jin Yuyan opened his hands and said, "Look at the light spots on the hologram of the space zone." Lei Chenghu's fleet has jumped over in an organized way and is about to launch an attack at Yun Xiafeng's flagship in general. No matter who wins in the end, the battle will not end in a couple of days. In the meantime, the ace fleets of the four families must be marching at the capital aggressively. Whatever scheme Wuxia has, it will be activated very soon, won't it? And you, Vulture Liao, Black Wind King, you are still at the edge of the Imperium. Even if you get a starship, jump back to the Imperial Terminus sector, and sneak into the palace again, what can you do? Are you capable of taking down the ace fleets of the four families as well as Wuxia's Imperial Guards in the space battlefield? Or are you confident enough to approach Wuxia without alarming anybody and kill Blackstar the Great in a 1-versus-1 battle? Liao stabbed his fingers deep into his hair, which was as fluffy as a bird nest. His eyes hollow, he said, "Give me half a day, and I will certainly be able to sort the whole thing out and locate Blackstar the Great's flaws." He must have flaws, because he was not prepared to be exposed so soon. He was forced to activate his plan because of Silver Fox Legenda. Also, he couldn't have predicted that I would appear in the Seven Seas Grand Market and rescue you. In other words, the plan he is implementing right now is a backup plan of backup plans. He'll be a real god if his plan is still flawless under such circumstances. Jin Yuyan sighed and said, "Be my guest, but please take a look at the hologram of the space zone. The astounding Thunder Fleet has voluntarily sent a message to Yun Xiafeng's main fleet. The two parties are about to be engaged." Greatly alarmed, Liao turned back abruptly and stared at the red and blue light spots on the holographical map of the space zone for a long time, before he left the command center without saying anything. Enshrouded by coldness, he returned to the palace of Black Wind King as soon as possible. The most advanced communication facilities in the place allowed him to contact Boss by at any moment and share most of the real-time data in the coalition fleet of pyromaniacs, making it possible for him to monitor the space battlefield more clearly and deeply. In the dark and quiet communication room, the fluorescence from the dozens of 3D light beams in the room illuminated into a twisted, illusionary realm beyond reality. Sitting at the center of the many light beams, Liao simply allowed the torrential information sliding on his face and his body quickly. He seemed to have been back to the moment when he inferred what was on Jin Tui's mind in the Blood Demon sector by himself. His soul seemed to have been placed on a frozen lake. He could hear the ice cracking apart and feel that the cold water was about to erupt like magma. As time went by, the situation in the space battlefield changed again and again in the most dazzling way. Lei Chenghu truly deserved to be a man known as the God of War. His expertise in fleet commanding and space battles was as good as Boss Bai's, if not better. The astounding Thunder Fleet commanded by him was really like a tide made of thousands of rumbling thunders. A tide that was alive and infuriated. The astounding Thunder Fleet caught Yun Xiafeng unprepared the moment it jumped to the Seven Seas space zone. Perhaps Lei Chenghu realized very calmly that it was impossible to hide the organized jump of such an enormous fleet for too long. He simply exposed some of the spiritual waves voluntarily, pretending that they were a random garrison fleet of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors that had rushed to the place as reinforcements. After detecting the random reinforcement troop that was not far away from him, Yun Xiafeng immediately deployed a branch fleet that included one adamantine super arsenal warship to annihilate the enemy. It was safe to say that Yun Xiafeng's decision was reasonable and did not involve any mistake. In order to destroy a reinforcing troop that was not large in scale, a branch fleet led by one adamantine super arsenal warship was more than enough in any case. It was a shame that what Yun Xiafeng encountered was Lei Chenghu. The duel of the two generals lost suspense in the very beginning. In the next 3 hours, Lei Qinghu taught everybody in the area a lesson about the arts of commanding, the coordination of thousands of barraging cannons, and the fearlessness of the soldiers of the Imperium who were bold enough to fight with an adamantine super arsenal warship. The soldiers and crew members on the adamantine super arsenal warship who had always been proud also learned why their fleet could not be called best or ace when they had such an enormous warship. 100 rapid attack ships that had an amazing speed surrounded the adamantine super arsenal warship in 100 streaks of brilliance, like a pack of brutal wolves attacking a clumsy buffalo. No matter how many fatal attacks the adamantine super arsenal warship shot out, they merely brushed past those rapid attack ships, wasting the spiritual energy and the ammunitions for nothing. When the adamantine super arsenal warship finally hit a few rapid attack ships, a few colossi that belonged to the astounding Thunder Fleet broke into the warship under their cover. In the meantime, the arsenal warships, the shield warships, and the inferential warships that provided protection for the adamantine super arsenal warship were separated, surrounded, and swallowed by other starships of the astounding Thunder Fleet. When a wound as gigantic as a canyon was torn from inside to outside on the adamantine super arsenal warship, and infinite materials and flames spurted out, its destruction was already inevitable. Lei Qinghu declared his arrival with the destruction of an adamantine super arsenal warship, which caused significant consequences on both the enemy's side and his own. The defenders seemed to have just been injected with a powerful cardiotonic. Their morale that had hit rock bottom previously bounced to the peak again. The attackers' fighting will that had been gathered after all the trouble collapsed all of a sudden into nothingness. Gone for good, exactly like the broken adamantine super arsenal warship. What was most horrifying was not Lei Qinghu's tough combat ability, but his unparalleled influence and prestige. Lei Qinghu had been in service for almost 200 years. In his early years, he annihilated space pirates in the peripheral worlds of the Imperium and struck an alliance with many worlds. Then, he led the soldiers in his hometown to resist the Covenant alliance in the times of crisis. By the time of the Imperium's counterattack, he led the vanguard and conquered the enormous third battle area with a bunch of defeated and untrained soldiers. His fame was unparalleled, and he was a role model as the most standard immortal cultivator, meeting all the moral requirements for an immortal cultivator. Even his enemy who loathed him and wanted to kill him could only admire his integrity and respect him as the last immortal cultivator of the Imperium. The psychological blow of the participation of such a god of war in the battlefield on the attackers was much greater than that of the destruction of an adamantine super arsenal warship. Just like Jin Yuyan said, Lei Qinghu was himself a rather unique warlord from the peripheral worlds. He was the same kind of person as the warlords and local magnates who took up more than 90% of the attackers and understood them well. In the past 200 years, Lei Qinghu had fought those warlords countless times and even saved their lives on the most dangerous battlefields. In the Imperium's counterattack not a long time ago, Lei Qinghu had also commanded the troops of many warlords to expand the territory of the Imperium. Even right now, the astounding Thunder Fleet was still mixed with a lot of immortal cultivators from the peripheral worlds of the Imperium. They were essentially brothers from the same world. How were they going to fight the war? Not a single warlord from the peripheral worlds of the Imperium could stand the consequences of attacking Lei Qinghu's fleet. Or rather, so much as Lei Qinghu coughed lightly, countless young bottom-level officers who zealously worshipped him would be joining him and accepting his command. It was certainly not good news for Xianxia and other immortal cultivators of the four families. In the meantime, it was not pleasant for the cultivators like Li Yao either. If the situation went on, even if the Battle of Seven Seas was won, the greatest winner would only be Lei Qinghu and Wu Yingqi behind him. It would be impossible for Li Yao to achieve a balance among the immortal cultivators. Even Boss Bai was sending messages to Li Yao crazily. What exactly is going on? Why did a riot suddenly burst out in the Seven Seas Grand Market? Why did Lei Qinghu's fleet suddenly jump to the Seven Seas space zone? Damn it! The astounding Thunder Fleet is really strong. As expected of a super army that has been tested through 200 years of bloody battles. They've swallowed an adamantine super arsenal warship so quickly. Our coalition fleet of pyromaniacs has been gathered for no more than 3 months. Despite the assistance of the super artificial intelligence, we probably would be no match for the astounding Thunder Fleet. Hey, Liao, who are we helping right now? If we continue to pretend to be loyal, and stay on Xianxia's side, we will soon burst into conflicts with the astounding Thunder Fleet. Xianxia is going mad. Really. The guy is already eyeing me in a creepy way. I estimate that he will push us out to resist the astounding Thunder Fleet if he loses a few more branch fleets. What do we do? Should we stab Xianxia in the back right now and take Lei Qinghu's side? But exactly which side is Lei Qinghu on? He is undoubtedly the purest immortal cultivator. One moment of carelessness, and we may become Xianxia and Lei Qinghu's mutual enemy. That will definitely be the greatest joke. Liao sent a message to Boss Bai. Give me an hour and I'll give you an answer. Until then, please hang in there. Boss Bai, I trust you. You can make it. Liao cut the communication with Boss Bai quickly, allowing himself time to analyze and deduce calmly in the cold swirls of thinking. In the green fluorescence, there was nothing but himself made of blood, who sat on his opposite side and held his cheeks with both hands, contemplating together with him. It was almost like a weird mirror had been set up before him. Wu Yingqi's mental attacks were very good. They were nothing like the in-depth hypnotization, psychological hints, and soul shocks that we had seen before. The mental devil said slowly, I've carefully analyzed the mark that he implanted into our soul through the soul explosion and realized that it involves changes of the most fundamental layer of the soul. It is a very brilliant brainwashing technology. Similar techniques are rarely found among human beings. Rarely found among human beings? Liao keenly grasped the key. That means they have been found elsewhere? It's hard to say if they are the same, but we indeed saw similar modifications in the brain tomography of the Pangu clan as well as the Covenant Alliance. The mental devil replied somewhat uncertainly. In the Kunlun relic, the primeval relic discovered in the Star Glory Federation, Liao had slain a living member of the Pangu clan. The exploration team also discovered a lot of decayed and withered bodies of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan later. Below the ground of the Land of Eternal Night in the Ancient Sages sector, inside the Nuwa warship and the Pangu laboratory, there were plenty of well-preserved bodies as well. After slicing and scanning the well-preserved brains, valuable experimental data had been retrieved, which was of great help when it came to the studies on the souls of the many races in the Pangu civilization. In the 1,000 years of war against the alliance of the Holy Covenant, the Imperium of true human beings was also faced with the problem of the citizens of the Imperium being captured and brainwashed by the Covenant Alliance. A lot of people of the Covenant Alliance, as well as the previous citizens of the Imperium, had been captured and brainwashed by the Covenant Alliance. In order to recover the brainwashed citizens of the Imperium and to explore the mysteries of the 3 fundamental laws, the Imperium performed all kinds of research on the brains of the people of the Covenant Alliance. Precious brain tomography had been retrieved, allowing them to gain a better understanding of the brainwashing technology. The so-called brainwashing looked mysterious and unbelievable, but it was in fact just an upgraded version of mind interferential technologies such as psychological hints, deep hypnotization, etc. All of human beings' self-cognition and free will originated from the feedback of the material world, which was even branded in the brain cells in some sort of conditional reflexes. The ideas and beliefs that one firmly believed in boiled down to the glittering sparks inside the brain cells that were not unchangeable. As long as the relevant areas in the brain were located and certain tiny operations were performed on the brain cells, resulting in permanent pathological changes, it would be possible to completely change the way one thought. There were plenty of medical cases where one's personalities were greatly changed when parts of the brain tissues were excised or implanted after brain surgeries. Some people even grasped skills that they had been absolutely unaware of after their brains were severely injured in an accident that resulted in the loss of part of their memories. While those cases were not real brainwashing, the mechanism was still the same. As for the spectral cultivators who did not have brain tissues, only souls, it was even easier to interfere with and modify them. Without the protection of artificial bodies, the ghosts in a natural environment were very likely to split apart or even be completely lost. They even sometimes mixed with the brainwaves of other people, turning into inexplicable beings. All in all, technically speaking, brainwashing was not a fantasy but a congregation of the essence in the fields like medication, hypnotization, and meditation. It was a real thing. Liao was good at mental attacks. He could create horrifying illusions inside the enemy's head, caging the enemy in the greatest terror. Was that not another example of brainwashing? If the enemy's soul was slightly weaker, they would even consider the illusions as reality and dwell in it for the rest of their lives, unable to break free at all. After Liao came to the Imperium of True Human Beings, Liao had got the brain tomography of many people of the Covenant Alliance through Li Linghai as well as Xiaoming and Wenwen. He compared the images with the brain tomography of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan that he discovered in the Star Glory Federation. To his surprise, he noticed very similar mutations in a specific area in the brains of the people of the Covenant Alliance, the Pangu clan, and the Nuwa clan. Human beings who were no more than 2 meters tall, and the many species of the Pangu civilization, whose heights varied between a couple of meters to 100, looked vastly different on the surface. However, their brains were surprisingly similar and only differed in sizes. The structures of their brains were almost identical. If one was nitpicking the difference, it would be that the brains of human beings were more delicate than the 13 species of the Pangu civilization. It was almost like that the advantages of the brains of the 13 carbon-based lives were gathered in the neatest ways so that a smaller brain and a lower energy consumption could unleash greater potentials in thinking and training. After comparing almost 10,000 pictures of brain tomography, Liao discovered artificial abnormalities in the same area inside the brains of both the people of the Covenant Alliance and the Pangu clan. Liao determined them to be artificial mutations, because few changes could be found in the same area inside the brains of the ordinary people or the Nuwa clan. Liao estimated that the abnormal area should be the mark of the path of ultimate benevolence or the 3 fundamental laws. While human beings were tools that the Pangu civilization created, they were an advanced life who boasted high intelligence and developed thinking abilities after all, and they sought after freedom in nature. To make human beings follow their command obediently, the Pangu civilization naturally needed to stamp on the brains and even the gene strands of human beings, brainwashing human beings incessantly so that they would worship the Pangu clan as gods. Among them, the brain stamp was the most solid one. The dignity, pride, and dissatisfaction of human beings were shackled from the brain cells. On the other hand, the 3 fundamental laws and the path of ultimate benevolence were not exactly the same. The former was only the laws that human beings needed to live by, whereas the latter highlighted serenity and peacefulness for the purpose of reducing the ambitions of individuals and their demand for resources to the minimum. It was a top rule that both human beings and the Pangu civilization had to abide by. Before the Pangu civilization brainwashed human beings, they had already conducted brainwashing on the 13 carbon-based lives in the Alliance. By sealing their emotions and desires, they also left deep marks in similar areas inside their own brains. However, according to the mental devil, Black Star the Great's soul explosion a moment ago delivered weird waves that were similar to viruses, which tried to sabotage and modify the same area inside Liao's brain. Therefore, it is very possible that Wu Yingqi possesses brainwashing technologies similar to what the Covenant Alliance uses. The brainwashing technologies from the Pangu civilization in the primeval age? Deep in thought, Liao recalled his conversation with Long Yongjun when Nepenthe overthrew the great iron plants below the capital planet. At that time, Long Yongjun told Liao that Wu Yingqi could be deeply associated with the Covenant Alliance. The 2 parties could even be the 2 sides of the same coin. Or maybe Wu Yingqi and certain other ambitious schemers intended to control 99% of human beings through brainwashing technologies so that most of the weaklings would forever be the slaves of the experts. However, things went out of control in the end, and people's absolute loyalty toward the Pangu civilization was activated. That was how the weirdo that was the Alliance of the Holy Covenant was created. Liao was rather skeptical at the beginning because it would be too appalling if the truth was like that. However, from what he had seen, Long Yongjun's prophecy was probably right. Wu Yingqi and the Alliance of the Holy Covenant were very likely to be complicit. At the very least, they mastered the same dreadful brainwashing technologies that could deprive human beings of their most precious free will. We need to calm down and think about what Wu Yingqi wants exactly. Rubbing his temples softly, Liao said, "In order to sort through the whole thing and see through the SCU.bag's real purpose, we must eliminate the unexpected factor that is us first, because Wu Yingqi couldn't have foreseen our involvement when he activated his plan. If we hadn't shown up, Jin Yuyen should have been assassinated by Red Lady, Qi Yuanbao, and Xianxia before the war one way or the other, then the Seven Seas Grand Market would have fallen into chaos. Disrupted, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors couldn't have resisted the scourge of the coalition fleet of the four families. Under such circumstances, it would be very reasonable for Lei Qinghu's astounding Thunder Fleet to grit their teeth and jump over to save the day. Everybody would have thought that it was a choiceless choice that the reformists resorted to. The reinforcement of the astounding Thunder Fleet would have significantly weakened the defense in the capital. The Imperial Guards and the Deep-Sea Fleet were absolutely not enough to resist the ace fleets of the four families. It's almost like they were taking off their clothes and alluring the four families to attack the capital. What is most delicate is that all the moves would have been smooth and unforced. It's impossible to tell that Wu Yingqi was behind the curtain at all. Qi Yuanbao and Wu Yingqin would have taken care of everything. However, we unexpectedly appeared. Not only did we save Jin Yuyan, but we also brought the news of the arrival of the Black Wind King. We even fabricated a non-existent Black Wind Fleet, significantly boosting the morale of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. They were almost capable of defeating the coalition fleet of the four families on their own. As a result, the astounding Thunder Fleet was no longer in a situation where they had to reinforce the Seven Seas Grand Market. If the astounding Thunder Fleet stayed in the four families' heartland, the four families' ace fleets would never attack the capital blatantly on a large scale, which seems to be something that Wu Yingqi was very unwilling to see. Therefore, he showed up in person and even sacrificed the very important card that was Wu Yingqin in order to sabotage the Seven Seas Grand Market and crush the confidence of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. While his actions more or less gave the astounding Thunder Fleet an excuse to reinforce them, it seemed more or less abrupt and coincidental, and not nearly as secretive and natural as the previous plan. It's very easy to understand why Wu Yingqi wanted Jin Yuyan dead. He was very clear that Jin Yuyan's beliefs were absolutely incompatible with his own, and the two parties would end on bad terms sooner or later. Therefore, he might as well kill the enemy before Jin Yuyan discovered his real identity and direct the business alliance of 10,000 sectors to die together with the four families. After the damned merchants and the even more damned free coin were destroyed, it would be easier for his reign in the future. However, it is rather perplexing that he was so desperately alluring the ace fleets of the four families to attack the capital. What arrangements does he have in the capital that make him confident in destroying the ace troops of the four families at the same time? Liao recalled the gigantic hole that Wu Yingqi had dug out below the ground of the capital planet. Wu Yingqi had just gained control of the capital. Instead of regrouping and training all the fleets, he activated tremendous labor and devoted countless resources to the underground construction work. Was the hole the secret weapon that made him confident in destroying the ace fleets of the four families? Do you still remember Wu Yingqi's rise? He gained his fame at the beginning by detonating Karen, where his command center was located, as a border general and annihilating the invading fleets of the Covenant Alliance by the way. The mental devil said, "Is it possible that Wu Yingqi is planning to do the same this time, if not 100 times more intense? He is going to allure the enemy's most elite fleets to land on the capital planet, and then blow up the whole planet together with the tens of billions of people on it, as well as all his enemies. Isn't it a bit too whimsical?" Liao did take the possibility into consideration but did not find it very plausible after much deliberation. First of all, it is very difficult from a technological point of view. Karen was only a resource planet that was extremely small in size, and it contained highly condensed superenergy minerals below the ground. That was why it could be detonated instantly, making the blast sweep across the whole space zone. Such a unique resource planet is rather hard to come by even in the entire 3,000 sectors. The Imperial Terminus sector, on the other hand, is a rather steady habitable planet that is in its prime days. Below the crust and the mantle, most of the materials are alloys in the shape of liquid or solid. Even though tremendous mother lodes can be found, it is barely possible to raise a destructive explosion. The great battle between the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God merely caused the division and movement of the plates at best. It is possible to destroy dozens of cities, but detonating the whole planet and swallowing all the fleets on the orbit nearby. How is it possible? Where is the energy from? Secondly, The leaders of the four families and the commanders of the ace fleets are not idiots. The move that Wu Yingqi played in Karen years ago has been reflected in every textbook and countless entertainment work in the Imperium. Everybody is familiar with it, and there must be a lot of people who are trying to duplicate it. I assume that Wu Yingqi's revival has gradually been made known to everybody now. How can they not be prepared for him to play his old trick? All in all, if I were the commander of the ace fleets of the four families, I would never attack the capital planet recklessly. I would clear all the forces of the reformists who dared to cruise in space in the entire Imperial Terminus sector and establish space gates. Then, I would mobilize abundant cannon fodder troops and ask them to attack the surface of the planet, crumbling the enemy with the sheer advantage in number. The best I would do would be to send out a tiny proportion of air forces to launch bombardments from the sky. If Wu Yingqi intends to play self-detonation, he is free to detonate himself. Except for the cannon fodder troops on the surface, he would be earning absolutely nothing. Thirdly, and most importantly, the capital planet is absolutely different from Karen in the past in terms of strategic value. The most reliable supporters for Wu Yingqi are the members of the royal families and the imperial guards made of them. If he does have ways to transform the capital planet into a gigantic bomb to die together with the enemy, wouldn't he be wasting his offspring, the imperial guards, the deep-sea fleet, and the reform committee of the Council of Elders, and ruining his only base right now? Such an exchange is too absurd. It must be noted that even if the four families lose all their ace fleets, they still have abundant mediocre and third-rate fleets, and their dominions would still be intact. However, Wu Yingqi will have nothing left if he loses the capital, the imperial guards, and the deep-sea fleet. Is he going to put all his hope in Lei Qinghu's astounding Thunder Fleet? No. I don't think Wu Yingqi is the kind of people who would entrust their fate to somebody else's hands. Your analysis is very reasonable. It seems that the trap this time will be highly different from the self-detonation of Karen. Whatever Wu Yingqi is digging below the capital planet must be something even more dangerous than a planetary crystal bomb. Pondering for a long time, the mental devil opened its hands and said, "However, whatever scheme Wu Yingqi is up to below the ground of the capital planet, it makes no difference for us. Whether it is a planetary crystal bomb or something scarier, like a piece of stellar magical equipment whose influence radiates to the entire sector, there will be no way we can stop it. Jin Yuyan is right. We are trapped in the messy swamp that is the Seven Seas space zone tightly, unable to get away. The forces of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, the Coalition Fleet of Pyromaniacs, the Astounding Thunder Fleet, and the Coalition Fleet of the Four Families have been entangled with each other. Do you think you can separate them on your own? How are you going to stop Wu Yingqi on your own without the support of a fleet? Just drop the fantasies like sneaking into the capital and playing the decapitation move. Let's forget how thorough Wu Yingqi's defense in the capital is. Even if the man cancels all the defense and even sends his coordinates to you, waiting for you to kill him on his throne and giving you an advantage by using only one arm and one leg, then what? Can you kill him? What are you talking about? Don't praise the enemy and do ourselves down like that. His eyebrows furrowed. Liao scratched his chin hard and murmured, "Loopholes! There must be loopholes. The whole thing can't be so flawless, or I wouldn't feel vaguely uncomfortable. Where exactly is the problem?" "Got it. There's something that has been baffling me," the mental devil asked. "What is it?" Liao counted his fingers and said, "Look, we both agree that Wu Yingqi did so many things in the Seven Seas Grand Market in order to eliminate the hidden problem that was the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors in advance. In case the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors betrayed him and got out of his control after his identity was exposed, right?" The mental devil nodded. "Yes," Liao went on. "Also, we both agree that Wu Yingqi has set up an astonishing trap in the capital and is waiting for the ace fleets of the four families to step into it. At least in Wu Yingqi's understanding, the trap is enough to destroy the ace fleets of the four families once and for all." The mental devil nodded again. "That's right. What's the problem?" "Nothing. There's no problem with those two things. However, there's a major problem with the next thing." Liao said, "If Wu Yingqi's plan is immaculate, the coalition fleets of the four families in the Seven Seas space zone will be destroyed at the same time when the ace fleets in the capital are destroyed. When all the available forces are lost, it is possible that the four families will collapse all of a sudden. However, don't you feel that Lei Qinghu's astounding thunder fleet arrived too soon? Or rather, Wu Yingqi messed up the business alliance of 10,000 sectors too badly and diminished their strength too hard. The mental devil was slightly stunned. Ha! Look, for Wu Yingqi and Lei Qinghu, in order to minimize their losses, they should sit on the fence while the two tigers fight. The fiercer the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the four families fight, the better. It will be best if both parties have suffered heavy losses before the astounding thunder fleet jumps out to clean the mess. That's the way to maximize the returns and minimize the losses. Liao said, judging from Wu Yingqi's infiltration of the Seven Seas space zone. He was absolutely capable of that. He did not need to go so far and make the business alliance of 10,000 sectors collapse so hard. Now, even if the astounding thunder fleet wins in the end, it will certainly suffer heavy losses. Why would he do that? The mental devil pondered for a long time, with a colder and eviler expression. What if Wu Yingqi does not want Lei Qinghu to win easily? The mental devil said coldly. It's his purpose to consume Lei Qinghu's strength as much as possible. What he wants is not the mutual destruction of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the coalition fleet of the four families, but the triple destruction of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, the four families coalition fleet, and the astounding thunder fleet. What do you mean? Liao was greatly alarmed. Are you saying that Wu Yingqi does not trust Lei Qinghu at all? Just like he never trusted Jin Yuan? Isn't it only natural? The mental devil sneered. How can someone like Black Star the Great really trust anybody apart from himself? He wouldn't have trusted his own father or son, let alone Lei Qinghu. But Lei Qinghu is different. Lei Qinghu is a real immortal cultivator. He is Black Star the Great's zealous admirer. Liao said, we chatted with Lei Qinghu so many times. His firm belief in the true path of immortality and his admiration for Wu Yingqi are not questionable. It is not an exaggeration to say that Lei Qinghu is willing to die for Black Star the Great any time. Can't Wu Yingqi tolerate such a loyal subordinate? Even if he can't tolerate Lei Qinghu, he should at least make good use of him first instead of killing the supporters at such an early phase, right? Wrong. It suddenly occurs to me that we may have misunderstood Lei Qinghu's admiration for Wu Yingqi all the time. The mental devil said, think about it. Wu Yingqi is an ancient man from 1,000 years ago. Lei Qinghu has never got in touch with Wu Yingqi in person. The Wu Yingqi he knew was just a false image presented by the twisted information in the textbooks, propaganda, movies, games, and history books of the Imperium. What he worshipped is the bright, perfect, selfless ancestor of immortal cultivators on the altar. It's the psychological projection of the morals in his own heart. That is an illusional and non-existent person. Is the real, living Wu Yingqi who has walked off the altar someone like that? Does he really deserve Lei Qinghu's admiration? Liao scratched his head hard. I don't understand. What do you mean? You don't understand? Let me give you the simplest example. The mental devil explained, assuming that in the Star Glory Federation decades ago, there was a young cultivator who zealously and extremely worshipped Vulture Liao, dominator of 3 sectors. He adored the father of the Federation as the greatest hero of his life. He even lived his life by the standards of the perfect father of the country that was shaped by all kinds of propaganda materials. In the mind of the young cultivator, Vulture Liao, dominator of 3 sectors and father of the Federation, should be an immaculate man, who was ambitious, benevolent, charismatic, handsome man. He was wise, determined, far-sighted, invincible, and never made any mistake. All in all, he was a godlike saint. Yes, that is exactly how you are described in many promotional materials that Jin Xinyue made up. Assuming that the young cultivator was truly convinced by that, only to see you in real life someday, what do you think the young man would feel after getting in touch with such a so-called nation's father? Will he continue to zealously worship the shameless, cowardly father of the Federation, who is terribly beaten up every other day, or will his worldview be shattered, making him believe that the whole world is an illusion and a lie? He may be so disappointed in you and the Federation that he even abandons the path of the cultivators in fury and hatred. Right? Attracted, Liao thought carefully for a long time. He suddenly realized it and frowned. What are you talking about? Why don't I deserve to be dominator of 3 sectors and father of the Federation? Why am I disappointing the young cultivators and making them suspicious about the world and their life? Explain yourself. That's just a metaphor to make it easier for you to understand. The mental devil hurried to add, all in all, it's nothing personal. All I'm saying is that the glorious image of any leader who has been divinized always has a major gap from what he actually looks like. You were only away from the Federation for 100 years, and you were already deformed in the propaganda to the extent that your own parents wouldn't have recognized you. It is needless to say that about Wuxia, who has been away from the Imperium for 1,000 years. Chances are even smaller that he is what the textbooks of the Imperium describe or what is in Lei Chenghu's mind. However, once Lei Chenghu realizes the gap, it will be like falling from a cliff 10,000 meters high. With all his hopes gone, he will completely lose his calmness. Who knows what he will do in his fury? You do have a point if you put it that way. His eyes glittering, Liao smashed his fists hard. Lei Chenghu is a real immortal cultivator. If not, the last immortal cultivator of the Imperium. However, he lives in a corrupt, decadent age where 99% of the immortal cultivators are selfish and hopeless. It is impossible for him to save such a crooked and bizarre society on his own, restoring it to the beautiful age of immortal cultivators in his dreams. When a skyscraper is falling, it is barely possible to support it with one pillar. It's not hard to imagine how depressed and frustrated he is. Twisted by his depression and frustration, he regarded the legendary Black Star the Great as his sole psychological support. Wuxia in Lei Chenghu's mind is a hero and a savior who will return to save the Imperium someday. Then, it is needless to say how ecstatic and admiring Lei Chenghu is when Wuxia does show up. However, the more hopeful one is, the more disappointed he tends to be later. When he realizes that Wuxia is actually no different from the false immortal cultivators like the 4 Kurfürsten, if not worse than them, he will certainly be hit by the collapse of his idol and feel that he has been betrayed by Black Star the Great, the Imperium, and even the whole universe. Wow, if he does fall into desperation and realizes his dream is just a joke, he will definitely retaliate against Wuxia. Or maybe, if he does not die because of mental derangement caused by the collapse of his beliefs, it will be possible that he will abandon himself and walk on the path of the cultivators, starting to worship me, the dominator of 3 sectors and the father of the Federation. I think you are overthinking. However crushed and upset Lei Chenghu is, he is never going to be a cultivator, much less your fan. The mental devil said solemnly. However, we are certain about one thing. Lei Chenghu is a man who holds the extreme belief in the true path of immortality, and who fights for not his personal interests but for his dream. It is even safe to say that he is a fundamentalist immortal cultivator. If he finds that Wuxia's beliefs don't fit with his own, or that Wuxia is a false immortal cultivators, he will not hold any loyalty toward Wuxia. He will not hesitate to kill Black Star the Great by then. That's right. The more Liao talked, the more excited he became. Right now, Lei Chenghu hasn't seen through Wuxia's real appearance. That's why he is loyal and obedient to the 1,000-year-old ghost and jumps to the swamp of the 7 Seas space zone without any hesitation. However, hate often grows from love. Once he sees through Wuxia's beliefs and realizes that Wuxia intends to be the eternal sovereign of the Imperium, which will result in the complete rigidity of the whole civilization of mankind, he will certainly rebel. Wuxia knows the point very well. Then, he has every reason to believe that Lei Chenghu poses a greater threat than the 4 Kurfürsten and the merchants of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Therefore, with a few tricks, he has placed the astounding Thunder Fleet, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, and the coalition fleet of the 4 families in the same trap, allowing the 3 threats to stall and fight each other. In the meantime, he will be given an opportunity to deal with the ace fleets of the 4 families. As long as the plans in the capital and the 7 Seas space zone both work out, it will be impossible for him to lose. Who in the entire Imperium can be a match for him? While the whole scheme is slightly hasty and risky, Wuxia doesn't really have a choice. The army of the Covenant Alliance has lurked long enough in the darkness and space, and it's time for them to show up, isn't it? Wuxia has to unite the whole Imperium thunderously and unstoppably before the main force of the Covenant Alliance arrives. That's his only option. There's another possibility. The mental devil added, although there is no evidence, I'm doubting that something in Wuxia's trap in the capital crosses the boundaries of the immortal cultivators. He knows that his scheme is very likely to raise Lei Qinghu's resistance or even intense objection. That's why he takes action in advance to diminish or even kill Lei Qinghu. Liao was slightly stunned. Something that crosses the boundaries of the immortal cultivators? The immortal cultivators barely have any boundaries, alright? If Wuxia is crossing such boundaries, what exactly is he going to do? I don't know. However, assuming that Wuxia is truly transforming the capital planet into a gigantic crystal bomb to waste the 100 billion people and even the best fleets nationwide, Lei Qinghu would definitely object to it and even stop cooperating with him. The mental devil further explained, with our understanding of Lei Qinghu, he is both a devoted patriot and a zealous militarist. The military is the most sacred notion that is above everything in his eyes. Even the ace fleets of the four families are part of the military of the Imperium and the sabers of humanity. Lei Qinghu's purpose is to unite all the troops of the Imperium and combine them into an army that truly serves the country. That naturally includes the ace fleets of the four families, which will even be the main force of it. If Wuxia is really going to take down so many fleets at the cost of the entire capital, do you think that Lei Qinghu will agree? Of course, like what we have analyzed just now, it is highly unlikely that Wuxia is going to detonate the capital planet. However, whatever his scheme is, it will be one of the brutal methods that involve mutual destruction, which will significantly undermine the military power of the Imperium. Then, as a fundamentalist immortal cultivator and a militarist, Lei Qinghu would never agree to that. Wuxia foresaw that, after his plan was activated, Lei Qinghu would object to it or even stand on his opposite side along with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, in which case he would be doomed. Therefore, he prepared a scheme in advance and took the opportunity to kill Lei Qinghu, the future leader of the military. Does such a stone that kills two birds make sense? It can't make more sense. Liao rose abruptly, his eyes glittering like a weasel that had just caught the buttock of a hen. He rubbed his fists and said, "This is Wuxia's greatest loophole and our best opportunity. Chances are that the scheme that he has worked on for such a long time will make us the greatest winner." Wuxia has placed the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, the astounding Thunder Fleet, and the coalition fleet of the four families in the bloody, cruel swamp that is the Seven Seas Space Zone, intending for them to destroy each other. However, he couldn't have taken Boss Bai and the coalition fleet of pyromaniacs into consideration, nor could he have foreseen the existence of Xiaoming and Wenwen. If we can persuade Lei Qinghu and achieve a temporary alliance with him, with the astounding Thunder Fleet's combatability and Lei Qinghu's prestige, plus the disguise of the coalition fleet of pyromaniacs and Xiaoming and Wenwen's computational ability, it will definitely be possible to clean up the four families' coalition fleet commanded by Yun Xiefeng as soon as possible. We may even be able to attract most of the starships on the enemy side to join us. Then it will be all about speed. The ace fleets of the four families are no more pigs than their coalition fleet. If they truly launch a comprehensive attack at the capital in the Imperial Terminus sector, however sophisticated and dangerous Wuxia's trap is, it will be impossible for him to annihilate all the ace troops in only half a month, right? Then, as long as we clean up the Seven Seas Space Zone before Wuxia's triumph and jump to the Imperial Terminus sector with Boss Bai's fleet, Lei Qinghu's fleet, and the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors garrison fleet, the Imperial Guards and the Deep Sea Fleet there will have been exhausted in the battles against the ace fleets of the four families, right? Wouldn't we be the greatest beneficiary in the end? Haha, in that case, Wuxia will be a victim of his own scheme. Well, while your plan sounds too wishful, it is basically fine. The mental devil continued calmly. There's only one problem. How are you going to negotiate with Lei Qinghu? Under what identity are you going to negotiate with him? On the surface, you are a traitor of the reformists who has joined the four families. As a great general on the reformist side, and as a man of honor and integrity, Lei Qinghu would be barraging and blowing you into smithereens, alright? In addition, you are a cultivator, which must have been known by Lei Qinghu thanks to Wu Yingqi's information. Then, Lei Qinghu has even fewer reasons not to blow you into pieces. Liao blurted out, "Then, I'll talk to him as the Black Wind King." The mental devil sneered, "Have you thought it through?" The only reason why Lei Qinghu led the soldiers of his hometown to save the day in the front line, sacrificing so many brothers and comrades in order to hold the defense line, was because of the Black Wind Fleet's collapse and escape. Do you think Lei Qinghu will be particularly fond of the Black Wind King? That does make sense. Liao paced back and forth like ants on a hot pot, before he said, "However, I believe that Lei Qinghu is still a reasonable man who can see the big picture. If he is really a devoted patriot and considers the greatest interests of the civilization of mankind, he will definitely have enough rationality and patience for him to sit down and listen to me slowly. If it doesn't work out, I'll find a way to sneak into his flagship and kidnap him. I'll lock him in a secret room, tie him up, whip him and put a chains word on his neck. Then, I'll have a straightforward and heartfelt conversation with him. Will there be any way for him to resist?" "What did you say? I am not hearing you correctly, am I? Come again." The mental devil scorned. "You really think that Lei Qinghu is a mediocre general like Xianxia, and the astounding Thunder Fleet is a worthless troop that merely shows off with the equipment like the Adamantine Fleet? Let me tell you, the astounding Thunder Fleet is a real great army that has been tested by bloody battles for 100 years. Even the ace fleets of the four families might not be as experienced as the astounding Thunder Fleet. Even a common soldier in the astounding Thunder Fleet may be a survivor in the cold, demanding frontline after hundreds of fierce battles against the Covenant Alliance. I can't possibly imagine how scary such a fleet is, and you are hoping to break through the defense of the astounding Thunder Fleet, sneak into the flagship and capture their commander? In your dream, I'm not fighting on my own. There are still you and Boss Bai who can help me, right?" Liao smashed his fists hard and gnashed his teeth. "In any case, this is our only opportunity. If we cannot persuade Lei Qinghu, everything will be doomed. Nothing can possibly stop the second rise of Blackstar the Great. The future imperium of true human beings will be even more horrible, so horrible that even the immortal cultivators today won't be able to suffer it. Faced with such a dark future, we have no choice except to wager everything and take our chances." Taking a deep breath, Liao controlled the pores on his head to expand to let out the excessive heat provided by his brain cells. After lowering the temperature of his brain, he sorted through his analysis just now in utter calmness, ensuring that there weren't any flaws before he contacted Boss Bai again. The communication with Boss Bai did not go so well. The coalition fleet of pyromaniacs seemed to have been caught in an area of fierce battles with strong interferences. It took a long time before the connection was established intermittently. On the light beam that was full of waves and flakes, Boss Bai looked twisted and fuzzy too. Boss Bai. Liao had been observing the updates of the battle. However, it was barely possible for the warships to send the latest battle data back to the Seven Seas Grand Market. He could only ask directly, "What's the environment in space right now? Have you been engaged with the astounding Thunder Fleet?" "What environment? Madness. Everybody is mad. It's completely out of control." Boss Bai's eyes were red, and his hair was messy. Intense steam was popping up from his body, making him look like a boiling furnace. Xianxia is out of his mind. He is now leading his main fleet to rush at the astounding Thunder Fleet, planning to have a head-on clash with Lei Qinghu to decide the final winner. What? Liao was stunned. How did it happen? Isn't Xianxia overestimating himself? Those arrogant nobles always overestimate themselves. They believe that the whole universe is born for them and that everybody must spin around them like satellites around a star. Boss Bai snorted heavily and said, "Before Lei Qinghu showed up, Xianxia had gathered 5 adamantine super arsenal warships as well as almost 10,000 main warships. The situation on the battlefield couldn't have looked better. The warlords, local magnates, and even experts of the other 3 families pledged loyalty to him yet again. The victory seemed right up ahead. He was so confident of himself that he really thought that he was a rarely seen genius and a legendary general. However, Lei Chenghu's arrival shattered all his fantasies. The victory that was more and more tipped to him was pulled back by Lei Chenghu. The cooked duck was about to fly away. How could Yun Xiefeng not be infuriated? Also, he and Lei Chenghu were known as the two pearls of the expedition army. There were conflicts between them in the first place. Lei Chenghu did not necessarily consider him to be a big deal, but his jealousy for Lei Chenghu was deep to the bones. He had been thinking to defeat Lei Chenghu in a head-on clash on the battlefield to defend his so-called dignity. Now that a great opportunity was presented to him, how could he miss it? Furthermore, he had no choice except to attack. After the astounding Thunder Fleet jumped over and annihilated a branch fleet led by an adamantine super arsenal warship quickly, it sailed at Yu Xiefeng's fleet at a high speed. If Yun Xiefeng did not want to collide with Lei Chenghu, he had to back off for millions of kilometers to avoid Lei Chenghu's edge. You know the situation on the space battlefield very well too. Both parties were on the precipices of confidence. The forces of both parties were observing. Neither of them could back off easily. If either of them backed off, it might lead to a landslide crush with one moment of carelessness. Boss Bai told Liao that, after annihilating an adamantine super arsenal warship unstoppably, Lei Chenghu announced his arrival through public channels to all the starships on the enemy side and his own that were scattered all over the space zone. He also issued a letter to the soldiers of the Imperium. In the letter to the soldiers of the Imperium, Lei Chenghu did not stress the disagreement between the reformists and the Kurfürst families or pursue accountability in the civil war. Instead, he included 99% of the soldiers engaged in the battle from the perspective of a common soldier of the Imperium. A great enemy is still before us. The main force of the Covenant Alliance hasn't been destroyed yet and may attack the heartland of the Imperium anytime. In such a time of crisis, the Imperium of true human beings cannot afford a civil war. No eggs in a fallen nest will be intact. Whatever your stance is, if the Imperium is screwed, the interests and even everyone's life will be screwed. Whether you are loyal to the reformists, to the free coin, to the four Kurfürsten, or to nobody but the folks of your hometown, everybody fighting on this battlefield right now shares a common identity, which is that you are a soldier of the Imperium. A soldier of the Imperium should not fight another soldier of the Imperium. As the purest soldiers, we shouldn't be instigated or manipulated by any force. Our glorious blood should be shed in places that are more valuable, in the battlefields against the Covenant Alliance. Now, in the bleeding Seven Seas space zone, countless people used to fight by my side in the cold trenches in the front line. They saved my lives or were saved by me too many times. Our blood has been melted together. We are life and death brothers. I'm unwilling to meet any of you with weapons. If you are willing to believe me, a common veteran of the Imperium, one more time, gather around me, and let's combine all the starships here and all the soldiers of the Imperium who are willing to fight for their country into a real army. The army will boast unparalleled strength and can achieve all goals. It will defend the great Imperium and win the ultimate glory as well as everything you want. It was the general content of the letter to the soldiers of the Imperium. Deterred by Lei Chenghu, at least half of the starships in the Four Families Coalition fleet were wavering and returning to a neutral stance again. Also, as time went by, more and more starships were turning neutral. The situation was less and less in Yun Xiefeng's favor. Yu Xiefeng's fleet was closest to Lei Chenghu's astounding Thunder Fleet. If he backed off, they might as well surrender directly. Therefore, for the big picture and for personal reasons, Yu Xiefeng had no choice except to activate his troops and start a duel with Lei Chenghu. Yu Xiefeng has the greatest trump card, which is our fleet. Boss Bai said, although I only set 1/3 of the starships to public, allowing him to detect, he is already overjoyed. He asks me to detour to the back of the astounding Thunder Fleet and ambush the enemy. I can only accept the command on the surface. I'm actually in a dilemma and waiting for the updates on your side. Should we fight Lei Chenghu? Of course not. Lei Chenghu is a target that we can try to win over, if not the greatest opportunity for us to reverse our failure into a victory. I believe that I can persuade Lei Chenghu somehow. Wouldn't the astounding Thunder Fleet and the coalition fleet of pyromaniacs be invincible after they are joined together? Liao said, however, I will need your assistance. Looking at Liao in the eyes, Boss Bai frowned. For some reason, I have a feeling that I won't like what you are going to say next. However, why don't you tell me first what assistance you need? It's very simple. First of all, you have to bite Lei Qinghu's bottom and tear apart the astounding Thunder Fleet's formation, creating an opportunity for me to sneak in. That's certainly not a problem with Boss Bai's marvelous commanding skills, right? Liao went on, of course, you can make the battle look intense on the surface. It will be best if you and Lei Qinghu are dying with each other in other people's eyes. That way, more people will be fooled by our trap. However, since we are going to collaborate with them later, we cannot afford any real losses. So, it will appear rather intimidating and obstreperous, but no actual damage will be caused to the fleets of the two parties. I know that it is not going to be a problem for the legendary Boss Bai, right? Gloomily, Boss Bai gnashed his teeth. Anything else? Yes? Pondering for a moment, Liao snapped his fingers. Right. Can you deliver a message that only an experienced commander like Lei Qinghu can understand with your delicate starship operation techniques, giving him enormous military pressure and making him realize that he will be dead for sure if he doesn't cooperate with us? That way, it will be easier for me to reason with him. Hee hee. Boss Bai said with a fake smile. If that is all the help you need, why don't I? He hesitated and did not say anything for a long time. Liao couldn't help but ask, why don't you what? Boss Bai suddenly burst into a fury and snapped. Why don't I give the fleet to you so that you can command it? Liao was almost showered by Boss Bai's saliva, although he was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Wiping his face, he grimaced and replied rather at ease. I know that my requests are slightly outrageous. If it were another fleet commander, I wouldn't have proposed such shameless requests at all. But who are you? You are Boss Bai. And not just regular Boss Bai, but the super boss who has been strengthened by Yan Xinjian's remaining soul. Really, I have never admired anybody in my entire life. But you are the only starship commander that I appreciate and even worship. Boss Bai, I've been regarding you as my idol since more than 100 years ago. Other people may be incapable of such requests, but I'm sure you can accomplish them. You are an unparalleled expert who is going to rage in the 4-dimension, 5-dimension, 6-dimension, and beyond. Now that you have been reborn, you are destined to challenge the limits and create miracles. Are a tiny astounding Thunder Fleet and an insignificant Lei Qinghu really a big deal? Liao finished his speech without stopping and stared at Boss Bai full of expectations with his big, pitiful eyes wide open and his hands crossed. Well, Boss Bai was rather reluctant to refuse Liao's adulation. He hesitated and said, what you said is not entirely unreasonable. That's right. It's a deal then. Liao jumped to his feet in excitement and transferred the data link between him and Boss Bai from the supercrystal processor in the command center to his wrist crystal processor, before he stormed out of the room. All in all, just hang in there for a while, Boss Bai. I'm going to the space battlefield as fast as possible. Right? Since the astounding Thunder Fleet has come to reinforce the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, they must have established data links between themselves and the garrison fleet of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, or at least shared the code of their identification system so that they would not accidentally hurt their allies, right? You can ask Xiaoming and Wenwen whether or not they can hack Lei Qinghu's fleet with the garrison fleet of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors as the platform if I ask Jin Yuan to fully open the ports of the identification system to them. I'm not asking them to seize the commandership of the astounding Thunder Fleet. As long as some information can be sent to you or that some of our starships can be marked as the astounding Thunder Fleet's allies, it will be of great help for your operation, right? Hey, hey! Boss Bai continued shouting on the light beam, but Liao had already run out of the building like a wind. Because the communication channel had been transferred to the wrist crystal processor, the reception abilities were 10 times weaker than before. The images and voices of the two parties were even more twisted. There were even several minutes when there was nothing but fuzziness and noise. Nothing could be seen or heard at all. The Seven Seas Grand Market boasted an artificial atmosphere and tremendous metal materials after all. The interferences were rather severe. Only after Liao entered the space battlefield could stable communication be restored. On his way to Jin Yuyan's command center, Liao saw countless pillars of light rising from the horizon like the pillars of a magnificent palace, supporting the artificial sky that had been smoked and burnt. Many exos even launched themselves to the sky only with the jetting of their crystal suits instead of boarding on a starship. After accelerating to the highest speed, they turned off their power units and marched towards the battlefield through inertia. The warriors were so dense that they were like thousands of boats on a running river. They were the last reserves that the business alliance of 10,000 sectors had launched for the final battle. While thinking, Liao rushed into the command center and met Jin Yuyan, whose eyes were bloodshot. According to Jin Yuyan, in the space battlefield, Lei Chenghu's letter to the soldiers of the Imperium was as powerful as a piece of stellar magical equipment. 90% of the warlord's fleets and miscellaneous troops had stopped attacking. They were observing the situation in a neutral stance. Yun Xiefeng's fleet and Lei Chenghu's fleet, the two enormous military groups which each boasted 10,000 main force warships, were colliding like two furious beasts. The result of their collision would very likely decide the stance of 90% of the observers as well as the outcome of this war. As for the starships of the Li family, the Song family, and the Dongfang family, after realizing that the astounding Thunderfleet had jumped to the Seven Seas space zone, they naturally could not sit on the fence anymore. They all rushed toward the coordinates where Yun Xiefeng and Lei Chenghu were confronting. It was a pity that they had run too far in the battles in the previous days. Many of their main force warships had escaped all the way to the edge of the Seven Seas space zone. Also, their fleet was mixed with abundant starships of the warlords, the miscellaneous troops, and the immortal cultivators of other surnames. Those guys were not determined to fight in the first place. After Lei Chenghu's arrival and his declaration to establish a powerful national army and realize the glory of soldiers, whatever left of their determination was entirely gone. They hesitated and slacked off from the orders issued by the four families. Sometimes they even purposefully made some accidents in order to stay where they were. The immortal cultivators of the Li family, the Song family, and the Dongfang family could barely do anything about those guys. They could not fight those guys, and their criticism mattered little. If they were too inconsiderate, they might even be pushing those guys to Lei Chenghu's side. Therefore, they could only get rid of the troops of the warlords and the miscellaneous troops, and they could regather only with the forces of the four families. As a result, a lot of time was wasted. The garrison fleet and the hunting fleet of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, on the other hand, did not idle by. On one hand, they intensified the cyber interferences on all frequencies indiscriminately, sabotaging the enemy's flying lightning super command chain, without considering the cost to prevent the starships scattered at the edge of the 7C space zone from regrouping. On the other hand, all the capable soldiers in the Seven Seas Grand Market were all deployed to stop the fleets of the Li family, the Song family, and the Dongfang family from reinforcing Yun Xiefeng's main force. They were naturally no match for the four families. However, as long as Lei Chenghu took down Yun Xiefeng, their commander, before the arrival of the reinforcements of the four families, 90% of the warlord's troops and the miscellaneous troops would be inclined to the reformist side. They would take the initiative of the battle. Listen to me, Director Jean. Liao was deep in thought as he stared at the red and blue light spots that were glittering on the holographic map of the space zone. He suddenly had an idea. Whatever Lei Chenghu is really up to, he is an ally to the business alliance of 10,000 sectors on the surface, right? It is perfectly normal for allies to send a few liaison officers to each other. Can you tell Lei Chenghu that you are going to send a liaison officer to his flagship? It's very difficult. Jin Yuyan shook his head and said, in order to destroy the intruder's command chain as greatly as possible, we projected tremendous, indiscriminate, interferential magical equipment everywhere in the entire space battlefield. It is interfering with the enemy as well as us. Now, the communication between us and Lei Chenghu is very bad. Sending a liaison officer is absolutely meaningless. Besides, Lei Chenghu made it very clear a moment ago that whatever questions we had, We could discuss with him after he annihilated Xianxia's main force. I could feel that he was very indifferent and even slightly wary of us. It seems that he must know something, or he just doesn't like the greedy merchants no more than Wuxia does. Don't forget that the most serious economic crisis of the century in the Imperium 100 years ago, caused by Black Wind Fleet's failure in the collapse of the defense line in the Black Wind sector, had a lot to do with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. If Lei Qinghu learns part of the inside information, it will not be unusual that he is highly vigilant of us. In his anxiety, Jin Yuyan lost control of his mouth and spoke part of the truth. Also, Yun Xiefeng's fleet and Lei Qinghu's fleet are already getting engaged. He continued, the tens of thousands of main warships of the two parties are about to collide with a thunderous momentum. It will definitely cause a destructive vortex. How are you going to approach them? Isn't it too weird that a liaison officer is sent at such a moment? It does make sense. Liao had to seize every second and did not have any time for explanation. Then, give me the fastest starship. I have to go to the space battlefield immediately. Are you really going to take the risk? His eyes red, Jin Yuyan stared at Liao for a long time. The fastest starships under my command have just set off to the battlefield with the last reserves to block the reinforcing fleets of the other three fleets. The only vehicles left are the cargo ships that are terribly slow. By the time you reach the battlefield, the fight between Lei Qinghu and Yun Xiefeng would have been concluded. However, if you are the only passenger, I have faster ways. We have a facility named Tidal Slingshot on the number 5 spaceport of the Seven Seas Grand Market. It is a super teleportation array that can launch objects of small masses directly into space. Those who are above the nascent soul stage and who can resist the tearing force can be launched too. However, the precision of such a super teleportation array is very low. It is impossible to teleport you to a certain safe place accurately, but will likely send you to the center of the most intense battlefield. Is there a problem? Liao immediately understood what Jin Yuyan meant. The so-called tidal slingshot was a piece of teleportation magical equipment similar to the Heaven's Artillery in the Heaven's Origin sector and the Eye of Blood Demon in the Blood Demon sector. Such a piece of massive teleportation magical equipment was mainly meant for middle and long-distance teleportation across sectors. For example, Jin Tui had tried to teleport an army of demons to the capital of the Federation through the Eye of Blood Demon. The feature of such magical equipment was that the longer the teleportation was, the more accurate it would be. When the destination was so close, it was barely possible for the device to recognize the tiny parameter differences in the coordinates. However, Liao did not have a choice. Furthermore, he did not mean to be too far away from the intense battlefield either. If he jumped to the peaceful and quiet sea of stars billions of kilometers from the battlefield, should he spend another few days catching up to Lei Qinghu's flagship? By the time he reached his target, everything would have been over. In that case, launch me out now, Liao shouted. Toward where the barrages are most intense, in the space battlefield, even the vacuum of death and silence where sound waves could not be transmitted was about to be torn apart by the roaring cannons and colliding starships, resulting in gaps that led to the deepest level of hell, making the ghosts that were being tormented there shriek and cry. The glittering stars were pulled into helical rays by the swirls raised by the turbulences of spiritual energy. The rays were then radiated into colorful and most splendid spots of light, like a terrible painting that an absurdist master drew with the blood, lives, and even souls of human beings. The main warships that were marching over like magnificent mountains dominantly were often reduced to broken debris after being kissed by the glowing light balls, spurting out materials and fuel non-stop, which ran amok without any pattern. The warships seemed to have grown countless tentacles while they danced a dance of death crazily. The immortal cultivators, who were usually haughty and condescending, were no different from the ants that they despised in the scorching magma and the surging torrents. They withered like the dry leaves in the autumn wind. Before they had a chance to utter a scream, they had already been reduced to insignificant grains of dust in space, mixed with the remains of starships into cold garbage. Torn, pulled, disintegrated, and combined, Liao seemed to have spent 100 years in 1 second, or walked 10 billion kilometers in 1 step, when he appeared at the center of the space battlefield rather abruptly. Although he had been through 10,000 four-dimensional jumps, he was still not used to the dizziness and the swirling after every jump. It was particularly so for the jumps of super short distances. It was like the super shuttles that had been accelerated to the highest speed suddenly hit the brakes, reducing the speed to zero by force. There was no buffer, and tremendous damage could be caused to the body and the soul. Liao's internal organs and brains seemed to have run back and forth 10,000 times in only 1 second. Although he was suppressing it with his spiritual energy in the divinity transformation stage, he almost could not hold back the urge to vomit his heart, his livers, his kidneys, and his lungs out. However, ignoring the minor sequelae, it could be called a rather lucky and successful jump. He did not land on the core of a certain planet or directly jump into the main reactor of a certain starship. While the odds of such incidents were low, some unfortunate guys could still run into them. Liao had once seen the gory picture where somebody jumped into the reactor of a starship. He would rather be hung up and beaten to death by Blackstar the Great than end like that. Liao hurried to discharge the buffer gel inside the spherical protection cabin and activated the detection and communication magical equipment that had filled up the cabin while boosting his telepathic thoughts to the maximum, allowing him to scan the battlefield and try to reach out to Boss Bai. First of all, he needed to figure out where he was and where Lei Qinghu's and Yun Xiefeng's fleets were. The competition of almost 100,000 starships could be conducted in a battlefield with a diameter of millions of kilometers. One round of charge could easily cover hundreds of thousands of kilometers. It was barely possible to locate them with the naked eye. The scanning magical equipment fed astronomical information back to the light beam, which surged toward Liao like a flood. Liao's brains were almost shrieking. He even regarded his ears and his nostrils as the cooling tubes, with steam popping out from there non-stop, while he processed the complicated data quickly and analyzed the traces of exhaust flames and the spiritual waves of the fleets of the two parties. Very soon, dense, starry spots of light appeared on the tiny 3D light beam, gradually congregating into two oceans of light. They were the exhaust flames of starships that the sensors had detected. When both parties had accelerated the starships to the highest speed, the exhaust flames were at least 5,000 degrees. The special fuel mixed in them was already releasing ultra-powerful radiations to the outside world incessantly. By scanning such radiations, it would be possible to basically decide the quantity and quality of the starships of the two parties, or even to infer the thoroughness of their battle formations and the abilities of their commanders. By the same logic, when a starship charged at the full speed across a certain area, the spiritual waves that it unleashed incessantly would also leave clear traces of radiations behind. It was like moving one's finger on a glass window that was covered in dust. Obvious traces would certainly be left behind. Those traces were the evidence to determine the trajectories of starships and to deduce the morale, battle formation, and combat ability of the two parties. The spherical protection cabin that Liao boarded could have accommodated a dozen passengers, but since he was the only passenger, the rest of the seats were all removed and installed with the most advanced detection magical equipment of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors. After only 10 minutes, tremendous battlefield data had been collected, helping him to clearly outline the general picture of the two fleets. Over a distance of millions of kilometers, it was naturally impossible to see the specific appearance of every warship in the astounding Thunder Fleet, which was nothing more than a spot of light like a grain of sand. However, all the light spots were combined together neatly into the most flawless object. During the high-speed movements, the object was also transforming non-stop, turning from a piton into a prism, from a prism to a tube, and from a tube to an absolutely accurate sphere. It was like there were a pair of hands from a god that guided every starship and made them appear in the most appropriate place. They were playing the most perfect note, the note of death. Even the traces of radiations after 10,000 starships passed by were not messy at all but absolutely parallel. Such an accurate commanding ability was beyond the description of perfect. It was almost blood-curdling. Liao had never even seen such abilities in Boss Bai. Boss Bai was a space pirate in the beginning after all. Despite the enhancement of Yan Xinjian's memories, his commanding ability focused more on unexpected, creative moves, and he had few battle cases of head-on clashes that were textbook moves. Yun Xiefeng's fleet, on the other side, actually commanded more starships than Lei Qinghu's. However, their battle formation was more or less sparse and disrupted. Although they were also sprinting aggressively at full speed, the traces of radiations left behind were messy and crooked. It was a sign of the gap of their commanding arts and their determination. Yu Xiefeng was not nearly as good at commanding as Lei Qinghu was in the first place. Besides, his fleet was mixed with abundant warlords' troops and miscellaneous troops, which were merely pressing forward under the coercion of the few adamantine super-arsenal warships. It was not hard to imagine the result of their collision. The two dense oceans of light moved slowly and melted into each other. There was a moment when they seemed to be completely integrated. However, in a charge that was close to the speed of light, just like a competition of the knights on horses in ancient times, neither party could control their speed. Very soon, they passed each other and swapped their sides. After the encounter, countless spots of light died out in both oceans. The dying out of each spot represented the damage or even destruction of a starship. At such a moment, it was easy to tell the huge gap in the abilities of the two parties in terms of commanding arts and training. On Lei Qinghu's side, although abundant light spots died out, the remaining light spots filled the vacancy as quickly as possible. Through the continuous changes and adjustments of the object, the flawless, immaculate battle formation was maintained. The sphere was still the sphere, and the matrix was still the matrix, even though the size was slightly smaller than before. Yu Xiefeng's battle formation, on the other hand, was as broken as if it had been bitten by a dog. The black spots after many starships dimmed spread out non-stop like molds. A lot of light spots even withdrew from the ocean of light and ran away crazily. They were the warlords' troops and the miscellaneous troops who could not take the losses anymore and started to desert. As a result, it took Lei Qinghu only half an hour to regroup and turn around on the spot, prepared to charge again. However, Yu Xiefeng was still gathering the main forces and stopping the deserters. It was impossible for him to organize any effective battle formation. Under such circumstances, he was even unable to evacuate in order. Any sign of backing off would immediately escalate into a catastrophic crash where everybody stomped on each other. Liao sighed. Even an amateur like him could tell that Yu Xiefeng was about to fail. Yu Xiefeng's commanding abilities might not have been as lousy as they appeared. However, he had truly overestimated his prestige and underestimated the shamelessness of the warlord's troops and the miscellaneous troops. The cost of swallowing abundant untrained soldiers was the plummet of the thoroughness and agility of the battle formation. Even the elite warships of the families that were tough could not carry out their real combat abilities because of the burden. In Liao's opinion, it would have been better if he hadn't invited any other warlords' troops and miscellaneous troops. He could have persisted longer if he were fighting the astounding Thunder Fleet with only the loyal fleets of the Yun family. However, the outcome of the duel between Yun and Lei was not within Liao's concerns. The only thing on his mind was how to break in without alarming anyone and meet with Lei Qinghu. Beep, 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 beep. Hasty beeps echoed inside the communication channel. With the help of Xiaoming and Wenwen's anti-interference abilities, he was finally reconnected to Alloy Virus. However, Boss Bai brought him a piece of unexpected news. Xiaoming and Wenwen did hack the command chain of the astounding Thunder Fleet through the vulnerabilities on the identification system. However, after searches, they discovered that Lei Qinghu had changed a new flagship. Although it was also named as Iron Torrent, the brand new flagship had been carefully selected by Li Linghai from abundant starships the reformists captured after occupying the capital and offered to Lei Qinghu after modifications as a symbol of the reformists' respect for God of War, Lei Qinghu. The new flagship had just been sent to the battlefield. The internal structure and the relevant parameters were top secrets. Even Xiaoming and Wenwen could not find any usable data. What's Lei Qinghu doing? Why did he change the flagship at the critical moment? Liao scratched his face, not knowing what he should do. Iron Torrent, Lei Qinghu's previous flagship, was not a new warship that had applied the state-of-the-art technologies, but a classic model that had been in service for almost 100 years. There were not many secrets about its internal structure. Even the coalition fleet of pyromaniacs had several similar warships of the same model or of a lower rank than this. Liao knew everything about their structures. He was thinking to sneak into Iron Torrent without alarming anyone based on his knowledge of the starship of such a model. Then, he could carry out his incredible techniques in tube crawling and reach the ceiling of the toilet of Lei Qinghu's personal room. It would be best if he jumped down while Lei Qinghu was using the toilet, in which case even a man as tough and determined as Lei Qinghu would certainly be greatly shocked. He did not expect that Lei Qinghu would change his flagship temporarily, and it was one of the brand new models that did not have any files. He believed that it must be an advanced warship that Wu Yingqi strengthened and modified with the technologies and magical equipment from the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum and the royal palace after he controlled the capital. That was the only way to pique the interest of the god of war. It was needless to elaborate on the internal defense of such a warship. Liao could never break in without any knowledge about what safety measures were inside. Also, Liao could easily tell that, since Wu Yingqi did not really trust Lei Qinghu, the present that he offered to Lei Qinghu must be malicious. Perhaps countless sensors and cameras had been set up in secret in order to collect the data about Lei Qinghu's commanding ability and to monitor Lei Qinghu's every move. If Liao went to Lei Qinghu recklessly for a negotiation, it was possible that the content of their negotiation would be automatically sent to the capital. Once Wu Yingqi discovered that Liao and Lei Qinghu were joining hands, he would definitely take corresponding reactions regarding the new situation. It was not something that Liao was willing to see. This is bad. Stunned, Liao stared at the dense spots of light on the 3D light beam, which seemed to be slithering into his head like tiny bugs, giving him a strong headache. It does not seem viable to sneak in, and chances are high that Wu Yingqi will notice me even if I do. So, is there a way to reach out to Lei Qinghu openly without raising Wu Yingqi's suspicion? Hey. Boss Bai's voice came again from the communication channel. We're about to detour to the back of the astounding Thunder Fleet. However, Lei Qinghu's battle formation is meticulous. His flanks and his rear are well defended. If we have to collide, it will be barely possible for me to guarantee that no actual damage will be caused. Do you know what you are doing? Yes, I do. Hearing Boss Bai's voice, Liao suddenly had an idea. I just came up with an amazing plan, but it needs the assistance of a fearless, devoted friend. On the bridge that looked like a gray palace on the brand new Iron Torrent, the astounding Thunder Fleet's flagship, his hands on his back, Lei Qinghu stood at the center of the panoramic 3D light beams, simply allowing the stars and the barrages that were even more brilliant than the stars to swallow him. The crystal cables as thick as snakes extended from the supercrystal processors to a special helmet that covered the head of the god of war tightly, transmitting the battlefield data and all kinds of other information. Hum. The few supercrystal processors connected to Lei Qinghu's brain were all overloaded, with dull noises echoing from the cooling units, as if they could not withstand the sabotage of Lei Qinghu's computational ability that was as overwhelming as tides. Finally, when a fabulous transformation of the fleet was about to be completed, one of the supercrystal processors could not take it any longer and exploded. Smoke and fire were popping up non-stop, implying that it had completely crashed. Lei Qinghu grunted, and his right eyeball let out a weird noise too. Red blood and tears flowed out of his eye, as if the eyeball had broken into halves. Emotionlessly, he blinked his eyes and wiped the red fluids on the corner of his eye with his cold, iron left hand, before he took off the Nerval interaction helmet. Hurry up! Commander Lei is wounded. All the soldiers in the astounding Thunder Fleet knew Lei Qinghu's extreme and fearless style, where his soul was easily burnt to the maximum, very well. A senior medical team had been standing by. The moment they saw that half of Lei Qinghu's face was reddened by blood, they moved forward to provide treatment. While scanning, repairing, and cooling Lei Qinghu's brains, they injected all kinds of high-energy nutrition drugs and medical drugs into his body. His eyes half narrowed, Lei Qinghu enjoyed the service of the medical team and listened to his advisor's report on the losses of the enemy and his own. The losses on his own side did not move the seasoned general, whose nerves were as tough as iron at all. Even when his advisor carefully told him that one of his biological grandsons went missing in the clash just a moment ago, he did not even bother to raise his eyes but acknowledged it casually. During the fierce battles in the past 100 years and on the battlefields against the slaughter machines of the Covenant Alliance, he had lost too many family members and friends. Even he had almost been killed and only narrowly escaped countless times. The loss of a grandson could not touch his nerves that seemed to be made of special materials at all. At least on the battlefield, he had already trained himself to be calmer and more indifferent than the slaughter machines of the Covenant Alliance. That was perhaps the greatest reason why he could defeat the Covenant Alliance again and again. At this moment, he was more interested in Xianxia than an insignificant grandson. After he reached the same conclusion from the real-time data and the report of his advisor, he finally put on a cold smile. Xianxia is doomed. Unless he turns around and runs away immediately, his fleet will definitely fall apart after another 3 to 4 collisions. Naturally, all the senior officers on the bridge of Iron Torrent knew that it was impossible for Xianxia to turn around and run away. If the commander on the Four Families side in the war fled, it would be a pre-announcement of the reformists' victory. For Xianxia, even being defeated or killed on the battlefield would be better than fleeing. However, it remained to be seen whether or not Xianxia had the courage to sacrifice for his country. After the situation was clear, the bridge of Iron Torrent was enshrouded in a cheerful atmosphere. All the officers were rubbing their fists and couldn't wait to charge at Xianxia's chaotic battle formation that hadn't been reorganized yet, hoping to smash the other pearl of the expedition army into pieces in only one round. Right then, ear-splitting alarms echoed. On the left side of the panoramic light beams, a large cluster of dense light spots appeared abruptly, like a black cobra leaping from the darkness and opening its eyes, or a fiend that had shown up from the void and bared the fangs. What triggered the alarm was not the quantity but the thoroughness of their battle formation that was much better than the main force of Xianxia's fleet. The commanding ability as indicated by their orderliness in the high-speed charge, and their stealth ability since they seemed to be melted in space until they showed up a moment ago. Just like beasts could smell other beasts and vipers could sense other vipers, the seasoned warriors on the bridge of Iron Torrent that had been through too many battles and could immediately realize that they had encountered an opponent that was more terrifying than the nobles like Xianxia, one who shared the same qualities as them. What's this fleet? Has Xianxia been hiding such a terrifying force on his side? Was our intelligence mistaken? And a certain ace fleet of the Four Families participated in this battle. The enemy had set the power output of the starships to the minimum and covered themselves with the remains of starships and the stone belts that were still emanating radiations while they approached us stealthily. In order to prevent us from detecting them, they did not turn on their spiritual shields, even when they passed the most dangerous area in the stone belt. If it were only one starship, it would have been understandable, but the hundreds of starships were all the same. It was almost incredible. It was impossible for the enemy to keep their battle formation intact when they leaped out of the remains and the stones. However, they finished regrouping and readjusting the moment they set the power output to the highest and launched a full-speed charge. Only an ace commander of the Four Families could have been capable of that. Are you sure the ace commanders of the Four Families are capable of that? Why do I feel that even they do not have the ability to combine 1,000 main warships into a sharp saber so quickly? So wild, so brutal, so aggressive. However, what are they doing exactly? They've come rather aggressively, but the route of their advance seems to be mistaken. They are not marching at us but at the empty area between us and Xianxia's fleet. Wouldn't that be a waste of the advantages that they have earned through hiding for such a long time? The knowledgeable, battle-tested advisors whispered to each other in confusion, deeply astounded by the fleet that had emerged out of nowhere. The knowledgeable, battle-tested advisors of the astounding Thunder Fleet were discussing in confusion, deeply astounded by the fleet that had appeared out of nowhere. No, you're mistaken. It's not an error in the setting of the attack route, but a rather brilliant tactic choice. Lei Qinghu pushed the doctor away and rose abruptly. His eyeball was bleeding hard, but thirst was beaming out of it. Our army's battle formation is tight and immaculate. There's also still some distance between us and the enemy. We have enough time to change our battle formation and deal with it patiently. The enemy's starships are outnumbered. However aggressive they are, after such a long march, they will be out of their momentum when they reach us. Even though they may cause a blow to us, they will have great losses themselves, unable to fight on anymore. However, What the enemy is charging at is exactly the spot where our army and Yun Xiefeng's fleet will collide again. The enemy is waiting for an opportunity. The brief chaos after our army and Yun Xiefeng's fleet pass by each other again. Lei Qinghu put on the nerval interaction again and displayed the deduction that he ran with his remarkable computational ability on the light beam. It could be clearly seen that if Lei Qinghu, Yun Xiefeng, and the mysterious fleet did not change their speeds and tactical purposes, Lei Qinghu and Yun Xiefeng's fleets would collide first. No matter how weak Yun Xiefeng's command was and how chaotic his fleet was, they were a fearsome tide of starships, at least in terms of quantity. When the astounding Thunder Fleet pierced through such a tide of starships, the astounding Thunder Fleet's own battle formation would certainly be greatly affected. Too many starships would be stalled by the enemy. Part of the starships would be destroyed immediately, and another part of the starships would be busy dealing with Yun Xiefeng's colossi. It would be impossible for them to retain the perfect, flawless battle formation that they had right now. At this moment, the mysterious fleet that had jumped out of nowhere would be running into the astounding Thunder Fleet that was in the most chaotic state, reaping the greatest fruit. Do you see it? This is their commander's intent. Lei Qinghu said coldly. He is planning to disrupt our regathering after the second round. If he grasps the timing well and employs appropriate tactics, it will be possible to shatter the astounding Thunder Fleet. We will never be able to regather anymore. It was not until Lei Qinghu's enlightenment that the many advisors finally realized what was going on. Then they all felt chilly and scared. The commander of the mysterious fleet was too terrifying. He had taken both the astounding Thunder Fleet and Yun Xiefeng's group, the strongest forces in the space battlefield right now, into consideration. If Commander Lei hadn't seen through it in time, wasn't it possible that the astounding Thunder Fleet might be knocked out in carelessness? Commander Lei, what do we do now? One of the advisors wiped his cold sweat and asked, should we turn around and deal with the mysterious fleet first? There's no need for that. Continue charging at Yun Xiefeng's group, but lower the speed by 20% to disrupt the enemy's pace. We have paid such a high price to blow Yun Xiefeng's troop apart. It will be a shame if he is given enough time to regroup his army. Tapping the nerval interaction helmet, Lei Qinghu pondered for a moment and said, also, the mysterious fleet jumped out slightly too soon, or rather, considering the abilities of its commander, if he had really intended to carry out the tactic we discussed just now, he could have hidden himself a while longer until the last moment before he blew out the maximal power and revealed himself to us. So, he intentionally jumped out earlier to be detected by us? Is this some sort of demonstration of his power? Or a way to stall us from attacking Yun Xiefeng's army? Or even a message? A message! The advisors of the astounding Thunder Fleet looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what their commander meant at all. Although they were unaware of the background of the mysterious fleet, considering their terrifying expertise, they must be a hardcore supporter of the Four Families and a sworn enemy to the astounding Thunder Fleet. What message could they possibly send? However, in the next second, another thing that shocked all the advisors took place. Iron Torrent did receive a secret communication request from the mysterious fleet. The advisors couldn't have been more confused. Commander Lei, you must be careful. This might be the enemy's trap. Even if there is a trap, it cannot be activated in the communication channel. Lei Qinghu smiled and hinted at his subordinate. Turn on the communication. I'm going to see who it is that has raised my highest fighting will. If the mysterious fleet hadn't demonstrated the strength a moment ago, Lei Qinghu probably wouldn't have bothered with such an insignificant fleet. However, since the enemy was so capable, Lei Qinghu, who had always tried to unite all the soldiers of the Imperium into a powerful national army, had no choice but to pay enough attention to them. Hiss, 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 hiss. Waves that were seriously jammed appeared on the light beam in crazy swirls, which swallowed and melted with each other, gradually turning into a clear image. However, it was a face that astounded everyone. Even Lei Qinghu, who would not blink even if a planet exploded right before his eyes, snorted and raised his eyebrow, showing obvious surprise. Marquis Yongchun, Li Wuji. Yes, speaking to the astounding Thunder Fleet for the mysterious fleet. with an unpleasant face as if he was reluctant to stand before Lei Chenghu, was exactly Li Wuji, Marquis Li. Commander Lei. Li Wuji narrowed his eyes and covered his mouth with a handkerchief, mainly to cover his lips that were cramping non-stop. I did not expect that we would meet in such a way. I did not know that Marquis Yongchun should be such an expert and so good at hiding yourself. Your fleet is so well trained that it could almost be called the four Kurfürst family's secret weapon. With immeasurable brilliance flashing in Lei Chenghu's eyes, he observed the conditions in the bridge of alloy virus behind Li Wuji before he said casually, "A great commander like you turns out to be only a marquis. The four families are truly terrible at recruitment. According to the abilities you showed just now, you are 100 times better than the arrogant Yun Xiefeng, and you are more than capable of commanding the whole coalition fleet. There's no need to sow discord between me and Commander Yun. Or rather, if that is what you want, words are useless, and only the concrete benefits are convincing." Narrowing his eyes, Li Wuji made up his mind and asked, "Commander Lei, I only want to know if the letter to the soldiers of the Imperium that you sent to all the fleets on the space battlefield a moment ago includes the fleets under the four families? If we are willing to accept your command, will we receive the corresponding privileges and positions, including the glory that the soldiers of the Imperium deserve?" After hearing that, the advisors on Iron Torrent all whispered to each other. What was the meaning of that? Was Li Wuji planning to rebel too? Li Wuji, Marquis Yongchun, was merely an insignificant character on the four families' side. Even though they learned that he had subdued the 28 toughest pirate gangs at the edge of the Imperium and conquered the Blue Sky Market, one of the largest free fares under the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, and that he had remarkable performances in the battles to block the sailing routes, the many immortal cultivators in Lei Chenghu's group did not think too much of him. They thought that he was just another great general, that the nobles adulated him to be like Yun Xiefeng. After they saw him in person today, they finally realized that the man was unusual. However, even such a rarely seen talented general was going to betray the four families? Was his surrender sincere, or was it a trap? Never for 1 second have I planned to fight this goddamn civil war. As long as the civil war can end as fast as possible with the minimal cost, and a powerful and united national army can be established, I can compromise on any term or negotiate with anybody. This is my attitude that I have never hidden. His hands in his back, Lei Chenghu declared resolutely, "Even though I find the corrupt and decadent leaders of the four families disgusting, most of the soldiers in the four families coalition fleet are innocent. They are even the most exploited ones. I am absolutely unwilling to fight any of them or stain my hands with your blood. Therefore, I can't welcome Marquis Yongchun enough if you intend to shift your sides. I swear with my life that every word in the letter to the soldiers of the Imperium will be fulfilled. However, Marquis Yongchun has just regrouped 28 pirate gangs, conquered the Blue Sky Market, and distinguished yourself in the following battles. You are a rising star on the four families' side, and you have such a marvelous fleet under your command. Your future is nothing but promising. Why do you choose to betray your family when the situation is not clear? Are you so unconfident of your own fleets? And are you not scared of the fury of the four families? You may not know this, Commander Lei, but I am desperate now," Li Wuji said with a bitter smile. "Tall trees in a forest are hit first. My performance earlier has already raised the jealousy and dissatisfaction of too many people. Also, due to the series of accidents, the Li family is now the weakest of the four families and cannot protect a minor marquis like me. Even the National Protection Army that I regrouped after all the trouble may be taken by somebody else. For self-protection and to get more room for my development, I had to join Yun Xiefeng, the commander of this battle. Under Yun Xiefeng's support, I was given abundant resources and a chance to distinguish myself. However, Yun Xiefeng's support came with a price. He used my fleet as the supervisors of this battle and asked me to inspect the battlefield and execute the disobedient guys in the four families who violated his command. Essentially, he was pushing me forward to piss off the great nobles in his place. I had no choice except to follow Yun Xiefeng's arrangement as his executioner. The intense conflicts with many nobles were inevitable. I even executed Song Chonglai, Marquis Hushan. I have pissed off all the people that I can and can't afford to piss off. Do you see, Commander Lei? For me, the only way out is if Yun Xiefeng secures a great triumph and wins the war quickly and unstoppably. Then, Yun Xiefeng's prestige would be higher than ever, and there would still be a chance for me to keep my life under his protection. I didn't know that Commander Lei would suddenly show up, and Yun Xiefeng would prove to be such a worthless man that he would be crushed after only the first round. It is now only a matter of time before his total collapse. Yun Xiefeng and I are on the same boat. If he is screwed, I'll be dead for sure too. Even if the other three families could take over his flag, defeat the astounding Thunder Fleet, and win this war, how can I benefit anything from it? Right now, the Song family is the strongest apart from the Yun family. Song Yushir, the Song family's commander in the Seven Seas Space Zone, is an experienced, brutal, and prestigious general who was supposed to be the general. If Yun Xiefeng is killed in the battle or goes missing or surrenders, the commandership will definitely go to Song Yushir. But I just killed Song Chonglai, Song Yushir's family member. I can't imagine how the new commander will treat me. Therefore, do I want to wait and get myself killed instead of finding a new way out for me and my brothers before Yun Xiefeng's total collapse? Sounds fair enough. Lei Qinghu said, Then, what's the way out that Marquis Yongchun is looking for? What are your conditions? Good. Straightforward enough. Now that Commander Lei is so outspoken, there is no need for me to beat around the bush. Let's just cut to the chase. Li Wuji said, Just now, Commander Lei said that I was qualified to be the commander of the Four Families Coalition Army with my capabilities. That was certainly just a praise. However, if it is just the fleet of the Li family, I'm still confident enough to command it. Are you suggesting that as long as I promise that the fleets of the Li family that are scattered on the battlefield are yours to command, you will be willing to stand on my side? Lei Qinghu's eyes suddenly glittered. Is that what you are saying? Yes, simple as that. If Commander Lei promises that I will command all the fleets of the Li family, I will help you attack Yun Xiefeng from the back and take him down. Li Wuji said, However, the question is, how can I trust Commander Lei? While Commander Lei is always a man of your words, I am from the Four Families after all, and I have pissed off everyone. I believe that nobody will defend me if Commander Lei takes down my fleet too after you annihilate Yun Xiefeng's fleet. That is indeed a problem. Lei Qinghu's eyes were profound. Then what are you suggesting, Marquis Yongchun? How can you trust me? Do you dare to come to my flagship, Commander Lei? Li Wuji suddenly said, You can come to my place to discuss the details as a show of good faith? Commander Lei, you must not. Before Lei Qinghu said anything, his advisors were already shouting, It's a trap. Somebody was even glaring at Li Wuji, not convinced by his bullshit at all. Lei Qinghu waved his hands in amusement. I'm very willing to show my good faith to Marquis Yongchun, and I'm even convinced by what you said. However, as the commander of the astounding Thunder Fleet, my life does not belong to me but to the whole fleet and Imperium. My fleet, my mission, and my duty do not allow me to take such a risk. Don't forget that I just escaped from the Godly Might prison not a long time ago. If I made the same mistake twice, I might as well be condemned to death. If this is the only way that Marquis Yongchun has thought out, I can only regretfully refuse it. Let's just meet on the battlefield with our weapons. You? Gloomily, Li Wuji pondered for a long time and said, If Commander Lei is reluctant to come, what if I go over? Ha! Lei Qinghu was slightly stunned. What do you mean? I will go to your flagship, Iron Torrent, in person. Li Wuji said, Commander Lei does not dare to take the risk, but I don't have a choice. The result will be the same whether or not I take the risk. Therefore, I am willing to go to Iron Torrent and talk to Commander Lei face to face. I believe that Commander Lei is an honorable man who will never trap me with a scheme. Marquis Yongchun is truly audacious. Lei Qinghu thought hard for a long time before he asked suspiciously, However, is it really necessary? Even if the two of us really communicate face to face, what does it prove? Of course it is necessary. Li Wuji said, I have now been pushed into a corner, where I cannot trust anything but Commander Lei's honor and promise. However, the more people know about the promise, the more reliable it will be. What Commander Lei wants is to end the Battle of Seven Seas as quickly as possible and to gather as many forces as possible under your command. For that, you have to get the support of most of the warlords and miscellaneous troops. To win the support of those guys, you have to maintain the credit of letter to the soldiers of the Imperium. In that case, if I show up on Commander Lei's flagship and issue some sort of declaration toward the warlords and miscellaneous troops that take up 90% of your enemy together with Commander Lei, letting everybody know that we have reached an agreement, I believe that Commander Lei will not violate the agreement easily, right? Lei Qinghu was silent. Broken brilliance flashed in his eyes as he contemplated on the guy's real purpose. Why? Does Commander Lei not have the courage to let me board your flagship? No more than you dare to come to mine. Li Wuji grinned. If Commander Lei suspects that I am up to a certain scheme, you can drop your worries. I am willing to go to Iron Torrent on a super tiny Hummingbird-level space shuttle. A Hummingbird-level shuttle can accommodate 2 to 3 members at best. I will bring only a pilot and no ammunition at all. The arsenal of the shuttle will be the perfect secret meeting room for us. We will talk in a random garage on Iron Torrent. Commander Lei is free to send out dozens of experts with their colossi to surround the garage, so that not a single hair of mine will be left behind should anything go wrong. Of course, neither Commander Lei nor I is a pure battle-type immortal cultivator. I fear that our combat abilities may be close. If I am determined to die with Commander Lei, it is possible that I may pose a threat to you. If Commander Lei is unwilling to take such a risk, I will have nothing else to say. Just like what Commander Lei said just now. Let's meet on the battlefield with our weapons. As he approached the end, Li Wuji tossed the handkerchief to the ground brutally, with brutality all over his face. As if scourged by his brutality, Lei Qinghu squinted hard and thought for a long time. In the end, he finally nodded slowly and said, "All right, after I break Yun Xiefeng's battle formation again, I will be waiting for Marquis Yongchun on Iron Torrent. All right, I can't wait to meet Lei Qinghu, the legendary god of war, in person." Li Wuji's twisted shadow disappeared in the vortex as he ended the communication. However, the data link between the two parties was not cut off. Further plans were made about the charge later and the route in which Li Wuji was going to fly to Iron Torrent on the Hummingbird-level shuttle. "Commander Lei, you can't do that." Many advisors were shouting. "Li Wuji will never surrender so easily. It must be a scheme. Chances are that he is trying to play a decapitation strategy or perform an accurate, surgical strike on Iron Torrent." Exactly. The captain of guards who was responsible for Lei Qinghu's safety also roared. While Li Wuji is not best known for his combat ability, he is more vigorous and 100 years younger than Commander Lei after all. He hasn't suffered serious injuries either. Should there be a fight, he will certainly have more advantages. What should we do if he captures Commander Lei inside the Hummingbird-level shuttle in our garage? Enough! An expression that nobody could understand popped up on Lei Qinghu's face as he said casually, "The concerns you've raised are indeed problems. However, our situation is no better than Li Wuji's, and we have been cornered too. On the surface, we will crush Yun Xiefeng's fleet in another few rounds, but don't forget that the fleets of the Song family, the Li family, and the Dongfang family are still cruising at the edge of the space zone. Song Yushi, the highest commander of the Song family in the front line, is a real cunning and hungry wolf. He is incomparable for the worthless folks like Yun Xiefeng. Even if we crush Yun Xiefeng's fleet, we will still be faced with perilous battles. It may take us months of struggles before we manage to win. How many sacrifices will have been made by then? How are we going to reinforce the battlefield in the capital, if we still can reinforce the battlefield in the capital at all? The situation is intense enough as it is, but a Li Wuji's fleet has jumped out of nowhere, whose toughness and aggressiveness are as impressive as the strongest opponent we have seen. If the enemy attacks us from the back, will we be able to stick to our original plan and crush Yun Xiefeng's fleet neatly? If we cannot crush Yun Xiefeng's fleet before the reinforcements of the other 3 families arrive, we will be doomed forever. Our dream to establish a powerful national army, to renew the Imperium, and to ignite the new hope of the civilization of mankind will be obliterated. Now that there is a chance to recruit such an excellent fleet without any cost, even the greatest risk will be worth it. Besides, didn't you hear what Li Wuji said just now? I will not go to his flagship, but do I not have the courage to welcome him in my own flagship? With so many experts in the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage protecting the garage with your colossi, how am I qualified to be called God of War if I daren't go to such a meeting? All in all, I've made up my mind. There's no need to say anything. Ask someone in our fleet who has met Li Wuji before, as well as the meditation healers who are good at identifying soul signature, to gather on the flagship to check the guy's identity later. Then, focus our attention on Xianxia and prepare for a second charge. Understood. Understood. Got it, Commander Lei. Now that Lei Qinghu's order was out, the leaders of the Astounding Thunder Fleet had no more objection and carried out the command. The Astounding Thunder Fleet that was slightly slowed accelerated again. Like a cluster of glittering spears, they charged at Xianxia's battle formation that was not sorted through again, further adding to the havoc. Li Wuji's fleet that should have arrived in time, on the other hand, had a minor accident on the way. It seemed that the warships at the center almost protruded into the shield ships up ahead and got too far away from the comprehensive supply ships in the rear, thus unable to provide them with enough protection. As a result, the whole fleet had to lower the speed and adjust itself. After the brief adjustment, it missed the best opportunity to attack the Astounding Thunder Fleet. When they finally lunged forward in the momentum of an unstoppable tiger, the Astounding Thunder Fleet had accomplished the second charge. Not giving them any chance of biting or tearing, they continued pressing forward at full speed, getting away from the turbulences of destruction. The two fleets, like two magnificent icebergs, brushed past each other narrowly. Li Wuji's fleet released crystal suits and space shuttles crazily, trying to bite Astounding Thunder Fleet's bottom, but only tiny sparks burst out in the frictions before Astounding Thunder Fleet broke away at full speed and got rid of all the pursuers. However, during the brief frictions, there was one Hummingbird-level space shuttle, carrying one pilot and one passenger, that set sail for Iron Torrent, Astounding Thunder Fleet's flagship. On the scale of the universe, the collision of two fleets was merely the melting of countless light spots. However, from the perspective of every starship, the invincible and unstoppable blast was certainly not easy. Even though the Astounding Thunder Fleet had the absolute advantage on the battlefield, tremendous starships had serious explosions and even lost all their momentum. Countless crystal suits and armed shuttles were lost in space, unable to find their mothership. Several colossi had even lost their limbs and power units and needed to be dragged to the comprehensive supply ships that boasted rapid maintenance abilities. They must not be left alone, in which case they would drift to the empty, vast vacuum. Iron Torrent, Lei Qinghu's flagship, did not survive it either. Lei Qinghu was never the kind of general who made plans in the commander center and asked his subordinates to fight. The fiercer and more dangerous a battle was, the more he would be directly involved in it. Just now, he almost had a head-on clash with Landslide, Xianxia's flagship. Iron Torrent at this moment was full of damage. Explosions, venomous fog, intense fire, and fractures on the shell could be found everywhere. Many areas had turned vacuum and all the materials spurted out. Lei Qinghu, however, had no time to check the damage on the flagship. Entrusting all the affairs to the damage control team, he led the most elite marine team as well as 3 colossi to the number 16 garage at the center of the flagship. Thud, 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 thud. Hundreds of fully armed exos in their iron footsteps, plus dozens of heavy crystal tanks and almost 1,000 battle puppets, surrounded the enormous garage without leaving the slightest gap. All the exos, battle puppets, and crystal tanks opened the covers of their honeycomb-type launchers. The waves of the crystal cannons were spreading out, and the chains words and vibration sabers were humming. There were even 3 colossi standing in the garage like enormous pillars, their weapons unsheathed, as if a great enemy was coming. He's here. Sensing that the airtight gate outside opened, several advisors shouted at the same time. Perhaps because he felt that his subordinates were too nervous and brought disgrace to the Astounding Thunder Fleet, Lei Qinghu slightly frowned, but his lips curled into a cold smile that nobody could understand. Chi, chi, chi. Several airtight gates were opened and closed, injecting pressure and fresh air into the enclosed space and adapting the newcomer to the artificial gravity field on Iron Torrent, while the weapons and ammunitions on the space shuttle were checked. After multiple scanning sessions, it was confirmed that the strange shuttle did not carry any weapons or ammunitions, and only 2 humans and several cosmos rings were detected. In the end, the last airtight gate was finally opened. A cone-shaped space shuttle no longer than 10 meters slid into the fixed rail in the number 16 garage agilely. The 3 narrow, long empennages folded toward the front, making the vehicle even smaller. Compared to Iron Torrent that was as magnificent as a mountain, the Hummingbird-level shuttle was not even a hummingbird but an insignificant germ or virus at most. However, both germs and viruses could be fatal sometimes. Voila! Before the stranger was fully parked, all the exos and battle puppets around had already raised their guns and cannons. The captain of Lei Qinghu's guards even stepped forward in his colossus and stood before Lei Qinghu. "Move away." Lei Qinghu tapped the leg of the captain's colossus and walked to the front of the Hummingbird-level shuttle. His hands in his back, he said casually, passing through the heated battlefield. "You are really here, Marquis Yongchen. Your bravery and your determination are very impressive. Your pilot's abilities to maneuver the space shuttle are quite astonishing too. It so happens that there are a few of Marquis Yongchuan's old acquaintances on my starship. They insisted on meeting you and reaffirming your friendship when they heard that you were coming. It wouldn't be an imposition for you, would it?" Lei Qinghu slightly coughed. A few muscular, weather-beaten men immediately stepped forward. The first muscular man said carefully, "Is it you, your lordship? I am Zhao Jutao. Do you still remember me, your lordship?" A voice immediately came over from the Hummingbird-level shuttle. "Zhao Jutao, the deputy leader of the giant shark gang, were you not a family general of Wuxia, my 17th brother? I remember that you were quite good at your red tide saber arts. During a dinner on the Wild Torrent planet, you once had a duel with my family general Zhao Yi and cut off the little finger on Zhao Yi's left hand. I even gave my own saber to you as a gift, right? My 17th brother, Wuxia, was always the closest brother to me. I cried when he was ambushed by the Covenant Alliance on the Emerald Planet and unfortunately perished. I tried to look for his family generals in the past, but there was no news about you because of the mayhem on the front line. I thought that you had died in space too, and I did not know that you became Commander Lei's subordinate. You still remember me, your lordship?" That Zhao Jutao nodded at Lei Qinghu and continued, "I'm flattered." Zhao Jutao backed off, and a second muscular man moved forward and said, "Your lordship, I am Song Zhong. It was all thanks to your lordship's favor that I managed to survive and join the astounding Thunder Fleet. I dare not forget it for 1 second. When I heard that your lordship was coming, I decided that I had to thank your lordship in person anyhow." "Song Zhong, are you Deathblow Song Zhong?" Li Wuji's voice came from the Hummingbird-level shuttle again. He laughed. "Your master in the past was simply too harsh. He was going to cut your guts out only because you lost a game in the arena. Nobody wins forever. You did not slouch but did your best. It was a pity that your opponent was stronger. That was not your fault. Although you lost that game, you could always win the next one. Why did he have to kill you? You two know that I hate the bloody scenes where viscera run about more than anything else. But the man was trying to cut your guts right before my eyes. I found it disgusting and saved your life. It was not a big deal at all." Deathblow Song Zhong also nodded at Lei Qinghu, implying that Li Wuji was not wrong about what happened in the past. He then declared in a loud voice, "All in all, it was your lordship who preserved my life. If I hadn't been too humble to serve your lordship, I wouldn't have gone to the front line as a soldier." Next, a few other acquaintances of Li Wuji tested him, but Li Wuji mentioned their identities and history without any hesitation and without any error or mistake in the most insignificant details. Most of the information was never recorded. It was evident enough that the person inside the Hummingbird-level shuttle was Li Wuji himself. Seeing that Li Wuji had come to the meeting in person, the commanders of the astounding Thunder Fleet in all levels were more or less relieved. However, The captain of Lei Qinghu's guards still daren't be careless. He roared thunderously through the colossus. Marquis Xianxia, excuse me, but for safety and secrecy, would you please ask your pilot to come out first? He must have been exhausted in the trip to cross the battlefield. Allow us to entertain him with great food and drinks. By the time you finish your meeting with Commander Lei, we will escort him back. He will not be harmed at all. How does it sound? There was no voice from the hummingbird-level shuttle. However, the arsenal at the abdomen of the shuttle slowly opened, and a plain-looking pilot crawled out rigidly. He raised his hands to show that he did not carry any weapon or cosmos ring as he walked toward Lei Qinghu's guards. He was immediately surrounded by the guards. His eyes seemed to be filled with intense gloominess, but it flashed quickly and escaped everyone's attention. Don't be rude. Make sure that this brother rests well, the captain of guards said solemnly. He then spoke to Lei Qinghu through the private communication channel. Commander Lei, it's confirmed that Li Wuji is the only person inside. However, that guy's combat ability is not to be underestimated, and he has carried 3 cosmos rings with him. Do you think we should further examine him? Enough, Lei Qinghu said coldly. He has 3 cosmos rings, but we have 3 fully prepared colossi and a whole marine team. He is bold enough to come to my flagship on his own. Do I not have the courage of a marquis? You just stay here and do not pry into the shuttle. Wait until I am out. Lei Qinghu slapped his robe and walked to the arsenal of the hummingbird-level shuttle. After he crawled in through the dark gate, he closed the cover by the way. As a result, nobody could see or hear what was going on inside. The many leaders, advisors of the astounding Thunder Fleet, and Lei Qinghu's personal guards could only look at each other and wait in uneasiness. The narrow cabin of the hummingbird-level shuttle was illuminated into a greenish chamber by the light beam, raising a suffocating feeling in whoever came in. After Lei Qinghu closed the cover at the abdomen of the shuttle, he immediately saw Li Wuji sitting on the pilot's seat with his legs folded and staring at him without blinking. Commander Lei, we are now finally able to have a nice chat without being monitored or interrupted. Li Wuji said one word after another. His voice was filled with power and left a mysterious, profound, and unpredictable feeling. He seemed to be trying to control the pace of the negotiation since the first syllable. You can stop playing mysterious. I know that you are not Li Wuji, and that the pilot who walked out a moment ago was the real Li Wuji. Lei Qinghu slapped him in the face without any courtesy. If you want to talk nicely, just cancel your weird tone and reveal your real face so that I can see what garbage you are exactly. Ha! Caught unprepared, Li Wuji lost his calmness. He shouted with his own voice, "Are you kidding me? How did you see through such delicate arrangements? It was a random guess. Wasn't it, Commander Lei? It's really you. I would have recognized your weird voice even if you were burnt into ashes." While talking, Lei Qinghu sat on the seat of the co-pilot next to Li Wuji. He said casually, "How should I call you? Traitor of the Reformists, Black Wind King, or Cultivator Liao? You are truly bold enough to trespass on my flagship on your own when you have such a unique identity. I have always been as bold as this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have volunteered to break into the Godly Might prison to rescue Commander Lei at the risk of my own life fearlessly." Liao took out a half-solid blue capsule that was covered in a film from his pocket. Breaking it apart, he smeared it on his face evenly. Together with the movement of his muscles and bones, he regained his original appearance very soon. Looking at Lei Qinghu in embarrassment, he reminded him that he once saved the man's life before he asked in confusion, "When did you realize that I was not Li Wuji, Commander Lei? It wasn't a bluff, was it? Hehe. I never bother to deceive anyone through petty tricks. In the first place, I knew that it was not Li Wuji on the other side of the light beam. Or rather, I knew that somebody more terrible was hiding behind Li Wuji." Lei Qinghu said in despise, "I know exactly what kind of person Li Wuji is. How could he have established such a terrifying fleet? Besides, Li Wuji is a classic example of the leadership of the 4 Kurfürst families. He is selfish, cowardly, and considers his life more important than the whole universe. How on earth would he meet with me by himself at such great risks? If he is bold enough to reach my flagship on his own, I'll cut my head off and give it to him as a gift. Now that Li Wuji has indeed shown up on my flagship, there can only be one explanation. He was forced to come here with a knife stuck to his throat and a gun pointed at the back of his head. That's why he looked so gloomy a moment ago. He was scared that he would be killed because of you who was too intrepid. Am I right? Commander Lei does have a pair of keen eyes. I did not know that there were so many loopholes in my plan. Liao coughed and asked curiously, however, even if Li Wuji is not the star of the show, why did Commander Lei say it's indeed you? It almost seems that you saw through my real appearance behind the camouflage. It's not difficult to guess your identity. Lei Chenghu continued casually. The things you said and did under the identity of Black Wind King have been spread throughout the Seven Seas space zone. I don't believe that you would simply rest and stop playing more tricks after that. Also, Her Grace has told me about your real identity. Based on my evaluation of your action pattern, the odds that you play the decapitation strategy and sneak to my side are very high. What I did not realize was that you would be coming in such an open manner. That explains a lot. However, Commander Lei, I would like to make one thing clear first. I am absolutely different from the Black Wind King, who escaped shamelessly 100 years ago after blackmailing the court, forcing you to wipe his ass for him in the front line with the soldiers of your hometown. As a matter of fact, Hai Ming, the previous Black Wind King, has already been blown up into smithereens by me. No need to thank me. It's my obligation. Pausing for a moment, Liao asked again. Speaking of which, Commander Lei is quite audacious too. You knew it was me and that I was going to perform the decapitation strategy, but you still had the courage to enter my space shuttle. Are you not scared that I will attack and capture you all of a sudden? You should know that we are too close to each other right now. If I really want to do something, not just 3 colossi, even if 300 colossi were outside, they wouldn't be enough to stop me. Will you do that? Lei Chenghu smiled and said, I mean every word I said in the letter to the soldiers of the Imperium, as well as what I said to Li Wuji. As long as the civil war can be ended as soon as possible to preserve more strength of the Imperium, in order to deal with the Covenant Alliance and to create a new future for mankind, I can negotiate with anybody and compromise on any term. I said to you a long time ago that I prefer cultivators to the shameless, false, immortal cultivators. Now that I am open to negotiations with a false immortal cultivator, like Li Wuji, why can't I negotiate with a real cultivator like you? I am very curious myself what kind of changes the cultivators like you, who haven't done any notable things for 1,000 years, can bring to the Imperium when it is in such a great crisis. Besides, like you said just now, you were the one who rescued me from the Godly Might prison. As a soldier of the Imperium, do I not even have the courage to meet my savior? It's great to know that Commander Lei is such a reasonable man. Liao took a long breath in relief. Had I known it earlier, I would have talked to Commander Lei in a more straightforward way. All the hiding and tricks turn out to be unnecessary. Then let's cut to the chase. Why has a real cultivator like you come to me? An immortal cultivator who should be incompatible with you. Lei Chenghu's voice gradually turned cold and hard, like a cannonball that had just been retrieved from a low-temperature arsenal. There does not seem to be any middle ground between the two of us. At the very least, I will not compromise on the true path of immortality at all. Liao blinked and said, I'm here merely to take my chances in a gamble. Lei Chenghu frowned. What gamble? Liao declared resolutely. A gamble that Commander Lei is a real immortal cultivator. A fundamentalist immortal cultivator that does not compromise. A gamble that everything you've been doing is truly for the Imperium and for the civilization of mankind, that you are not like the false immortal cultivators out there who only consider Imperium civilization and true path of immortality as their slogans and will stomp on all their beliefs for their personal interests. I'm betting that you consider the future of mankind to be more important than anything else, even including Black Star the Great that you admire the most. Lei Chenghu was silent for a moment. With dark brilliance flowing in his eyes, he observed, You truly have learned His Majesty's real identity. I'm appreciating you more and more, Cultivator Liao. Now that we are both aware of His Majesty's existence, it's all the more reason why you should give up trying. You know that there's no way that I would betray His Majesty. I wouldn't say that. Staring at Lei Qinghu, Liao said one word after another. If you are a pure, real, selfless, immortal cultivator and everything you do is for the interests of the Imperium of true human beings and the future of mankind, then you should stand out and object to Wu Yingqi without any hesitation when his doings jeopardize the interests of the Imperium and will destroy the future of mankind. Getting to the bottom of it, the targets to which you pledge your loyalty and contribute your everything is the Imperium and the civilization of mankind, not a specific emperor, even if the emperor is Blackstar the Great. Am I correct to understand your belief in such a way? Stunned for a long time, Lei Qinghu was amused. Do all the cultivators have tongues as sharp as yours? Of course, His Majesty is not equal to the Imperium, much less the civilization of mankind. However, who else at the center of the cosmos today is more qualified to represent the Imperium and the civilization of mankind other than His Majesty? If I do not serve His Majesty with my life, should I work for the 4 worthless Kurfürsten, or the greedy, bare-faced merchants of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, or even the cultivators who have never accomplished anything? To whom Commander Lei pledges your loyalty, or if you are simply working for yourself without serving anybody else, is really not my concern. I only want to kindly remind Commander Lei that something is wrong with Wu Yingqi. Taking a deep breath, Liao said quickly, do you not feel that it was a very bad moment that you chose to jump to the 7 Seas space zone? Jumping over so soon would involve you in the dual vortexes of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the coalition fleet of the 4 families. By the time you settle all the enemies in a couple of months, you will suffer tremendous losses on your own side. About the timing of the jump, I believe that it was Wu Yingqi's order. Therefore, he did not trust you at all, and he was planning to diminish the astounding Thunder Fleet, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, and the 4 families coalition fleet together in the Battle of 7 Seas, weakening you to the point that you would not be able to compete with him or the Covenant Alliance. Also, the astounding Thunder Fleet had been a blade that was stuck to the throat of the 4 families. After it left the heartland of the 4 families and jumped to the 7 Seas space zone at the edge of the cosmos, while a victory in the regional battlefield could be secured, the capital would be wide open. The ace fleets of the 4 families would definitely take the chance to attack the capital in full scale. Even an amateur like me can see the horrible mistake. I don't believe that a military expert like Commander Lei overlooked it. Therefore, have you asked His Majesty what he was going to use to resist the ace fleets of the 4 families? The Imperial Guards who haven't fought any real war for hundreds of years, the deep-sea fleet that is not large in scale, or the untrained soldiers who just surrendered to him? It's impossible. Wu Yingqi's armed forces in daylight are far from enough to resist the attacks of the ace fleets of the 4 families. Therefore, he must have a secret weapon. An unstoppable, destructive secret weapon that, upon activation, may cause irreversible damage to the capital and even the whole Imperial Terminus sector. Commander Lei, you admire and worship Blackstar the Great so much that it is not wrong to say that you are his greatest supporter. Let me ask you, has he told you the details of the secret weapon so that you can be prepared? Come on, let's make a bet. If he told you the secret weapon, I'll cut my head off and give it to you. Lei Qinghu's face was covered in gloominess. He said, Li Yao, if you have come to my place just to sow discord with such lousy rhetoric, let's stop wasting each other's time. His Majesty is confident of his victory, and all the subjects need to do is to stride forward fearlessly. How can you speculate what is on a monarch's mind? Even if it is not about a monarch and that it is just about a random general, do you not have the notion of military secret in the world of cultivators? Liao grew agitated too, and he shouted without giving in. If you were just a soldier or a random general, all you need to do would naturally be to stride forward without looking back. But you are God of War. You are a symbol of the Imperium's army, the last immortal cultivator of the Imperium, and even part of the Imperium. If a military giant like you abandons thinking, wouldn't the Imperium become a rampant behemoth? You don't know when it will fall into a trap or even an abyss at all. I know that you have always been proud of your identity as a soldier. It is a soldier's duty to obey, but soldiers should never be mindless slaughter machines without independent will. Otherwise, would there be any difference between them and the people of the Covenant Alliance? I know that your hands have been stained with blood in the past 200 years, and you have killed more people than anybody can count, but I would rather believe that you knew why you were fighting and killing, instead of carrying out somebody's order blindly. All in all, this thing concerns the future of the Imperium of true human beings and even the future of mankind. If it were me, I would have to get to the bottom of everything. How exactly is Wuxia going to deal with the ace fleets of the four families? What prices will be paid? How deformed the capital will be as a result? Have you really never been worried about those questions? Do you really feel that the demolishment of the capital is an acceptable price to win the civil war? If you are fine with that, let me tell you something else. One day ago, Wuxia detonated Wuxia, one of his puppets, and tried to brainwash me with the technologies of the Covenant Alliance. What? This time, Lei Qinghu was truly greatly shocked. Staring at Liao, he demanded, "Are you serious? Even if I'm telling lies, I wouldn't make up such a ridiculous lie, would I?" Liao said with a bitter smile. More precisely, perhaps Wuxia did not use the technologies of the Covenant Alliance. Instead, Wuxia and the Covenant Alliance are of the same origins and share the brainwashing technologies of the Pengu clan from the primeval age. Wuxia has always been deeply associated with the Covenant Alliance. He was even a contributor to the Covenant Alliance's rise 1,000 years ago. Lei Qinghu looked more and more awful. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Are you slandering without any evidence?" "Although I do not have any evidence for now, it makes perfect sense logically." Liao opened his hands and said, "Although Wuxia and the Covenant Alliance seemed to be sworn enemies 1,000 years ago, the result of their decades of war was that they carved up the Star Ocean Republic. From the carrion of the Star Ocean Republic, the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance arose. Based on the principle that the greatest beneficiary of a crime is the greatest suspect, it is not a groundless accusation that Wuxia collaborated with the Covenant Alliance to trick everyone. As to why the Imperium of true human beings has never destroyed the Covenant Alliance after it was established, it is very easy to understand. The Imperium needs the Covenant Alliance as an excuse to govern all the sectors and to exploit the ordinary people. The Covenant Alliance, a source of fear, is why the immortal cultivators should exist. Don't be hasty to argue. There's one more thing. Aren't you curious about how Wuxia is going to deal with the army of the Covenant Alliance? The main force of the Covenant Alliance is not crushed, and 80% of their strength is preserved. They retreated and abandoned a lot of sectors voluntarily in order to allure the expedition army of the Imperium to march in. When the supply lines and the defense lines are stretched out, they would fight a final battle against the Imperium. Why are they so impatient about the victory despite the risks? Because the Covenant Alliance encountered a great crisis of rigidity. If they don't fight the battle, they would collapse on their own very soon. This is all your own theory, Commander Lei, which you explained in great detail in the report you wrote for the Council of Elders. I believe that Wuxia must have read the report and had no doubt in the insight of such a loyal subordinate like you, right? Then, here comes the question. Wuxia clearly knew that the army of the Covenant Alliance was lurking in the darkness not far away, ready to launch a critical strike on the Imperium anytime, but he was still bold enough to start a full civil war at the crucial moment. What does he want exactly? Even if he could finish off the ace fleets of the four families neatly, so what? How is he going to deal with the main fleets of the Covenant Alliance? With the scarred land and the exhausted, broken fleets after the Civil War? Has he lost his mind? Does he want to enjoy being an emperor for a year and a half even if he will be killed after that? No, it's impossible. He is a man who plans to rule over the cosmos for another 10,000 years. He couldn't have neglected the Covenant Alliance. The only answer is that he has been with the Covenant Alliance in the first place. At the very least, he is deeply associated with many people within the Covenant Alliance. He can control a large group of people of the Covenant Alliance with the brainwashing technologies that are of the same origin as the Covenant Alliance. He can replace the Pangu clan in the hearts of some of the people of the Covenant Alliance and become their almighty god. Commander Lei, do you not feel anything about such a future? Can such a malicious, insane Wu Yingqi be your master? Li Yao's saliva was almost flying to Lei Qinghu's face. Lei Qinghu, however, was deep in thought with a rigid face, and he did not have any time to wipe his face. Nonsense, Lei Qinghu mumbled. I have never heard such absurdities before. Let's go to the capital and figure out if they're absurdities together. Li Yao said sincerely, Commander Lei, I know that Wu Yingqi is an embodiment of the perfect immortal cultivators in your imagination, and that he is the only hope of light that can rescue the Imperium and even mankind from decadence and darkness. However, you must not overlook the distance between imagination and reality. Getting to the bottom of it, do you really know this Black Star the Great that you have absolute faith in? Do you really know what kind of person the Wu Yingqi standing before you is? No, the person you admire, worship, and absolutely trust is merely the Black Star the Great that has been glorified too many times by the history classics and the propaganda of the Imperium in the past 1,000 years. He is as different from the real Wu Yingqi as a girl's picture taken by the beautifying cameras after she puts on makeup for 2 hours is different from her real image when the makeup has been removed. They're absolutely two people, alright? Let's say that Black Star the Great 1,000 years ago was truly marvelous, incredible, and a supreme leader of the civilization of mankind who deserved your loyalty. But why are you so certain that the Wu Yingqi at present is the Wu Yingqi 1,000 years ago? Ha! Lei Qinghu narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? I think that you've made a mistake. No, we have both made a cognitive mistake. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao analyzed calmly. It's true that we figured out his identity from the tiny traces, and he acknowledged that he's Black Star the Great. However, who knows what really happened? Black Star the Great already died in the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum 1,000 years ago. The only thing left was part of his remaining soul, which lurked for a long time before it finally ran into the young Li Linghai. It then attached itself to her and returned to the Imperium. That's Wu Yingqi and Li Linghai's side of the story. However, during the 1,000 years of hiding and wandering, what if the remaining part of Wu Yingqi's soul was corrupted and contaminated by something else? What if it was completely deformed, with all the beliefs twisted? Could it have been enslaved by something more powerful? Those mysteries are not resolved, yet you are already kneeling before him and pledging your loyalty to him just because he claims that he is Black Star the Great, Commander Lei? How injudicious! He says that he is Wu Yingqi, but I'll say that I am actually Wu Yingqi. After all, having swallowed the strength of the Imperial Fire Pearl, I can spurt out a few mouthfuls of the dominating purple flames as well. Neither of us has 100% convincing proof. All in all, I am not objecting to your loyalty to Black Star the Great. Really, as a real immortal cultivator, it's perfectly normal that you want to serve the ancestor of the immortal cultivators. I am only kindly suggesting that you should figure out whether or not the guy who is up to nobody knows what in the capital at present is the 100% Wu Yingqi from 1,000 years ago, and whether or not he deserves your allegiance and devotion when the fate of the Imperium and the future of mankind are at stake. Lei Qinghu's eyes and lips were slightly trembling. Such sophistry of yours is truly a headache, he said coldly. It's impossible to find answers to the questions you raised. His Majesty was revived from part of his remaining soul. Naturally, he is not 100% the Wu Yingqi from 1,000 years ago. It is not strange that his personalities and even beliefs have slightly changed. However, is there a better option than him at this moment? There is, and that's you. Li Yao rubbed his hands and said, the so-called Wu Yingqi has malicious plans right now. God knows if he is another false immortal cultivator or something even more terrible than the immortal cultivators. This universe must not fall into his hands. However, Commander Lei, you are undoubtedly a pure immortal cultivator who is capable of running the Imperium. Of course, I understand that it is not your goal to be a dictator of the Imperium. So, we will continue our deal in the past and carry on the renewal of the Imperium as rightful reformists to stop Wu Yingqi's scheme. In the end, we will select a young emperor that you've taught and raised in person, and he will be assisted by you while he reigns over the Imperium. Everything will be good in such a way. After that, your cultivators will be able to mix into the team of reformists and corrode the ideology of the Imperium without alerting anyone, starting a war of minds where nobody dies. Lei Qinghu sneered. Is that the case? If the true path of immortality is really invincible, you wouldn't need to worry about a war of ideology at all. Liao said frankly, even if a few cultivators blend into the team of immortal cultivators, shouldn't they be corrupted and transformed by you easily? Why are you so vigilant of the path of the cultivators as if it is a ferocious tiger or a venomous scorpion? Lei Qinghu closed his eyes, leaning his head to the dent on his seat. He was caught in a deep and disturbing thought. Even if, pondering for a long time, he finally said cautiously, even if we really want to find out what's going on in the capital, or even to stop His Majesty's operation, it is still technically impossible. First of all, with my astounding Thunder Fleet and your tiny fleet, it is impossible to soothe the chaos in the Seven Seas space zone. If the chaos here is not restored to peace, we will not be able to mobilize enough forces to interfere with the battle in the capital. Even if we find a way to stop His Majesty's operation, we will still be faced with the ace fleets of the four families as well as the enormous fleet of the Alliance of the Holy Covenant. The military pressure will be too huge for us to resist. Therefore, I stand by the conclusion just now. At this moment, only His Majesty can save the Imperium and the civilization of mankind. Our reckless moves will bring nothing but disasters. No, Commander Lei, you are mistaken. If we join our hands, it will be absolutely possible to crush the main force of the four families' coalition fleet, including Yun Xiefeng and Song Yushi, in 3 days and to unite all the warships scattered in the Seven Seas space zone with a network that is more effective and robust than the flying lighting super command chain. Liao hesitated for a moment but decided to take his chances. If I'm being completely honest, Commander Lei, our strength is much more than what you have seen. Quite a few branch fleets of ours are still hiding in the dark. Also, we boast the cyber technologies above the best level of the Imperium, which can combine a tray of loose sand into the most indestructible iron instantly. As long as we let go of our disagreement for now and work together, we will definitely be able to dig such a great trap that all the commanders of the four families in the front line, including Yu Xiefeng and Song Yushi, will fall in. Their starships will be seized and built into the national defense army you have in mind. Look at me in the eyes and trust me, Commander Lei. Liao and Lei Qinghu's gazes met in the narrow space. As if two giant cannons had barraged each other, electric arcs and magnetic fields were rising. Neither of them was planning to move their eyes away. An indestructible bridge was formed between them. The first time I saw you, I had this strange feeling that you were utterly unfit for the world around you and that you were no ordinary immortal cultivator. Lei Qinghu sighed and said, at that time, I really took you for a dark warrior that the queen raised in secret. I thought that your unique vibe was because you were isolated from other immortal cultivators for too long. At that time, I could never have thought that you were one of the cultivators who had vanished for 1,000 years, or that the cultivators still had such enormous strength after 1,000 years. Tell me, Cultivator Liao, why do you want to cooperate with me? Are you scared that you will be killed by me in the end after all your trump cards are revealed? Your decision seems a bit idiotic. That's right. We, the cultivators, tend to be silly sometimes. Can't be helped. All the smart people have joined the circle of the immortal cultivators. But you have seen the world that they have built up yourself, Commander Lei. Liao said, therefore, I think human beings, as individuals, should be silly once in a while so that humanity, as a whole, will enjoy a better future, right? I do not deny the disparity between Commander Lei's beliefs and mine. We are indeed enemies, and our paths will collide brutally sooner or later, but not necessarily now. There are many kinds of enemies. The primary ones, the secondary ones, the dangerous ones, the shameless ones, the negotiable ones, the sworn ones, cooperating with the secondary enemies to deal with the primary enemies first, or cooperating with the enemies who are less dangerous to deal with the enemies who are most dangerous. Aren't they perfectly normal options? At the very least, despite our different beliefs, I believe that Commander Lei and I share many things in common. Is that so? Lei Qinghu couldn't help but ask. What things do we have in common? We are both determined, stubborn, forthright, and we never bother to use shameless tricks. Liao said, most importantly, we have both dropped personal and lowly interests. We are men of integrity and charisma, who have the whole universe in our mind. We are fighting for the future of mankind and for the peace and unity of this universe. All in all, we share the same target, except that our methodologies to achieve the target are polar opposite. While I cannot agree with Commander Lei's approaches, I have also made certain decisions that may prove to be horrible in the future. Therefore, I find what Commander Lei thinks and does understandable. In short, Commander Lei and I are both great heroes, and we should cherish and appreciate each other. It's already a shame that we cannot be sworn brothers. How can we not cooperate well? Is that so? An indescribable expression popped up on Lei Qinghu's face. Perhaps in his 200 years of battles and conquests, he had never encountered such a unique enemy or ally like Liao, and he did not know how to react for a moment. There's no need to doubt me. It's absolutely true. Liao waved his hands and declared resolutely, this is all I want to say. You can make a decision now, Commander Lei. There are only two ways ahead of you, Commander Lei. You can either walk out of this space shutter and order your subordinates to shoot me into a beehive. I guarantee that I will not dodge or resist. I will not even activate my cosmos rings. When I took the gamble, I was already braced for failure. Or, after you walk out, Commander Lei, you can drop our conflicts for now and work with the Cultivators fleet. We will settle the 7 Seas space zone first and the capital later before we create a brand new Imperium. If Commander Lei needs to think about it, you can consider it carefully after you're out. I'm not persuading you to betray Blackstar the Great right now. I'm only asking you to give the new Imperium an opportunity, give peace an opportunity, and give the future of mankind an opportunity. While he talked, Liao truly took off all the cosmos rings on his fingers and tossed them to the ground heavily, before he looked at Lei Qinghu sincerely and earnestly. Lei Qinghu's thoughtful eyes blinked for a long time. Finally, he heaved a long sigh and was ready to walk out. Liao clenched his fists, his Adam's apple moving up and down. His forehead was beaded with cold sweat, but he did not stop Lei Qinghu. From the perspective that he could not see, astonishment beamed out of Lei Qinghu's eyes. He pondered for a long time, but he still left the space shuttle without saying anything. Commander Lei. His advisors and his guards all moved to him. Seeing that he looked solemn but remained unhurt, they were all relieved. They asked, what about it? Is Li Wuji willing to surrender? Lei Qinghu was silent. After several steps, he couldn't help but turn around and look at the hummingbird-level shuttle again. Despite the alloy shell, he could still sense Liao's eyes that were as scorching and dazzling as a supernova outbreak. Cultivators were truly enemies that he had never seen and could never understand. No, Lei Qinghu said, fire and take him down. While the battle in the 7 Seas space zone was heated at the edge of the cosmos, black waves that looked like bottomless abysses were also raised at the edge of the Imperial Terminus sector at the center of the Imperium. As the waves entangled and combined, the stable three-dimensional space was soon torn apart, connecting two locations that were supposedly tens of thousands of light-years away. Abundant materials traveled through the tunnel whose length was close to zero. After passing the brief stun phase, they emanated destructive brilliance again. After only 3 days, more than 10 fleets that belonged to the 4 Kurfürst families finished the teleportation, including the ace fleets that the 4 families relied on to dominate the universe. The battle in the capital was officially on. It was a campaign beyond the expectation of all forces. Almost at the same time when the astounding Thunder Fleet mysteriously disappeared from the heartland of the 4 families, the leaders of the 4 families reached the consensus to march at the capital and start a strategic battle with the reformists. It was now or never. Faced with the glory and the desire to reclaim the capital, the 4 families were unprecedentedly united and effective. Many new warships that were loyal to their families had already jumped over when the situation in the capital was not entirely clear. At first, the battle in the capital was almost a duplication of the Battle of 7 Seas. The ace fleets of the four families did not control the space gate of the Imperial Terminus sector. Therefore, they were unable to jump over in an organized manner. When the space jump was completed, every starship was randomly distributed in the entire boundless sector, like dandelions blown by the wind. The Imperial Guards loyal to the Emperor and the deep-sea fleet loyal to the reformists attacked everywhere like rabid dogs that had been injected with excitants, hunting the invaders scattered in the entire space zone and trying their best to prevent the regrouping of the invaders. Many blood-boiling and cruel tragedies had already taken place in space during the few days. However, the coalition fleet of nobles, with 4 ace fleets as the cores and a dozen main fleets as the skeletons, were multiple times stronger than Xianxia's fleet that invaded the Seven Seas space zone. The determination of the soldiers in the fleets to die for their families was much greater than the border warlords who each had their own malicious plans too. Even though they had only one starship, they still did not hesitate to charge at the enemy when faced with overwhelming defenders. Thanks to the incessant resource support from the heartland of the four families, abundant logistics and engineering troops had leaped to the Imperial Terminus sector. While the defenders were moving in exhaustion, they occupied the planets and space fortresses at the edge of the space zone, establishing their own temporary space gates. When 3 temporary space gates blossomed at the edge of the Imperial Terminus sector slowly, unleashing the brilliant light that could illuminate dozens of sectors, the battle did not seem to have any suspense anymore. For the reformists who were lurking in the capital and resisting doggedly, the situation was escalating beyond their control. Under the navigation of 3 space gates, more and more fleets that belonged to the 4 families jumped over in an organized way, blocking and suppressing the reformists like an iron wall. Tremendous, ultra-huge engineering warships that carried infrastructural resources had jumped over too. 7 days after the battle began, there was even a whole space fortress that appeared at the Imperial Terminus sectors after 6 hours. Receiving the support of sufficient resources, the fleets were gathered into solid battle formations, and the army of nobles pressed forward unstoppably one footstep after another. The Imperial Terminus sector was the heart of the Imperium after all. Countless defense lines in space had been constructed and strengthened in the past 1,000 years. Almost every solid planet, satellite, and stable asteroid had been set up with abundant bases and cubic defense bases. Even though the 4 families had the absolute advantage in combatability, they were not in a hurry to break the core of the Imperial Terminus sector, the capital. They pressed forward step by step, clearing every obstacle on the way to the capital planet and conquering all the fortresses and bases in space. After every defense base was conquered, they would immediately dispatch their own fleets to garrison it. A lot of materials were also shipped over to start heated construction works. It was a war of 100 sectors versus 1. The 4 families boasted enough time and resources to play a crushing game without taking the slightest risk. On the 20th day of the battle in the capital, the No. 5 planet closest to the capital planet was occupied by the 4 families, turning into the best platform for them to attack the capital planet. It meant that the hands of death that grabbed the throat of the reformists had been completely closed. The final attack was about to begin. Faced with the aggressive, dominating performance of the 4 families, the reformists were naturally unwilling to wait to be killed. The deep-sea fleet and the Imperial Guards organized a few counterattacks, only to be blocked by the 4 families' dense battle formation, solid defense, and overwhelming troops. Even though the warriors of the reformists had the courage and combat ability to defeat multiple times more enemies, it was useless when they were faced with the enemies that significantly outnumbered them. There were simply too many enemies, and they were too formidable. 1 month after the battle started, the greatest problem that the reformists were faced with was in fact not the competition on the battlefield but the full blockage of communication. It was barely possible for them to reach out to the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the astounding Thunder Fleet, the other 2 main forces in the Seven Seas space zone at the edge of the cosmos. The business alliance of 10,000 sectors represented the strength of countless warlords and the capitals of the Imperium. The astounding Thunder Fleet, on the other hand, could be used to win the support of the expedition army that was still keeping neutral. The 2 main forces were the only hope for the reformists, however dim. However, it was very difficult for 2 worlds tens of thousands of light-years away from each other to communicate. Their real-time communication depended on the hyperspace communication bases, established at the edge of the space zones, which allowed information and data to also jump through the four-dimensional before they were delivered to the recipient. If the messages were sent in regular ways, they could only be received after 10,000 years even if they were kept at the speed of light, which would have been pointless. However, the dozens of hyperspace communication bases that the reformists set up at the edge of the Imperial Terminus sector had all been discovered, occupied, or destroyed by the ace fleets of the four families. In the meantime, the four families had projected powerful interferences to the whole space zone. They unleashed twisting radiations and spiritual waves incessantly to disrupt the secret communication bases that very likely existed. As a result, the capital was enshrouded in a heavy fog and blocked from the outside world, mainly the Seven Seas space zone. It was barely possible to learn the updates from the Seven Seas space zone or to command Lei Qinghu or Jin Yuyan to take appropriate reactions. With the weak strength of the deep-sea fleet and the Imperial Guards, it was an impossible mission to block the information blockade of the ace fleets of the four families. It was true that they had hidden a few mobile secret communication bases at a certain point in the vast space. There were also quite a few powerful communication ships in the complicated stone belts that had yet to be discovered by the enemy. However, both the secret communication bases and the communication ships would release tremendous information waves once activated, which would immediately be detected by the ace fleets of the four families. They would be destroyed very soon. According to the evaluation of the leaders of the Imperial Guards, every mobile secret communication base would be discovered and destroyed by the enemy half an hour after it was activated at most. The communication ships were faster and had better survival abilities. Starting from the moment they released the first information wave, they could persist about an hour before they were destroyed. However, the super-remote communication units accommodated on the communication ships were not as powerful, and the information to be transmitted was highly limited. In other words, the real-time communication between the capital and the Seven Seas space zone could last half an hour to 1 hour at best. Also, each communication session would cost one mobile secret communication base or a valuable communication ship. Therefore, as long as there were no particularly significant military affairs, the capital and the Seven Seas space zone would not turn on the real-time communication channel every day. Instead, they communicated in a more primitive way, which was the communication boats. The communication boats were a small rapid starship no more than 50 meters long. They did not accommodate any attack magical equipment but were loaded with storage chips. Every day, the highest commanders in the capital and the Seven Seas space zone would save the latest data in the command chain as well as the orders and requests into the storage chips in the boats. Then, the most reliable officers would be sent out to protect them. Through the supermassive teleportation arrays similar to the cosmic slingshot and the four-dimensional jump devices on board, they could be delivered to the target sector directly. Up until so far, several space gates were still controlled by the reformists on the two ends, allowing him to maintain the communication of personnel and resources to a minimal degree. The landing points of the boats were relatively accurate and would not be too far away from the space gates. Also, every boat was loaded with the most advanced stealth device. Their size and mass were very small. In the vast space, they were but grains of dust and could barely be detected by the enemy. Even if they were detected and captured by the enemy, every boat had been set with triple self-destruction facilities. The officer in charge needed to input a security code every 5 minutes, or all the data would be wiped out in 10 seconds. It was definitely safe and secure. While the efficiency of interaction with the boats was terribly low, the amount of information that each boat could carry was more than what could be transmitted wirelessly for 3 days and 3 nights. There was no need to worry that the network might be compromised by the enemy either. The reliability and security of communication were greatly improved. Therefore, boats became the main means of communication between the capital and the Seven Seas space zone. Dozens of boats traveled between the two places every day. The information was gradually grasped by the ace fleets of the four families. They were unwilling to be stabbed in the back by the astounding Thunder Fleet or the garrison fleets under the business alliance of 10,000 sectors when they launched an attack on the capital planet. Therefore, after checking the capital, it became their main focus to scan and destroy the boats. The four families mobilized countless cyber warfare ships and scout ships to perform the most thorough blockade and scan in the area near the capital planet, not leaving out the slightest space ripple. The moment they sensed space ripples, They would immediately deploy the best rapid response troops to stop the stranger from entering the defense circle of the capital planet. The Imperial Guards and the deep-sea fleet, who had fallen back into the orbit of the capital planet, showed astonishing courage at this moment. They marched out without a care in order to protect the boats that had just jumped to the Imperial Terminus sector. They were determined to get the updates from the Seven Seas space zone despite the heavy casualties. The fierce battle today happened exactly because of that. 3 boats from the Seven Seas space zone appeared in the space not far away from the capital planet without a sound like inconspicuous loaches. However, they immediately raised the attention of the predators that were lurking nearby. The starships of the predators unleashed the most dazzling brilliance. Like sharks baring their shining teeth, they lunged at the 3 tiny loaches aggressively. The 3 loaches fled toward the capital planet in panic, but they were caught by a second team of predators, which had arrived from another direction, before they entered the orbit defense circle of the capital planet. Right when the 3 loaches were about to be torn into shreds by the 2 groups of sharks, the daring teams of the deep-sea fleet and the Imperial Guards marched out and pierced into the sharks like 100 fast swordfish. The 3 loaches took the opportunity to rush toward the capital planet, only to be hit by the cannons of the predators. One of the boats disintegrated on the spot into brilliant fireworks, and the other 2 boats were riddled with holes and no better than remains. Unable to maintain their flight, they were caught by the gravity of the capital planet and fell to the surface of the capital planet crookedly. The sharks finally got rid of the swordfish and bit the tails of the other 2 loaches, raining their firepower on them. The 2 boats were shaking and sparkling so hard that they seemed to be falling apart in the next second. Right then, thousands of dazzling lines of fire interweaved into an impenetrable net, covering the sharks overwhelmingly, because they had pressed too forward and approached the orbit defense ring of the capital planet without them realizing it. No matter how magnificent the ace fleets of the 4 families were, they were still not enough to compete with the defense arrays of a whole planet that was the heart of the Imperium in terms of firepower. The few sharks in the lead were immediately ripped into shreds, and the rest of the sharks dispersed, retreating to a safe distance at full speed, before they finally turned around and looked at the 2 loaches diving into the atmosphere of the capital planet, turning into 2 clusters of furiously burning fireballs in the air, and landing on the vast ocean of the capital planet. On the capital planet, below the atmosphere and above the Earth, it was the iron nest where almost 100 billion people lived. Faced with the overwhelming fleet that occupied the entire sky, naturally, most of the residents of the capital felt that it was the end of the world. However, in the competitions of interstellar warships, colossi, and immortal cultivators, the ordinary people who made a living on the surface on the planet did not have any say about the matter. Thanks to the suppression of the reformists and the Imperial Guards who had gone mad, basic order was still maintained on the capital planet after a month of fierce battles. The central politics district near the royal palace was the place where the most extreme, unwavering, and zealous reformists, as well as a tiny proportion of insiders who had faith in Blackstar the Great, were gathered. As they were faced with the suppression of the 4 families' ace fleets, their courage to die together with the enemy was actually triggered. The whole royal palace was enshrouded in gloominess that felt like a concrete black fog. Your Grace. Deep inside the royal palace, 2 Imperial Guards supported a lackluster, heavily wounded officer of the astounding Thunder Fleet to walk to Li Linghai and reported. The 3 boats that jumped to the capital today suffered the blockade of the hunting fleets of the 4 families. One of the boats was blown up on the spot, and the other 2 lost momentum and defense shields and crashed on the planet. They were seriously torn and scourged because they entered the atmosphere from too steep an angle and too fast. It is estimated that one of the boats fell apart directly in the atmosphere into countless pieces that landed on the Silver Moon Ocean. We found part of the remains and confirmed the severity of the damage. It is barely possible that the crew inside survived. The other boat, while riddled with holes and terribly torn, managed to keep the basic struggle. The red box where the storage chips were kept has been found, and the captain has been saved too. The data stored inside the chips are being parsed and read. This is the captain of the boat. At the behest of General Lei Qinghu, he wants to meet your grace. Deeply seated on the throne that was in the shape of a starship, Li Linghai was completely soaked in darkness, although the light was flashing. The only things that could be seen were a few strands of white hair and her eyes that were almost transparent. It was not until this moment that she finally craned her head out of the dark. She scanned the dreary captain with her eyes that could almost see through his soul before she said in a hollow and unpredictable voice, "What's the situation in the Seven Seas space zone? What does Marquis Liaohai want to say to me? To answer your question, Your Grace, we have made significant breakthroughs in the Battle of Seven Seas. Our army has crushed Yun Xiefeng's battle formation and even captured Landslide, his flagship in general. As for the person himself, he has disappeared from space. It is not confirmed yet whether he has died or fled." The weary captain coughed lightly and said, "However, the Four Families Coalition fleet hasn't given up resistance yet. Their remaining forces have been gathered under Song Yusher, a seasoned general of the Song family, and they are still resisting our army. The details and data of the battle are all stored in the chips. After they are parsed, Your Grace will know everything. As for Commander Lei's secret order, he wished to speak to Your Grace in person. Therefore, he was hoping that Your Grace could activate the heaven-level communication line of the highest secrecy." "He wants to use a heaven-level line?" Li Linghai raised her eyebrow that seemed to be made of iron needles. "So to speak, Marquis Liaohai does have important military affairs to discuss with me?" The real-time communication between the capital and the Seven Seas Space Zone was solely dependent on the communication ships and the mobile secret communication bases. Such a wireless way of transmitting information and data could be compromised and monitored by the enemy easily. Chances were that every word that Li Linghai and Lei Qinghu said after their real-time communication began would be heard by the commanders of the Four Families' ace fleets. How could they fight the war if so? Therefore, the communication ships and the secret communication bases had all been installed with the state-of-the-art anti-interference and anti-invasion units. According to their levels and performances, they were classified into 4 levels, namely Heaven, Earth, Dark, and Yellow. Naturally, the higher their level was, the less likely they would be hacked, and the more valuable they would be. Among them, there was only one last secret communication base whose security level was Heaven. Once it was activated and started transmitting abundant information between 2 sectors, it would definitely be discovered by the hunting fleets of the Four Families and destroyed in an hour. Lei Qinghu wanted to communicate with her in real time, even though the cost was the last heaven-level communication line. What was he trying to say? Li Linghai sank into darkness again and rubbed her temples with her fingers softly. Pondering for a long time, she still decided to grant Lei Qinghu his request. After all, Lei Qinghu was still the reformist's best warrior at this moment. There were plenty of his admirers even in the Imperial Guards. His prestige had already infiltrated the bones of all the soldiers of the Imperium. The Battle of Seven Seas had also come to the most critical moment. Lei Qinghu must have his own reasons to reach out to the capital in real time at such a great cost. Besides, in another few days everything would be settled. Nothing could possibly stop him from achieving an everlasting enterprise. An hour later, deep inside the royal palace, in a secret command center that was independent of the joint command center of the Imperial Guards and the astounding Thunder Fleet on the ground, Li Linghai stared at the array of supercrystal processors that were as magnificent as mountains before her eyes coldly while floating in the midair. The supercrystal processors spurted out the glittering fog that condensed into a vivid light beam that was even more delicate than the grand illusionary land. She seemed to have crossed the bridge of time and space and directly appeared on the bridge of Iron Torrent, the flagship of the astounding Thunder Fleet, communicating with Lei Qinghu face to face. No, it was not her. Her long hair and her eyes had turned black like abysses, and gloomy dominance could be found on her face. She seemed to be surrounded by a few raging purple dragons in black scales. It was Blackstar the Great who was controlling the body. In the vast space at the periphery of the Imperial Terminus sector, a secret communication base that was as cold as an inactive volcano was woken up all of a sudden. Unleashing waves of a special frequency and slashing the barrier of the three-dimensional universe, it connected the data of 2 worlds that were as abundant as an ocean. In front of Wu Yingqi, colorful swirls were wriggling and gathering into a gate of rainbows. Lei Qinghu's image that looked like a tough iron statue appeared from the rainbow gate clearly. Your Majesty. Lei Chenghu bowed at Wuxia deeply, with admiration and zealousness all over his face. Marquis Liaohai, courtesies are unnecessary. Time is precious. Let's be straightforward. Wuxia said gloomily. We have only one last, heaven-level line left. The secret communication bases that supported such real-time lines usually survived less than 40 minutes in the past, which means that our communication may be cut off by the enemy any time after 20 to 30 minutes. I've read the battlefield data that you sent through boats over the past few days. Yun Xiefeng's defeat and death is only a matter of time, and it was within our expectation that Song Yushi, the old cunning fox, still kept part of the combat ability since he had been dawdling at the edge of the space zone. I don't think you are activating the extremely precious line just because of Song Yushi and Yu Xiefeng. Therefore, did something unexpected happen in the Seven Seas space zone? Yes, Your Majesty. Lei Chenghu said. To be more precise, it was not something unexpected, but someone expected. This guy. Lei Chenghu waved his hands. A tiny holographic window was immediately opened next to them, displaying the picture where 3 colossi, countless crystal suits, and crystal tanks barraged and blew up a space shuttle. However, right when the space shuttle exploded, a vigorous shadow jumped out from it and shouted in the most high-pitched voice, Commander Lei, what are you doing? We are great heroes, and we should cherish each other. We are the same kind of people. We can agree to disagree and create a beautiful future together. Don't be so stubborn. At least run some investigation. There's a scheme in the capital. A great scheme. You stupid moron. My mouth is getting dry, and you still do not believe me? You will regret it. You will definitely regret it. Ah! Like a burning turkey. The guy jumped up and down in the storm of bullets and fled in panic. Huh? Seeing that, Wuxia narrowed his eyes and rubbed his nose. He said in a sigh, Li Yao, the cultivator who always appears in a wrong place at a wrong time and who brings nothing but trouble, has indeed emerged again. However, how did you manage to surround him? I can tell that the place of your battle is a garage on Iron Torrent. Is he alive or dead? What did he say to you? It's indeed the cultivator Li Yao that your Majesty reminded me of earlier, and the place was truly a garage on Iron Torrent. However, I did not surround him. It was he who voluntarily fed himself to me. Emotionlessly, Lei Chenghu said. He came to my flagship like an idiot, with nobody else other than Li Wuji as a disguise, and tried to sow discord between me and your Majesty. He was even trying to talk me into joining his side and cooperating with him to deal with your Majesty. I was not a 3-year-old, and I was certainly not tricked by him, but I pretended to agree with him to ease his wariness. Then, I concentrated on the firepower of 3 colossi and a whole marine team, hoping to annihilate him once and for all. It's a shame that while the guy's brain was missing, he did have remarkable bronze. Despite the unfavorable circumstances, and even though he was faced with the destructive scourge of firepower, he was still able to take out a cosmos ring from somewhere unbelievable, summoning his colossus. Eventually, he still got away and escaped. While talking, Lei Chenghu displayed dozens of holograms, which were the battle pictures captured by dozens of crystal suits and crystal tanks from different perspectives. It could be seen that Li Yao was flying freely in the midst of fire like a cockroach that had grown wings on the picture. Very soon, he found a gap and unleashed thousands of rays. The Colossus Arsonist arrived magnificently. In the next moment, all the holograms shook hard, and the picture was disrupted by the waves released by the Arsonist. Very soon, smoke and fire covered all the cameras, and the whole garage fell into chaos. As it turned out, the Arsonist had blown a hole in the airtight door of the garage. All the materials inside were absorbed into the vacuum, including most of the crystal suits and the crystal tanks. The 3 colossi, on the other hand, were rather restrained in the battle because they were fighting on Iron Torrent, the astounding Thunder Fleet's flagship. Li Yao took the opportunity to flee. Turning into a glittering ray of light, he ran into space. Not only was the combat ability of this vulture Li Yao astonishingly high, but he was also using a very advanced colossus. It was more advanced than any colossus in the astounding Thunder Fleet. Lei Qinghu gnashed his teeth. I deployed 7 colossi and thousands of crystal suits and armed shuttles to surround him. However, the space was too vast and it was too unexpected. We were unable to block a divinity transformation stage expert equipped with a state-of-the-art colossus. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. That was not your fault, Wu Yingqi said leniently. This Li Yao is like an unbeatable and uncatchable cockroach. He is unbelievably shameless and cunning. Even I failed to catch him on the capital planet when I employed abundant troops. It is understandable that the scoundrel escaped from Marquis Liaohai's hands when you were in a fierce battle against Yun Xiefeng and Song Yusher's fleets. Thankfully, just like a cockroach, the man is upsetting but cannot affect the big picture. Marquis Liaohai, if such trivia are all that you want to say, you could have reported it to me via boats. There was no need for you to use the precious, heaven-level communication line to ask for my forgiveness. I'm afraid that you misunderstood, Your Majesty. While it was regretful that Li Yao ran loose, asking for forgiveness is not my main purpose. Emotionlessly and solemnly, Lei Qinghu went on. In order to convince me, Li Yao told me a lot of things in his space shuttle, including plenty of slanders about Your Majesty. Amused, Lei Qinghu interrupted him. Marquis Liaohai, you did not buy into his words, did you? Think about the destruction of Manjusaka, the city in the sky, or the so-called arrival of the Black Wind King. Li Yao is best known for his mouthfuls of lies and his psychological tricks. Even dead people may come to life again under his persuasion. It is in fact very easy to deal with such silver tongues. As long as you turn a deaf ear to him and do not believe anything he says, there will be nothing he can do. Marquis Liaohai, you have been the most loyal and determined immortal cultivator for 200 years. You are not changing your beliefs just because of a few words spoken by a cultivator, are you? That's absolutely right, Your Majesty. Naturally, I would never believe this vulture Li Yao's bullshit. Lei Qinghu said. However, something he said was indeed what had been worrying me. Even though I attacked him decisively at that time, the concerns have been haunting me and corrupting my beliefs since he escaped. I was almost mentally deranged. As Your Majesty knows, I am burning my soul to the maximum every second for the Battle of Seven Seas. My body and my brain are already seriously exhausted and may collapse easily in the first place. If I'm mentally deranged at this moment, the outcome of the Battle of Seven Seas may be unpredictable. Therefore, I boldly asked Your Majesty to activate the most precious secret line, hoping that Your Majesty could answer the questions for me and stabilize my mind to ensure the victory of the Battle of Seven Seas. Oh, Wu Yingqi squinted. Gloomily, he opened his mouth slowly and asked, What are your concerns, Marquis Liaohai? It's Your Majesty's plan of victory in the capital. Lei Qinghu went on. Li Yao claimed that Your Majesty had dug a gigantic trap in the capital and prepared an enormous scheme that would affect the future of the Imperium and even mankind. I absolutely did not believe a word he said. However, when the astounding Thunder Fleet left the heartland of the Four Families, we were both very clear that the unshackled ace fleets of the Four Families would attack the capital immediately. At that time, you asked me to fight the Battle of Seven Seas in full confidence and said that you were definitely capable of resisting the Four Families' ace fleets until I won the battle in the Seven Seas space zone and united all the forces of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, as well as the warlords at the edge of the Imperium. However, I have calculated the combat ability of the Imperial Guards and the Deep Sea Fleet. Even though their combat abilities were multiplied, it would still be impossible for them to defeat the Four Families' ace fleets. Besides, the Four Families had not just the few ace fleets but also the fleets from 100 sectors, which could all jump to the Imperial Terminus sector during emergencies. How are you going to address them, Your Majesty? I asked Your Majesty the question at that time, but Your Majesty told me that you had a secret weapon that you could not reveal yet for confidentiality purposes. You asked me to focus on the battle in the Seven Seas space zone, assuring me that you would tell me everything when the timing was ripe. I believe that the timing is already very ripe right now. I have collapsed Yun Xiefeng's main forces in the Seven Seas space zone. Even though Song Yusher is resisting, he cannot hold on for long. In the capital, the four families' ace fleets have occupied the planets and the stone belts near the capital planet, and they are about to launch a final attack when the two planets are closest to each other on their orbits. It seems that no miracles could stop the capital from falling again. Your Majesty, whatever trump cards you have, you can tell them to me now, can't you? I still remember my ecstasy when you revealed your identity to me. I'm ready to die for you any second, Your Majesty. Can't you even trust me, Your Majesty? As he approached the end, Lei Qinghu was blushing and shouting hoarsely, as if he truly felt that he was terribly wronged. About that, his hands on his back, Wu Yingqi pondered for a long time. Marquis Liaohai, you've misunderstood me. Ever since I was reborn, everybody who got attached to me did so for certain interests. Li Linghai was so, Yu Wushuang was so, and Dong Fengshang was so too. Everybody is fighting for themselves, but Marquis Liaohai, you are the only one who is fighting for the Imperium, for the true path of immortality, and for the civilization of mankind. If I can't trust you, who else can I trust? It was only because my plan was too dangerous and could only work with absolute confidentiality. Should anything be leaked out, we might be doomed forever. Lei Qinghu said, that's the reason why I asked Your Majesty to activate the heaven-level communication line. Only in this line that will never be hacked can Your Majesty reveal the whole plan without concerns. Wu Yingqi asked, Marquis Liaohai, do you really want to know it? Lei Qinghu replied, Your Majesty, I have to know it. If it is kept a secret from me, my beliefs may collapse any moment, which will result in the failure of the Battle of Seven Seas. Fine? Taking a deep breath, Wu Yingqi stared at Lei Qinghu in the eyes and said most sincerely, like I said, there are no secrets between Marquis Liaohai and I. What can't I tell Marquis Liaohai when I have already told you the secret that I hid in the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum for 1,000 years and returned to the Imperium in Li Linghai's body? Now I will inform you of the sun shooting plan exactly as it is. The sun shooting plan? Lei Qinghu was slightly stunned. Hui shooting the suns. Exactly. The tale of Hui shooting the suns is a legend that has passed on among human beings for hundreds of thousands of years. Eliminating the ridiculous, mysterious parts, we now know that there was indeed a Hui clan in the 13 carbon-based lives that made up the Pangu civilization's alliance. As natural-born star specialists, they were adept at the studies on most types of stars in the universe. They were also good at absorbing energy from all kinds of stars, or even altering the statuses of the stars. Wu Yingqi opened his hands. The grand illusionary land behind him immediately turned into a vast cosmos where 10 stars of different types showed up. Some were exploding intensely like supernovas, some were as huge as red giants, and some were unleashing colorful, dazzling brilliance while waving tentacles that looked like fiery rains. It almost seemed that 10 suns were in the sky at the same time. Right under the radiations of the 10 suns, Wu Yingqi explained slowly, stars are the sources of life and the most important celestial bodies in the universe that entail infinite energy. All the civilizations in the past and in the future need the illumination and nurturing of stars in order to live and prosper. Stars seem to have a stable structure and may have a longevity of hundreds of billions of years, living a life almost as long as the universe itself. Most of the time, they live in the prime years where they are extremely steady as they unleash light, heat, and all kinds of radiations to the entire system. Even if they do decay into white dwarfs or even black holes, it will take so much time that the brief civilizations originating from planets like ours can never feel. However, from another point of view, it is rather easy, or at least theoretically possible, to slightly alter the status of a star so that it can unleash the furious energy that will sweep across the whole system. Because stars are too enormous and powerful, even if only 1/1000th of its force is triggered, it will be enough for the insignificant creatures like us to sense the destructive tide. It's almost like a sneeze from the sun is enough to blow away all the warships scattered in space. Behind Wu Yingqi, 9 out of the 10 suns had all dimmed and died out, and only the last one, which seemed to be steady and unattractive in the prime years, was magnified non-stop, revealing the crazily dancing fire and the swirls that were enough to swallow planets on the surface. Lei Qinghu couldn't help but feel that it could burn everything. As a contrast, some insignificant glass pebbles were scattered around the glittering sun. They were all the planets that were moving around the sun. Around those planets, on the other hand, were clusters of dust. Even though Lei Qinghu had fully activated his spiritual energy in the divinity transformation stage, he could only vaguely see the black spots that made up the dust. The black spots that were no larger than dust were exactly the super warships that human beings were proud of, thinking that they could conquer the sea of stars with them. Suddenly, the sun sneezed. Or rather, a certain scorching swirl that only took up less than 1% of the surface of the sun had a minor sneeze. Immediately, countless flames millions of kilometers long spurted out, snatching at the cosmos like the arms of gods that had been extended out of the sun. Although the arms did not grasp any specific matter, they were like hands churning a lake and soon raised overwhelming, destructive waves. The arms split, spread, and exploded. The crimson waves swept across all the planets like a cosmic storm. Even the planets protected by the atmosphere sensed the intense shock. It was needless to say the fleets that were no more than dust. They were all blown apart or even shattered into smithereens. I am not a man who underestimates myself. However, how small and weak is the civilization of mankind compared to the formidable universe? The starships we are proud of, the colossi that we consider as ultimate weapons, and our marvelous spiritual energy and techniques, all of these are nothing when faced with the wrath of the universe. They can't stop anything. Wuxia heaved a deep sigh. Since ancient times, the classic battle cases where the weak defeated the strong couldn't have been achieved without favorable circumstances. In some cases, the magnificent power of nature was the key to victory. Too many overwhelming armies were lost in the boundless deserts or destroyed by the surging tides in an ocean. It is not going to be an exception this time. I have never considered winning the war with only the Imperial Guards, the Deep-Sea Fleet, or Marquis Liaohai's astounding Thunder Fleet. Faced with enemies who are 100 times more than us, any courage, determination, or schemes would be useless. However, even if the 4 Kurfürst families were 10 times, 100 times, or 1,000 times stronger, they would still be dead for sure in front of the roars of the sun. Lei Qinghu's eyes were so deeply attracted by the exasperated sun that a minor volcano eruption seemed to have taken place inside his pupils. Staring at the virtual picture for a long time, he couldn't help but ask, "Does your Majesty have a way to make the sun sneeze?" "Yes," Wuxia smiled. "Like I said just now, I would never underestimate myself. However insignificant human beings and however vast and formidable the universe is, human beings will completely conquer and utilize the universe someday. While stars are among the most important celestial bodies in the universe, their structures and state of operation are relatively simple, even simpler than many planets. The stars in the prime years can run stably mainly because of the subtle balance when the power of fusion offsets gravity. You can imagine them to be extremely sensitive scales. As a matter of fact, as long as a tiny force is imposed on them, it will be possible to break the balance and make them plummet toward chaos and destruction. However, the scales are too enormous for the knowledge and technology of mankind. Precise calculations must be run, and all the features of the scales have to be grasped, in order to find the point to impose force upon. As long as the point is found, it will be possible to trigger a series of chain reactions. We can make the sun sneeze without the least trouble. There's no need to doubt our abilities. In fact, the whole thing is like a naive child playing on a dry, windy hill. He accidentally caused a sparkle, which led to a forest fire that burnt down dozens of mountains and killed countless creatures. With the child's own heart, wisdom, and strength, was he capable of burning dozens of mountains and killing countless people? Of course not. However, when all the conditions were miraculously met at the right moment in the right place, one child and one sparkle would be enough for that. It's the same for us right now. All we need to do is to project a tiny sparkle toward the sun. Lei Qinghu was silent for a long time, as if he were assessing the veracity of the matter. He asked cautiously, "How did your Majesty learn the specific features of the star in the Imperial Terminus sector? How would you grasp the subtle balance point? And how are you going to send the sparkle to the sun, your Majesty?" "This is exactly why I have named the planned sun shooting From the tale Hui shooting the sun, Marquis Liaohai is not wrong at all. It hasn't been long since I woke up from 1,000 years of dormancy. I do not control any study institutions or specialists in the Imperium. Naturally, I don't have enough time to understand the features of the sun. However, the Hui clan, part of the Pangu civilization's alliance in the past, was capable of it. Wu Yingqi said, I don't know how much you know about the Hui clan, Marquis Liaohai. They were a carbon-based life born on the planets very close to the sun. The planets suitable for the survival of mankind were usually the third or the fourth planet in a stellar system. However, the Hui clan mainly lived on the second planet of a stellar system. The Hui clan at the beginning were insignificant bugs that were covered in black shells that looked like solar panels. They were strongly resistant to heat. However, their living environment was too rough. The star granted them too much light, heat, and destructive radiations. They had to observe the star all the time and adjust the elements and internal structures of their black shells according to the radiations to absorb energy as much as possible and to block radiations so that they could survive in such an extreme environment. In the Pangu Civilization's alliance, there was also the Quafu clan, whose people were also star specialists born in similar ways. They pursued the sun to obtain energy. However, the Quafu clan's specialty was the stable utilization of the energy from the stars. They established abundant energy-absorbing panels on the orbit of the star, trying to enshroud the whole star with a piece of magical equipment named Quafu Sphere, thereby achieving a 100% utilization rate of energy. The Hui clan differed from the Quafu clan, who were relatively mild and peace-loving in that they were tougher and better at breaking the subtle balance in stars to unleash the most formidable power instantly for war and destruction purposes. It is said that millions of years ago, before the Pangu Civilization's alliance was established, the Quafu clan and the Hui clan, two interstellar civilizations both good at making use of stars, once had a protracted, magnificent war. At that time, the Quafu clan was developed earlier. They stepped out of their mother planet almost 10,000 years earlier than the Hui clan did, colonizing the dozens of neighboring sectors. They found 10 stars in those sectors that were very stable and suitable for energy collection. Around the 10 stars, the Quafu clan set up Quafu spheres and established a glorious and powerful interstellar civilization with the energy of the 10 suns. They suppressed all the developing civilizations within their range of exploration, not giving the latecomers a chance to surpass themselves. The Hui clan that was born in similar ways and equally good at making use of stars was their main target. At first, the Hui clan was absolutely no match for the Quafu clan. They suffered a losing streak because of the energy that the enemy collected from the 10 suns. The whole civilization was almost obliterated. Everybody in the Hui clan said that the enemy was about to roast them with the 10 suns. In the end, the Hui clan gathered all their elites and ambushed the stars with dozens of daring teams, finally detonating 9 out of the 10 stable stars under the Quafu clan's control. The 9 stars had drastic changes and unleashed destructive flames and radiations, almost wiping out all the Quafu spheres and the Quafu clan's fleets. The Quafu clan was covered in the infinite darkness. The fleets wailed at the dim, messy cosmos after the solar storms. They jumped from one sector to another, but the tragedy was the same. Most fleets died of insufficient resources before they reached the last sun that was still steady and peaceful. The battle completely reversed the comparison of the Quafu clan and the Hui clan. Having achieved a strategic advantage, the Hui clan was determined to pursue further and shoot down the Quafu clan's last sun. Such an action would not bring them much good. After all, they were a species that depended on stars too. However, their strong hatred and their fear that the Quafu clan might rise again prompted them to obliterate the Quafu clan, even though they would also suffer heavy losses in the process. At this moment, the Pangu clan showed up. Or rather, the intense transformations of the 9 suns made the Pangu clan discover the Quafu clan and the Hui clan. They learned that the Pangu clan was not the only intelligent carbon-based life in this vast universe. At that time, the Pangu clan already boasted a civilization and war ability that was far beyond the Quafu clan and the Hui clan. However, they were still amazed at how the two carbon-based lives utilized stars, either in the peaceful way or in the violent way. The Pangu clan realized that the carbon-based intelligent lives had been developed to such an appalling level that their war was very likely to destroy the whole universe or even jeopardize the civilizations that were not related to the war. The war among the carbon-based intelligent lives had to be stopped in order to maintain the peace of the universe. Therefore, the Pangu clan intermediated in the war between the Kwafu clan and the Hui clan, secretly supporting the Kwafu clan and preventing the Hui clan from destroying the Kwafu clan's last son. Then, an agreement between the three parties was reached. That was perhaps the prototype of the Pangu civilization's alliance later. I'm telling this not to waste your time, but to let Marquis Liaohai know that the Hui clan mastered the ability to make the sun sneeze a long time ago, and it almost resulted in the complete destruction of an interstellar civilization after it was devoted to a real battle. Attracted, Lei Chenghu finally took a long breath in relief and asked suspiciously, "Have you mastered the Hui clan's technology to activate the sun, Your Majesty?" Wu Ying went on. After the establishment of the Pangu civilization's alliance, the Hui clan and the Kwafu clan continued their studies on stars. Spending tens of thousands of years, they measured the parameters and qualities of countless stars in the 3,000 sectors. They also ran experiments and constructions on the stars that were at strategic locations. There were both the Kwafu spheres in peaceful periods and star bombs and stellar storm generators that were designed for wars. When the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan ended on bad terms and started the primeval war, most of the Hui clan were on the Pangu clan. When the Nuwa clan was gradually winning the war, the Hui clan was insane enough to propose a series of technologies to boost the sun and die together with the enemy. They established a glorious solar defense line with countless stars, trying to stop the march of the Nuwa clan. Imagine it. On the routes of the Nuwa clan's army when they were jumping forward, thousands of suns were infuriated at the same time. The infinite fire walls that they spurted out divided the whole universe into two halves, one dazzling and the other dark. What a magnificent and soul-stirring scene it must have been. The Imperial Terminus sector is at a special astrological location where thousands of wormholes intersect. Naturally, it was the main focus of the solar defense line. The Hui clan set up a very powerful device to activate the sun on the main planet of the Imperial Terminus sector, or the capital as we know it. It was called Gold Crystal Pyramid. Gold Crystal Pyramid? Lei Qinghu slightly frowned. Since it is a pyramid, it should be a massive, eye-catching building. Why have I never heard that there's such a wonder in the capital? Wu Yingqi smiled and said, "The Gold Crystal Pyramid is a piece of stellar magical equipment that the Hui clan produced after tens of thousands of years of studies on the stars. They were established inside every stellar system that had a steady and powerful star. Most of the gold crystal pyramids have a square pedestal and a sharp tip. Such a structure could focus the energy as much as possible, shooting it at the star billions of kilometers away as a signal to activate the sun. However, while the Hui clan made full preparations during the primeval war, the situation on the battlefield was not worsened to the point that they needed to infuriate thousands of suns. Or rather, the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, the Hui clan, and the other carbon-based species were all drained up by the war. Even if thousands of suns were sacrificed, their fate of being destroyed couldn't have been changed. Therefore, the Hui clan only activated part of the gold crystal pyramids. The majority of them stood after the destruction of the primeval civilizations and returned to the universe of ignorance, including the one on the capital planet. In the hundreds of thousands of years to come, due to the tectonic changes, the gold crystal pyramids on the surface of the planet dropped nonstop. By the time mankind rose, most of them had already collapsed deep into the planet, melted into rocks, or were completely broken. Naturally, they were never known. Thinking for a moment, Lei Qinghu asked, "Since the Hui clan are already extinct, and most of the gold crystal pyramids have been buried and ruined during the hundreds of thousands of years, how did your Majesty learn the existence of the stellar magical equipment?" "I learned the relevant knowledge in the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum. To be more exact, it was an incomplete volume of the Book of Revelations, in which the mysteries about the utilization of stellar energy were recorded. Of course, there were also ways to activate the gold crystal pyramids to turn the sun into the most powerful weapon." Wu Yingqi said, "Do you still recall the myth of the rise of mankind 10,000 years ago, where the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God, his strongest clone, fought so hard on the capital planet that the capital planet was almost blown into halves? In fact, the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God both commanded billions of soldiers from 1,000 worlds. How could they have dueled with each other? No matter how strong they were in person, it could not decide the outcome of a cosmic war or the face of the universe. The truth was that the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God did run into each other below the capital planet with the elites of their own. However, it was not an idiotic duel, but a mutual search for the gold crystal pyramid that sank into the depths of the capital planet. During his rise, the Supreme Emperor got 3 volumes of the Book of Revelations in total. One of them recorded the ways to utilize and boost the energy of stars. The coordinates of some of the gold crystal pyramids and the ways to control them seem to have been marked too. The Blood God, as the Supreme Emperor's clone, shared part of his memories. Naturally, he also grasped the secrets of the gold crystal pyramids. Both the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God believed that the gold crystal pyramid deep inside the capital planet was the most important one on the solar defense line that the Hui clan set up in the old days. Therefore, it must have boasted the best defense and maintenance facilities. Even if all the other gold crystal pyramids had turned rusty, the one here must be intact. As long as they discovered the gold crystal pyramid, they would be able to control the sun of the Imperial Terminus sector to some extent. At that time, the fleets loyal to the Supreme Emperor and the rebels loyal to the Blood God were all gathered in the Imperial Terminus sector for an ultimate war that would decide the future of mankind. The situation was almost exactly like it is today. Whoever raised a minor, controllable solar storm would likely be the final winner. Therefore, while thousands of starships were engaged in space, the 2 of them led elite teams to excavate the gold crystal pyramid at great risks. It was a shame that the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God were the same person and thought the same. The elite teams of the 2 parties had an unexpected encounter below the ground. After a lose-lose battle, not only were the 2 teams wiped out, but their leaders were also heavily wounded. It also led to the great tectonic movements in the shell of the capital planet. Indescribable energy blew out of the core of the planet and almost kept the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God below the ground for good. That's why legends have it that the capital planet was almost blown apart by the 2 experts. When the 2 commanders escaped from the bottom of the planet in frustration, they both lost the abilities to command the battle or to excavate the gold crystal pyramid again. The gold crystal pyramid, the sun controller hidden deep inside the capital planet, was never discovered when the Star Ocean Imperium crashed. As for me, Marquis Liaohai, you must know that I spent hundreds of years in the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum. During the time, I accidentally got an incomplete volume of the Book of Revelations, on which the Supreme Emperor's regretful soul signature was lingering. In it, he specifically described the underground environment and the geological parameters he met during the exploration of the gold crystal pyramid. He was very certain that his team and the Blood Gods were in fact very close to the gold crystal pyramid when the battle began. It was safe to say that either of them could have touched the key to controlling the sun if they had excavated for a few more days without interference. What a jest of fate to have arranged for them to encounter in such an environment. The rest is history. After I returned to the Imperium, I began to try to accumulate my strength and plan for the great cause to cleanse the corruption and renew the Imperium. At first, I was forced to take action under the identity of Queen of the Imperium, and I was hamstrung in many aspects. Naturally, it was impossible for me to excavate in the depths of the capital planet on a large scale. However, since we occupied the whole capital planet, I was finally able to take my chances. Perhaps the Supreme Emperor was watching over us from places we cannot see because I did find the gold crystal pyramid successfully. Lei Qinghu still exclaimed, although he had known the result. He said, "No wonder Li Yao told me that he saw your Majesty's Imperial Guards digging an enormous hole mysteriously below the capital planet. So, that was the gold crystal pyramid." What? This time, Wu Yingqi, who wouldn't have changed his expression even if a planet fell apart right before him, was shocked. His eyelids and lips quickly shivered as he blurted out, "That scoundrel knows that too?" Realizing his loss of calmness, Wu Yingqi took a deep breath and resumed tranquility. He said casually, "Yes, that's exactly the gold crystal pyramid. Now, Marquis Liaohai, you should know that I did not lie to you and have shared all the secrets with you, right?" He, Liao thought everybody else was as sordid as him. Did he really think he could sow discord between us in such a way? How ridiculous! While saying, Wu Yingqi suddenly thought of something else. His face slightly changed again, and hints of anxiety beamed out of his eyes. Lei Qinghu coughed somewhat in embarrassment and said, "I'm certainly grateful for your Majesty's trust, and I cannot repay 1/1000th of your Majesty's appreciation even with my life. However, this gold crystal pyramid was a piece of stellar magical equipment from hundreds of thousands of years ago, designed and developed by the Hui clan. It must be very different from what human beings are used to. Can it really unleash infinite power in your hands, Your Majesty? The gold crystal pyramid is more or less damaged after hundreds of thousands of years. The volume of the Book of Revelation to maneuver the gold crystal pyramid is incomplete and obscure too. Even the Supreme Emperor failed to completely understand it in the old days. It is even less possible for me to grasp it in only several hundred years." Wu Yingqi smiled and said, "Thankfully, our enemy is not the tricky opponents like the Nuwa clan or the Kwafu clan, but only people who are as unused to radiation as us. As long as we can activate 1/10 of the power of the gold crystal pyramid, it will be enough to raise a solar storm that will affect the whole Imperial Terminus sector. All the starships in space will be blown apart. The enemy's spiritual nexus will suffer destructive interference. Their magical equipment units completely paralyzed. Even the vitality field of most soldiers would be temporarily disrupted, giving the enemy a huge headache and depriving them of their combat ability." Deep in thought, Lei Qinghu asked, "Is it so powerful?" "You can doubt anything, but you should never doubt the power of a star," Wu Yingqi said. "A star in the prime years can be compared to a gigantic living creature that has periodic activities like breath. In the Imperial Terminus sector, the cycle of every breath of the sun is 14 years. After every 14 years, the sun will reach the most intense phase of stellar activities. During the phase, all kinds of radiations, magnetic fields, particles, and even the protons inside the sun that are involved in the spiritual energy will be spurted out at a high speed, sweeping across the whole system like countless burning tentacles. Even on the capital planet, the power of solar activities can still be felt. Volcano eruptions, tsunamis, earthquakes, spiritual energy disruption, and even the mental derangement of the immortal cultivators all have a lot to do with the solar activities. The universe is a giant magnetic field, and the human body is a small one. The training of the immortal cultivators is exactly to integrate the two magnetic fields into a new, powerful one. Just like pigeons that have to tell the direction by using the magnetically sensitive areas inside their heads, the immortal cultivators are unusually sensitive to all kinds of magnetic fields. When the solar activities are in the period of outbreaks, pigeons will be lost due to the disruption of the magnetic field. How could the immortal cultivators remain unaffected? Even the experts in the nascent soul stage, the divinity transformation stage, or even the divinity branching stage are too insignificant when faced with the might of a star. That's still a pure natural environment without any human intervention under the protection of the atmosphere. Still, the consequences are severe enough. This year is exactly the period of solar outbreaks in the 14-year cycle in the Imperial Terminus sector. If we could add oil to the fire and make the solar activities on the sun more intense, it will definitely cause a destructive blow to the ace fleets of the four families. The supermassive magical equipment like starships are developing toward precision and automation today. The more precise, the more vulnerable. The more automatic, the more they will depend on the system. When particles penetrate through all the main warships in the ace fleets like meteor showers, paralyzing their mainframe crystal processors and power units and casting most of the crew members into a comatose state, those warships as big as mountains, the greatest reliance for the four families to dominate the universe, will become iron coffins flowing along the current, completely at our mercy. Profound sparks glittered in Lei Chenghu's eyes as he said, "So to speak, the solar storm will kill all the soldiers in the four families' ace fleets." "How is it possible?" Wu Yingqi burst into laughter. "I understand what you are saying, Marquis Liaohai. You are highly reluctant to see a civil war in the Imperium. To be honest, I'm unwilling to see the bloodstained scene too. Both Marquis Liaohai and most of the soldiers under the Four Families' command are my subjects and the sabers which I count on to conquer the universe. Now, our great enemy, the Covenant Alliance, hasn't shown up yet. How could I break my sabers for no good reason? Rest assured, the effect of the solar storm will only be temporary. The starships and the soldiers will only be paralyzed for a few days, which should be enough for our army to capture all the soldiers in all the ace fleets. I believe that they will certainly realize their mistake and walk on the correct path to serve their country after they are escorted to the capital planet and educated by me and Marquis Liaohai. Is such a result acceptable for you, Marquis Liaohai? Lei Chenghu thought for a moment and asked again. Shouldn't the solar storm be indiscriminate? If the enemy is fully paralyzed, wouldn't our army be in too much pain to move anymore too? How are we going to capture the enemy? Please look at this map, Marquis Liaohai. Wu Yingqi made a gesture. The enormous star behind him immediately turned into a map of the universe with dense spots and rays. According to my observation of the sun with the gold crystal pyramid and the data left by the Hui clan, there will be a sunspot outbreak of a minor scale in this area of the sun a day later. By then, the capital planet and the number 5 planet will be relatively close to each other on their orbits. At the same time, the number 5 planet will be at its perihelion. You know that the Four Families have conquered the number 5 planet and regarded it as an advanced base to attack the capital. I have received solid intelligence that tomorrow will be the time of their general attack. By then, 80% of the main warships of the Four Families' ace fleets will have gathered around the perihelion, and they will have to face the sun defenselessly. The mainframe crystal processors and the power units on board will be running at the highest efficiency. All the magical equipment and crystal chips will shoulder the greatest pressure. A lot of crystal suits and colossi would even be projected outside of the starships and float in space in their ignorance. When the solar storm sweeps over, they will naturally suffer the heaviest blow. Our army, on the other hand, is the defender. I have ordered most of the fleets to stay back within the atmosphere. The thick and dense atmosphere of the capital planet is the hardest shield to resist the magnetic fields, the radiations, and the high-energy particles. They are enough to offset more than 90% of the power of the solar storm. On the other hand, I will order all the starships to turn off their mainframe crystal processors and power units when the solar storm takes place and ask all the soldiers to crawl into the protective gel and the starships to raise the spiritual shield of a special frequency. The so-called solar storm, as a matter of fact, is a mass of high-intensity waves. As long as we learn the frequency in advance and set the spiritual shield to the corresponding frequency, it will be enough to offset 90% of the damage. In such a way, at most, the blow of the solar storm that our army suffers will be 5% that of the enemy's. When the solar storm is over, it will naturally be easy for us to move forward and capture the enemy in bulk. Simple as that? Lei Qinghu asked. There are no side effects at all? No damage will be caused to the surface of the capital planet by the orbits that pierce through the atmosphere or to the space towns connected to the orbits. Marquis Liaohai, I don't want to lie to you. Wu Yingqi sighed and said, the stellar magical equipment is too horrifying when it is on a rampage. How can there be no side effects or sequelae? I can order the Imperial Guards and the soldiers of the Deep Sea Fleet to crawl into the protective gels in advance as a precaution. However, for confidentiality, it is certainly impossible to evacuate or warn the residents on the capital planet, much less the space residents that are not under the protection of the atmosphere. The outbreak of the solar storm will indeed affect them. Some of them whose body and soul are weak may even die. Neither can I guarantee that all the soldiers of the ace fleets of the Four Families will only pass out but not die. Who knows whether or not their brains had any conditions before, or if their starships were seriously damaged in the previous battles, or if they would do anything unreasonable when they are panicking. This is a war. How can there be no victims in a war? If we do not resort to a secret weapon like the gold crystal pyramid but fight in a regular way, will nobody die? Considering the style of the Four Families, will they not massacre the people after they occupy the capital? Does your astounding Thunder Fleet only injure the enemy but do not kill them in the battles in the Seven Seas space zone? I can only guarantee you that, according to my accurate calculation, the casualty rate of the solar storm is 5% at most. Also, the victims will be the weakest and the least determined people. By the law of the immortal cultivators, such people are not qualified to survive in the first place, are they? No? Lei Qinghu pondered for a moment and said, a death rate of 5% is indeed an acceptable figure. Our army will be the sure loser in a regular battle. In the massacre after the four families occupy the capital, as well as the plagues and famines that will come with the massacre, the victims will definitely be more than 5%. In order to settle the civil war, build a new imperium, and deal with the Covenant alliance, the price of several billion people is not unacceptable. Did your Majesty keep it a secret from me because you suspect that I would hesitate? Absolutely not. I have never doubted Marquis Liaohai's loyalty and determination. However, our plan depends on the outbreak of solar activities to achieve a 100% effect. Wu Yingqi said, the cycle of the solar activities in the Imperial Terminus sector is 14 years. If we miss this year, we will have to wait for 14 years for the next best opportunity. Once my plan is leaked, all the four families need to do is to wait patiently for a year and a half and attack the capital from the aphelion. Then, the gold crystal pyramid will be useless. Do you understand my concerns, Marquis Liaohai? Lei Qinghu took a deep breath, his eyes slightly red. I fully understand it. Right then, the grand illusionary land was twisted weirdly. The vivid holograms gradually disintegrated into greenish data that flew away in the air. Our mobile secret communication base has been detected by the enemy. It is suffering the blanket bombardment from the four families' ace fleets. Slightly frowning, Wu Yingqi said, it seems that the real-time communication cannot last any longer. Thankfully, I have already told everything to Marquis Liaohai frankly. Do you still have any questions, Marquis Liaohai? Not at all. I hope that your Majesty can annihilate the four ace fleets of the four families smoothly. Lei Qinghu's neck and his face were both flushing. Suddenly, he recalled something else and changed his expression. He said worriedly, right now, you must be wary of the cunning thief Li Yao. Since he knows the underground hole, he may know a thing or two about the gold crystal tower. Considering the guy's behavior in the past, it is very likely that he will sneak into the capital and crawl below the ground to sabotage the gold crystal tower. I have sent a lot of ships to the capital over the past few days. Considering Li Yao's combat ability in the divinity transformation stage, I really cannot guarantee that he hasn't hidden on one of the starships and snuck into the capital. The greatest dam may be compromised by a tiny ant's nest. You must be careful, your Majesty, in case the scoundrel ruins your cause. Not far away from the capital planet, in the chaotic stone belt, a mobile secret communication base moved here and there like a clumsy tortoise, trying to dodge the predators behind with the help of the flying meteorites. However, the predators from the ace fleets of the four families were apparently much faster and more agile than the secret communication base. Very soon, they bit its tail and gnawed at its spiritual shield, swallowing the spiritual shield completely very soon. The highly explosive bombs that carried abundant marrow crystals fell on the secret communication base like raindrops, blowing the whole base into smithereens. Everything was knocked over and split apart in the wreath of scorching fireballs. Your Majesty, your Majesty? Inside the secret command center in the royal palace on the capital planet, Lei Qinghu's hologram seemed to have something more to say to Wu Yingqi. However, as the communication base in space collapsed, the grand illusionary land that connected the two sectors also turned into highly unstable rays of light. He extended his hands at Wu Yingqi, only to become a frozen statue. Very soon, the statue turned into digital sand and fell to the ground into nothingness. Holding his forehead while facing the empty darkness, Wu Yingqi thought for a long time. Then, his hands danced agilely, drawing hundreds of black threads, while he retrieved abundant data from the mainframe crystal processor. There was one thing that Lei Qinghu couldn't have known. Wu Yingqi had more sources of intelligence in the Seven Seas Space Zone than Lei Qinghu. In the Seven Seas Space Zone, the astounding Thunder Fleet, or even Iron Torrent, Lei Qinghu's flagship, Wu Yingqi had deployed plenty of spies. As the battles grew more and more intense in the past few days, the spiritual nexus in both the capital and the Seven Seas space zone was under severe interference. Almost all the communication of information had been blocked. However, a few days back, when the interferences were not as strong and he still controlled a few remote communication bases, he had obtained abundant information and raw data of the command chain from the Seven Seas space zone. He also had a head-on clash with Li Yao in the internal district of the Seven Seas Grand Market earlier. Therefore, his understanding of Li Yao was 100 times more profound than Lei Qinghu. Wu Yingqi browsed through the waterfall of data. Based on the raw data a few days ago, he checked the battlefield information that Lei Qinghu sent to him today. After checking carefully for a long time, Wu Yingqi reached the conclusion that Lei Qinghu was not lying to him. The data he provided should be true. Unless Lei Qinghu boasted supercrystal processors above those in the capital, he couldn't have the massive computational ability to fabricate the massive data of the entire Battle of Seven Seas. Besides, considering the strength of the astounding Thunder Fleet and the garrison fleets of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors, it was already their best to take down Yun Xiefeng's fleet neatly when they joined hands. It was impossible for them to finish the fleet of the old cunning fox Song Yushi so soon. Compared to the proud, tough generals like Yun Xiefeng, Song Yushi as an experienced general might not have a high combat ability, but he had intuitional abilities to preserve his strength. Therefore, Lei Qinghu was still confronting Song Yushi. Without 10 to 15 days or even longer, there would not be an outcome in the battle of the two seasoned generals. Lei Qinghu's intelligence about Li Yao should be good too. If Lei Qinghu were not completely loyal to him, it would have been unnecessary for him to reveal the incident or to remind him that Li Yao had very likely snuck to the capital or even into the underground world. Lei Qinghu did not betray him. The only problem was cultivator Li Yao. Li Yao! Li Yao! Li Yao! Wu Yingqi turned off all the data and closed his eyes, before he rubbed his nose heavily. Why can such a cockroach never be killed? I detonated the brain of a super meditation healer. Did it not wound you at all? What kind of human being are you exactly? He landed on the ground and paced for a while. He suddenly clapped his hands. Two officers in the most original uniform of the Imperium's army immediately showed up in the darkness. Their temples and their foreheads were protruding high, as if they had grown horns. Their eyes were as dark as ink, and the whites were barely visible. Not many feelings of a human being could be found in them, except for their admiration and reverence for Wu Yingqi. Double the defense of the Gold Crystal Pyramid. Move the Blood Swallow Legion and the Abyss Wolf Legion over and monitor every inch of space around the Gold Crystal Pyramid. There's still the last day. The future of the Imperium, no, the future of mankind is about to be turned to a new page. I will not allow any trouble at such a moment. Wu Yingqi said coldly. Pay special attention to the annoying flies and cockroaches. Do not let them crawl into the Gold Crystal Pyramid in any case. Yes, Your Majesty. The two officers replied rigidly and turned around like a machine. Wait. When they were about to step out of the command center, Wu Yingqi stopped them rather uneasily. I'll go in person. I'm really hoping to see the look on the cockroach's face when he sees me. Hey, what do you think the look on Wu Yingqi's face will be when he sees us? At the same time, in the narrow gaps close to the underground hole below the capital planet, Li Yao dug forward like a hybrid of a cockroach and a marmot while he asked the two people behind him with a smile. I believe that he will look more awful than being forced to eat shit, right? Behind Li Yao, Li Jialing silently carried out his bone-shrinking techniques, almost squeezing himself into a thin piece of paper before he managed through the gaps. Long Yongjun, however, bulged her eyes and said, yes, he will definitely look very awful. However, after that, he will burst into fury and knock each of us out in one punch. What's wrong with you that makes you think you can break into Wu Yingqi's most important weapon base with only the three of us? And what's wrong with me that makes me agree to go on such an adventure with you? Don't put it that way. While Wu Yingqi is terrifying, he is stalled by the ace fleets of the four families after all. Didn't we see the overwhelming troops of the four families when we jumped over stealthily? Wow, what a fabulous lineup it was. I'm drooling whenever I think about it. Even I couldn't hold back the urge to surrender to them. Liao swallowed and said, "Judging from the mobilization of the four families' ace fleets, they should be launching a general attack at the capital planet in a few days. Shouldn't they? We are taking advantage of Wu Yingqi's most pressured moment to sneak in. How can we be so unlucky as to run into him in person? Chances are that our mission this time will be very simple, and we will reveal his scheme without any accident. Is any mission with a cursed man like you ever simple?" Long Yangjun mumbled. Her breasts squeezed by the sharp rocks, she demanded angrily, "How are you leading the way? Only earthworms and cockroaches are fit for such narrow tunnels. What kind of shortcut is this?" "That's not my fault. The underground world of the capital planet is your turf. The map was drawn by you last time," Liao said innocently. "This tunnel was exactly the route through which we retreated after we scouted the underground hole last time. It was very spacious at that time and could allow two people to move forward shoulder by shoulder. Who knows that it will become like this in only a couple of months? This is very close to the underground hole. I fear that Wu Yingqi has set up some alarm magical equipment that can detect feeble quakes, so I cannot shatter the rocks with drills. As a result, we can only squeeze forward slowly." "That's strange," Long Yangjun said. "By logic, there shouldn't be such drastic tectonic changes in only a few months. What happened?" Hardly had she finished her question when intense quakes echoed around. The rocks above and below them further pressed toward them, as if they were going to close and squash the invaders. Liao, Long Yangjun, and Li Jialing were all greatly shocked. They were about to summon their crystal suits and drills of mystic rays to dig a way out when the movement of rocks came to an abrupt end. The three of them looked at each other in surprise. Somebody seems to have planted abundant crystal bombs in the faults of the shell and is detonating them in a pattern. As a bomb expert, Liao thought for a moment and said, "They are trying to change the tectonic structure or even to tear apart the land, thereby creating a huge artificial canyon. It must be Wu Yingqi's doing, but what does he want?" Long Yangjun pondered for a moment and said, "Wait, changing the tectonic structure with crystal bombs, unleashing massive energy, tearing apart the land, and creating a huge canyon. It sounds exactly like what the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God did 10,000 years ago. Does he have any nefarious purposes?" "About that?" Liao scratched his chin hard, unable to think it through yet. "I have an idea," Li Jialing suddenly said. "Brother Yao and Sister Long both said that Wu Yingqi has a certain powerful secret weapon deep inside the capital. However, the enemy he needs to deal with is the four families' ace fleets in space. In my opinion, however powerful the secret weapon is, it cannot directly annihilate the enemy in space when it is buried deep below the ground, right? Therefore, the first thing Wu Yingqi is going to do, and what the Supreme Emperor or the Blood God did first 10,000 years ago, is to find a way to tear apart the planet so that the secret weapon may rise to the surface of the planet." "That's right." Liao slapped his forehead and said, "That should be it. Jialing, I didn't expect you to be growing so fast. After only 1 year, you're almost as smart as me. Change the tectonic structure, tear apart the planet, and make the secret weapon rise to the surface?" Long Yangjun, however, shuddered in coldness. When the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God did it 10,000 years ago, it resulted in the permanent changes of the environment on the surface of the capital planet. There's no telling how many people got killed. Today, 10,000 years later, the population of the capital planet has expanded tenfold. If the tectonic structure is changed again, leading to a global earthquake or volcano eruption, there will be no telling what kind of living hell the capital planet is going to be turned into.